Sunday on America's Day at the Races. What happened to spring in New York? It was here yesterday, it was here the day before, and now it's left us. It's cold and blustery here at Aqueduct Racetrack, but we're still feeling the afterglow of what took place yesterday in Hot Springs, Arkansas at Oaklawn Park. It is a gorgeous day, and we will be traveling down there to talk about the follow-up to what has been the best race so far this year, the Oaklawn Park Handicap. What a showdown there. Here at Aqueduct, welcome to our set. I'm Todd Trupp, very pleased to be with Andy Serling. Yesterday was one of those moments, we will talk about the feature here, but just quickly, that Oaklawn Park Handicap, that was a moment where horse racing makes sense.
I agree, and even though neither of the big two won the race, Whitebar is a Breeders' Cup winner and a Whitney winner. It's not as though he's a slouch. He's a bit of an unreliable good horse, but he's run some big races, and he got a good trip yesterday as well. But I think all three horses ran very, very well. And I've heard this conversation, oh, journalism's never going to beat sovereignty. Maybe that's the case. Journalism ran fine yesterday. Sovereignty ran fine. Whitebar ran a little bit better with a better trip. He was the one that had more experience this year. He was more cranked up for the race. This was his big race, you know, whereas the other two horses, while they wanted to win, they have bigger fish to fry down the road, and I think it sets up what could be, you mentioned magnitude to me earlier today, it could be a very, very exciting year at the top level.
For now, all three of those horses from yesterday will go their separate ways. We'll have the very latest from Oaklawn Park about those horses you watched yesterday in a fantastic renewal of the Oaklawn Park Handicap. Okay, as far as the Aqueduct card today, we've got an 8-race card. Our feature is race number 7. It's the Bagio's Rose. Where do we start in here?
Well, I mean, I think you have to start with the two horses that are coming off of a series of wins, both Bam's Bliss Kiss, the 5, and the 7, Collect the Data. And I think we're going to start with Collect the Data, who's the morning line favorite. I think both of these horses are vulnerable. In fact, I think that Walk With Me is a major threat. Collect the Data has gotten good, but she's gotten good under very good circumstances. Now she's going a mile. She's going a mile without Lasix, and she's doing it outside of the speedy Bam's Bliss Kiss. This is a real acid test for her, Todd.
Yeah, and especially when you look at how this race ultimately may set up. And look, she is fast, and you know, you can't fault her for the fraction she got away with because she took advantage of it. But I do think the mile is going to be the separator here, and that's where a horse like Sweet Brown Sugar, who was second in this race last year, may have an advantage. And certainly you look at Collect the Data, she's also in very, very good form. But let's talk about Bam's Bliss Kiss, who has this incredible win streak of 5 wins in a row coming in.
Yeah, now at a mile, you've got Collect the Data who's coming off 3 straight wins going a mile, whereas Bam's Bliss Kiss has been doing it at 6 and 7 furlongs, and she is in raging form. This was her win last time, 5 straight wins and 2 straight 90-plus buyer performances for Jorge Abreu since he claimed her. Dominating victories, but she also got away with absolute murder against an inferior field in the front end. And while she is the speed today, she's going to have Manny Franco and Collect the Data breathing down her neck at least fairly soon in the race, if not from the start. And I think it's going to make her job a little bit tougher. And of the two, I prefer the one Collect the Data with more mile experience, but I think that the number 4 in this race, Walk With Me, is going to run well, and I don't disagree with you on the 2 Sweet Brown Sugar I know you like, especially if we unfortunately get a little bit of showers and the track comes up wetter, though it's looking like we might be okay.
Yeah, we are surrounded by some rain around here, but the main track is fast, the turf course is firm. We did have a light rain overnight as well, but this is a live look at our main track and turf courses here at Aqueduct, and looking ahead to all the racing action. We're bringing you some of the highlights here onto this 8-race card. We mentioned the pick 6 for $1. Very challenging today. Starting in race number 3, we mentioned our feature, the Bagio's Rose. I think that late pick 5, if you're a horizontal player, a must play today at Aqueduct. Then looking to Oaklawn, every race seems playable down there. Once again, the day after the Oaklawn Park Handicap, and you could be playing along with us with your NYRA Bets account. Sign up today. We got a very special sign up offer. NYRA Bets lead the way towards the Kentucky Derby, and cash in on your $25 free bet and that $200 deposit bonus match. Use that promo code DERBY25. Become a NYRA Bets account holder today. I am. You should be too. All right, back here at Aqueduct. Let's go into the paddock for race number 1. A 6-furlong claiming event for fillies and bears, 4-year-olds and upward. Claiming price is $10,000. We'd have a major scratch here, the 6th Literary, who is out at 5-2. Joining us for the first time today is Acacia Clement, braving the weather down there. How severe is the wind? Because it looked pretty swirling earlier.
It's really not that bad, Todd. It's probably not going to rain because I wore my rain boots and my raincoat, so you're welcome, because usually when I am prepared, there isn't any weather, but it's not that windy. It definitely is cooler than it was the last couple of days, though. But the number 4, Problematica, is where we'll start, as this is a horse that is taking a lot of the early money. Fort Wayne Potts says she is one of a couple in here that's coming back just in 10 days, and off of the quick turnaround, I can't fault her. She's carrying good weight and conditioning. She's alert nicely into the bridle, not doing too much in here, and she does have some early speed, though I noticed watching her last race and watching a few prior to that too, she's not the quickest gait horse. She tends to break just about a half step slow and then kind of hustle forward, so watch out for that with her. But Edgar Zayas, who I've watched for years down in South Florida, is a really good gait rider, and he gets to know her now being aboard for the second time. Just to her inside, the 3 Current Climate for Linda Rice comes off a 3rd place finish. It was hard ridden at the start and then just totally outfooted. It's been a long time since she's seen the winner's circle, but she's making the 3rd start off of the layoff and the 3rd start for Linda, not to mention the lowest price tag that she's run at as of yet. She does seem to fit quite snugly in here, looking like she's doing very well coming into this race, Todd.
And our post parade underway, starting with the 1, Bright Kohana.
Yeah, Bright Kohana is a horse who has a little bit of speed to be close, but I don't know if she's good enough to win here.
The 2 is My First Love, currently up on the board at 6-1.
Just hasn't been able to hold good form recently, but a race 2 back doesn't make her impossible.
Current Climate, one of our favorites at 9-5.
I think it's a negative sign this horse isn't favored. She's supposed to be a heavy favorite here. When Linda Rice is under bet, the drop down, it bothers me, but I wonder if by post time she will be.
What about this drop down for Problematica?
Well, Todd told me when he came to New York, I'm going to get Wayne Potts home before I leave, and this is probably your best chance to do it. She should be the controlling
What a final
speed.
day this could be for me. The 5 Open Soul Autism. Another horse who's dropping from 16,000 down to 10.
She is Andy off, so if you like that, that works for you. Listen, we saw a couple of some really nice performances lately with Milk Cantramachi, but she'd probably have to run a little bit faster to likely win here.
Scratch the 6, Literary. That is the field of 5 that will contest race number 1 on an 8-race card here at Aqueduct. And as we watch the field warm up, taking a look at the 3 Current Climate, who you were talking about for trainer Linda Rice, 8-5, almost in our favorites role.
Yeah, I think she probably ends up favored in this race. I mean, you got a horse that Linda claimed for $40,000. Ran for 50, just didn't work out. Ran 17.5, now drops down to the bottom level, and Linda does reasonably well dropping. But obviously, at this point, she's admitting she made a bad claim. It doesn't matter what she does here.
Yeah, the horse hasn't won since 2024.
I agree.
Yeah,
and the other thing you worry about is this horse has lost the form for Linda. And, you know, she's a trainer that wins a lot. And, you know, the whole thing with Linda going to Churchill, I find to be one of the more fascinating things in racing the last few years. Because, you know, you haven't been here. We talk about a lot. The first year Linda went, she did horrendously.
Right.
And, you know, all people did was criticize her. She's not going to Kentucky. She's not going to claim her. Do this. Blah, blah, blah.
Then they changed the claiming rules.
Right.
Yeah.
And then after she succeeded, then Linda said to me that year, I'm telling Andy I got unlucky. She said I had a lot of horses get hurt. I didn't mention I'm going back. And Linda went back, and she did so well over 2 years. Suddenly they changed. You know one thing, Todd, when they change the rules because of you, you did something right. Like outlawing dunking because of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, right?
And you take a look at the winter beat that she had here, not only leading trainer, but leading owner by many, many wins. And Current Climate, though, having said all of this, yeah, occasionally even the great ones don't have great claims.
Oh, I mean, you can't make good claims without making a series of bad claims. You can't make good winning bets without a series of bad bets. And, you know, it's interesting. People will say, well, you know, Linda's dominating so much. She's making it unfair during the winter. The problem isn't Linda. The problem is there weren't 6 Lindas. If 6 people went and loaded themselves up for the winter the way she did, the racing would have been a lot different, and she wouldn't have dominated. She did it, and she succeeded. In this game, knocking success, people like to knock success, and you know how hard success can be, especially in this game at any level.
That's right. If you think you can do it, jump in. The water's warm.
Right.
Let's check back in with Acacia.
And we'll take a look at the number 2, My First Love, who did disappoint as the favorite last time out, coming back into the spot 1 of 2 for Ilkay Kantermasi. And I thought it was interesting watching warm-ups because this mare, who usually does tend to be very quiet and laid back prior to her races, had a very contained warm-up with the pony, never really out of a jog, whereas her stablemate, Open Soul Autism, has been circling and moving nonstop out there on the track. And she does have a little bit more natural speed, so kind of complementary running styles, because I noticed last time when they ran against one another, My First Love just really seemed like she was kind of running in stops and starts. She was outfooted a bit at the start, then she kind of rushed up into the race and then never really had any rally late in there. I'm wondering if it's going to be better for her with Human Harkey aboard once again to just kind of settle. There is not a ton of pace necessarily signed on, so we'll see if that works for her, but I do think that that is her best running style. Todd?
And the field has reached the starting gate for the first of 8 races on this Sunday card at Aqueduct. Bottom line, Andy Serling.
Yeah, I've got the even money favorite. You've got the other horse getting bet, the 8-5. Problematica is the one to catch.
And we promise we'll get more creative. It'll get better as we go along.
They may lose, but we'll be more creative.
Yeah, that's right. Well, at least be able to point you in hopefully the right direction if we can't find it ourselves. You've heard our opinion. Most important opinion is yours. Hopefully you're playing it right now. This early pick 5 pull already near $250,000. Move it into line for race number 1 here at Aqueduct, where our favorite remains Current Climate with that huge drop in class moving in right there, but it's not won in over 2 years. And then Problematica with the drop in class, our second choice at 8-5. Let's go up to track announcer Chris Griffin live on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. It's the first from Aqueduct.
All set. And they're off at Aqueduct. Bit of a bobble after the start from My First Love. The speed is to the inside from Bright Kohana. Takes it right to Current Climate in between horses, 3 wide. Problematica. So these 3, they joust early for that early supremacy. And Bright Kohana with a neck in front. In between horses still, Current Climate and Ruben Silvera applying the pressure, 3 wide. There is Problematica, and they continue to go quickly up the backstretch with 4 furlongs left to go. Open Soul Autism is at the back end of the field with My First Love. Problematica is in front. Edgard Zayas and Problematica up by a full length. Now re-rallying Current Climate. Switches to the outside. Is now going to chase that leader. My First Love is warming to the task. Is in behind the leaders as well with an all-in Open Soul Autism. Dropping back was Bright Kohana to be the trailer. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Edgard now looked over his shoulder. Confident ride so far to the top of the stretch. But here comes Current Climate down the center of the racetrack. And Current Climate is sprinting away. A furlong left to go. And Current Climate now pouring it on. It's Current Climate approaching the final 16th. Battling there for second, My First Love. Back to third is Problematica. Current Climate wins the opener. My First Love second, Problematica. Open Soul Autism in 1 minute 12.45 seconds.
The 8-year-old mare finally getting back to the winner's circle.
Yeah, and Ruben Silvera aggressive early, but when they wanted to sort of speed it up, he let the others go, waited behind and got it done. I believe Ruben is going to Woodbine to ride. Somebody just told me. I'm not confirming that. I'm a fan of Ruben. I like him as a rider. I think he's ridden well here. Obviously, it's tough. The big guns coming back to town. It's tough to get the business. But one thing about Ruben, you get a good hard ride every time. If you've got a horse with speed, he's aggressive, and I think that's all you can ask from a rider.
And taking a look down the stretch here as Current Climate tries to draw away, and you get a bit of a price there for second with the 2 at 8-1. 3, 2, 4, 5 is the order of finish. 3, 2, 4, 5 is the order of finish. And for those of you keep track of who's claimed out of here, we have the 2, 3, and 4 being claimed out of this race. But no doubt about your winner, it's Current Climate going on to a clear win. So we have an 8-year-old mare taking the first at Aqueduct, and yesterday at Oaklawn Park, we ended up having the 7-year-old White Abario get the win there. Nice to see experience doing well. Former New Mexico governor, the late Bill Richardson, also served at the United Nations, once said, "When did experience become a liability?" It's not. It's a good thing. Just see White Abario. We'll talk about his amazing win in the Oaklawn Park Handicap yesterday when we return on America's Day at the Races.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as live coverage continues from here at Oaklawn Park. Welcome to the infield where we are here. Maggie Wolfendale along with Richard Migliori. And Mig, it was the scene of the biggest race to date of 2026. We saw the comeback and returns of Horse of the Year Sovereignty, as well as his main rival in journalism. But in the end, it would be the venerable veteran, the 7-year-old White Barrio.
Incredible. The Breeders' Cup Classic winner was actually, taking a back seat to the two upstarts, if you will. But such talented racehorses. Journalism was certainly, Sovereignty was certainly the story with journalism. But White Barrio, not surprising he won, was a little surprised at how the race wound up shaking out, though. I thought he would take them gate to wire. But the fact that Irad called an audible, Irad Ortiz, and backed out of the pace stool, I thought was brilliant.
Well, so did you, so did Irad, I think was caught off guard. So let's go back to the race and take a look at the start, where we see Sovereignty just break sharp because he's so fresh. And Junior Alvarado said, I didn't ask him, but I also didn't want to take anything away from him either.
Yeah, you can see, keep your eye on Junior's hands. He's just very quiet. He's not wrestling with his horse. He's not grabbing him, but he's not asking him either. But he's also caught in a bit of a tough position. He's got journalism to his outside. He's got White Barrio to his inside. He can't take back at that point. So he just has to keep his position, his hands down. And Irad recognizes, wait, they're putting more pressure on than I anticipated. Looks over, sees journalism outside of Sovereignty, and he goes, you know what? I'll let him do the dirty work. Let him go engage him. And you even saw Irad take that peek over his right shoulder, kind of clocking where everybody else was so that he could get out into the clear when he wanted to. It was brilliant.
Let's talk a little bit about journalism, too, who did act up in the gate prior to them opening the doors. Was he a little too keyed up? Was he too keen? Or was Jose, recognizing the fact that I don't want to let Sovereignty go here?
Yeah, I think it was more that. He did bubble over in the gate, and I think that's just nervous energy, right, that kind of came to the surface. I also thought he maybe resented the handler in the gate a little bit and kind of fought with him a touch. But you've got the horses to beat around you. Are you going to give him a free ride? I think he was forced as well at that point. But he was forced because of Irad Ortiz's brilliance, easing back out of what potentially could have been a even faster pace, and they would have had a kind of keeping the pressure on him. Maybe it wouldn't have mattered the way he drew off. He was just pretty strong.
It's funny in hindsight, I think White Barrio could have won with the lead if, those two horses didn't decide to go. But I also think that this trip that he got yesterday is his preferred running style, having a target, tipping out and kicking on. Honestly, it's the ideal trip for any racehorse.
Yeah, but you could see the difference too, right? He was traveling well, saving that ground, but when he got in the clear, it was almost like he blew up.
Yeah.
He got even more confident. And, there was so many little subtle brilliance moments with this ride. Irad breaking as sharp as he did, floating off the rail. That makes other riders have to make decisions right away. You want to make your rivals have to think and make moves, and this was a chess match.
You mentioned the time. This was the fastest time since Cigar won the Oaklawn Handicap in this race. Back in 1995, he went 147.22. Yesterday, they went 147.49. That did earn White Barrio his fastest Beyer speed figure to date with a 111.
111 Beyer, that's real racehorse kind of time. To even, be in the same proximity as a legend like Cigar says a lot. And listen, Sovereignty and journalism can certainly move forward off that race. It was a taxing kind of effort. I don't think either one of them were embarrassed by any means, although you definitely come away with the distinct feeling that maybe Sovereignty just got the measure of journalism.
Yeah, in the end, I think you can say that Sovereignty is just a touch better.
Yeah.
And he really galloped out. I think a race is truly what he needed, and it sounds like they are on to Kentucky, eyeing the Stephen Foster for Sovereignty.
Yeah, looking at the Stephen Foster for him. But, listen, the fact that this matchup took place so early in the year, I think bodes well, because I do think we're going to get to see them more than a few times square off. At least I really hope so, because the atmosphere, the excitement level here with these kind of horses squaring off, that's what this game is about, and I think that's what will help attract new people to the game.
It does sound like the Met Mile could be on the cards for journalism in his next start. Don't know where White Barrio is going, but Safi, what a season here at Oaklawn he has had.
He really has. And, you know, the way Skippy Longstocking won the Essex, you might have thought he might have came back for this. Well, Sappy had a plan with White Barrio, and he executed it perfectly. And I'd be honest with you, he moves me. You could see how much he puts into his horses and how much emotion's involved.
And as we welcome in Megan Burgess to the show, Meg, you know, Safi said to you how much work this horse takes to get him right, to get him at his best, and really credited his entire team for the victory yesterday.
That's right, Maggie. And he's also a horse in White Barrio who he thrives not doing too much, not being over the top in his work, in his morning drills. He was up against a way overmatched foe in the lead up to the Oaklawn Handicap with that aforementioned 111 Beyer speed figure. He ran an incredible race. Kudos to the connections. But I do want to talk a little bit about Sovereignty as he earned a 108 Beyer speed figure. He has not been raced since last August. That was just one digit below the 109 Beyer speed figure he earned in his Grade 1 Belmont Stakes victory. I mean, you cannot ask for more from Sovereignty, put in a fresh tactical position he's never run in before, setting that fast pace. And of course, a fast race, it's come up one of the fastest ever run of the Oaklawn Handicap. So this is just a starting point for Sovereignty. It's going to be, to me, very tough to get around him as he continues to improve Maggie throughout his 4-year-old campaign.
We are all looking forward to seeing what Sovereignty does next. It definitely looked as though he came back in fine fettle despite suffering that defeat. And Meg, as far as White Barrio, you could say that he's bred to do this. His sire, Race Day, won the Oaklawn Handicap back in 2015.
Following the footsteps of his dad, that's a pretty cool thing. And I don't think anybody should be embarrassed by their effort yesterday, the top three. I mean, obviously, Sovereignty and journalism should improve off of that. And there's no shame in losing. The shame is not showing up and competing. And the fact that these connections were so sporting that they weren't ducking each other, and we need more of that.
And talking with Bill and the entire Godolphin team, they seem pretty pleased. Of course, they wanted to win, but they were pleased with the effort that Sovereignty put in, having not raced since last year's Travers. But as we get it back up to New York with Todd and Andy, it was everything it was billed to be yesterday's Oaklawn Handicap, guys.
Yeah, and as pointed out, this is just the beginning of the year.
I agree, and I think the other thing that's nice about the race, and sort of Maggie's alluding to it, is good horses can run and lose and still run well. You know, I think sometimes we get way overly caught up in winning and winning streaks. Sovereignty's a terrific horse. To me, he didn't lose anything yesterday, and I don't think journalism lost anything yesterday as well. I think this is setting up to be a very terrific year of racing at the high level.
Well, let's remember, White Barrio lost to his stablemate, Skippy Longstocking. Is Skippy Longstocking the best horse in America?
No.
We do know that the most famous race in America is the Kentucky Derby. And you know what's better than one starter in the Kentucky Derby? How about two of them? Riley Mott knows what that's like. He's heading to Louisville with 2 shots at the most famous race in America. We'll discuss more of that when we return here on America's Day at the Races.
The classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
a warrior from the start. He's got grit, the kind champions are made of. In his biggest battles, he showed his mettle.
Sierra Leone is plugging in. Dornoch is coming back. Dornoch in the Remsen.
What separates the best isn't just talent, it's meeting the moment. A will to win, to scrap, and fight like your life depends on it.
Dornoch in an absolute thriller. Dornoch and Mind Frame. It will be Dornoch to win the Belmont Stakes.
Look your rival in the eye and say, not today.
And Dornoch stubborn. Dornoch wins the Haskell.
A world-class athlete made for the fight. That's Dornoch.
America's Day at the Races is brought to you by America's Best Racing. Make the sport easier to follow by exploring the stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Our first race complete of 8 races here at Aqueduct, and coming into the winner's circle, Andy, you were able to find this horse. Current climate at even money.
Nothing like smoking out an even money shot in a 5-horse field to really get your blood pumping, but an easy win getting it done, winning Moose Stables. And this horse will move on, as you mentioned. The 2, 3, and 4, the first 3 finishers, all claimed out of this race.
Current climate owned by Winnie Moose Stable. Dark Bay of Brown Mare by Raison d'Etat out of the Speightstown Mare Mullins Bay. I know, another Raison d'Etat
2
reference.
Raison d'Etat
What were the
mentions
chances?
in one day.
Bred by Calumet Farm in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Coming up next, race number 2 will take us on to the turf. The turf course is firm. Yeah, we got the gray cloudy skies. We had light showers, but we're still all good here. 6 furlongs on the outer turf. This for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. Scratch the also eligible, the main track only. Is the 6, My Magic Wand, the 7, Artemis Sound, and the 8, All Class. What do you see in the early wagering?
Well, I see Matarosa, who was the 8-5 money line favorite, is even money. I haven't looked at doubles to see how heavily this one expects to be favored. And, you know, you and I have some disagreements. I do not like packs on the turf. They rarely work, especially at least in New York. And I don't knock that she has good recent form, but I don't see her as a sprinter and think she is a very vulnerable favorite.
Matarosa, trained by Riley Mott, the son of Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, and making his own way. He has not 1 but 2 starters in this year's Kentucky Derby. Albus, who won the Wood Memorial here at Aqueduct, and then your Virginia Derby winner, Incredibolt. And we go back to the Wood Memorial. I thought it was a lot of courage here by Albus. And look, you want to talk about lightly raced coming to the Kentucky Derby. He had a nice effort down at Tampa Bay in his debut there, and then took another move forward here in the Wood Memorial.
No, his 3-year-old debut was a good race, and I guess this was his 4th career start, I want to say. And listen, he's a talented horse. What a great ride he got in this race, too, by the way. A great trip and a great ride. He's not fast enough to be competitive in the Derby, with all due respect. And I thought the Wood Memorial was maybe the most interestingly run and fun prep to handicap and watch, but it was also, let's be fair, we're homers, but it was the slowest prep, and I just don't think this horse is fast enough to be at the highest level. And I think Riley's very, very realistic, and he understands that both of his horses will have to get better to improve, but it's the right time to be getting better. And just the fact that Riley has 2 starters in the Derby, obviously he has huge experience working with his dad for all those years, but going out on his own a few years ago, having this kind of success, going to do wonders for his career, and it should. The guy is a very good trainer.
I think a lot of times we just got to concentrate on the fact they won the Wood Memorial. That's an accomplishment. That's a resume maker. But the other horse who won the Virginia Derby is Incredibolt. And Acacia, because of Riley Mott being the son of Bill Mott, there was a nickname given to Incredibolt early on. It was Little Sovereignty.
I'm sure that Riley would be very happy about that going into the Kentucky Derby, as with Otinho being out yesterday, Bill Mott's Chief Wallaby drawing in, so father 1, son 2 in this year's Kentucky Derby. But as far as Incredibolt winning the Virginia Derby last time out, he did so nicely. And both Incredibolt and Albus, owned by Pin Oak Stud, which has had a long relationship with Bill and a tremendous relationship with Riley as well. Mr. Jim Bernhardt passed away in November, and his wife Dana continuing it on. And right before even and after the Wood Memorial, Riley speaking with me and saying that it was just so special that both of his Derby horses this year are for Pin Oak and the relationship that they've had and been able to carry on. So Incredibolt doing very well too. I think that the Virginia Derby was a very smart placement for that horse and getting him a spot into the Kentucky Derby, and we'll see if both of those can take a step forward at the right time. But very excited to see a young trainer and a good friend doing really well leading into the first Saturday in May. And as far as Riley's horse in here, the number 2, Moderosa, as she does cut back in distance, she is the half sister to a horse that I know quite well in Roses for Deborah, who was a fantastic turf sprinter. So I'm guessing on the pedigree that is why we do see her cutting back in distance. She looks nothing like Roses for Deborah. Not only was Roses a gray, but she was more of a broad kind of sprinter tank type of build, whereas Moderosa is much more streamlined. She's very elegant in the way that she's put together, but she's built more like a miler than a sprinter. She's incredibly fit coming in. She does have the pedigree for it, and she does have a bit of natural speed. She did win sprinting on synthetic, at least back in 2024. So we'll see what the cutback in distance does for her. But looking at her in the flesh, I would have liked to see her still going a bit longer. Todd?
Call for riders up here in race number 2 at Aqueduct. And the first horse we're going to see in the post parade is our second choice in the wagering. That is the one Sporting Lady. Too many seconds for me.
Yeah, the best race she's ever run on the turf was her last turf race in November at Laurel. But overall, I don't know if she's fast enough to win here. But this is a very, very funny race because I don't think there's anybody. They're making the 2 a big favorite. I don't feel like she's the horse to beat. I don't know who the horse to beat is in here.
And we have a difference in opinion about turnbacks from route races on the turf to sprints on the turf. But I'm with you. This horse is getting over bet at 3-2.
Yeah, I just don't. I mean, she's got the one decent fig going along at Gulfstream. I don't trust her sprinting, and I don't know how good she is.
If this race were 2 years ago, you would jump all over the 6-1 of Ms. Big Bucks.
Yeah, yes, I would. But as you point out to me, her last good form was a long time ago. Having said that, at 6-1 for a horse who's run some very good races, I'm not going to argue with somebody who wants to bet her.
Here's a horse that has some fantastic turf pedigree, especially when you look at the dam side. Dynaformer, Roman Grace, betting on the come here, stepping on the turf.
I'm hoping she's the true speed of the speed in this race, and and Raylu just sends her. I trust Amelia Green, enough turf pedigree for me to bet a few bucks in a price.
So Sophia, that's what I'm banking on. I think she's faster than what her last races show.
Yeah, I mean, what you're relying on, and it's a very fair point, is that her last race is not indicative of how much speed she has, and with Edgar Zaya, she can be forward, and I think there's a case to be made there. Because, listen, I guess just to go back a little bit, the case for the one Sporting Lady is this. She's always been really a turf horse, and her form on the dirt recently is her best form, and she's improved. My argument with that would be, well, back in May of 25, she ran a 79 Beyer, finished second in a maiden race in the dirt. So maybe she's really a dirt horse that's been running on the turf too much, and the dirt is really her preferred surface.
Okay, you're going a little back. Let's go way back. Let's hop in the way back machine, go back to 2024. And this is October of 2024. Belmont on Aqueduct, October 19th. And on this day, Ms. Big Bucks makes it back-to-back wins.
This isn't even as far back as I've gone. I think I showed a replay from 2022 earlier this week.
You did, actually.
The horse did win, so I just want to point that out. Listen, this is the good Ms. Big Bucks. This is her winning on October 19th, 2024. Michelle Nevin, who, if you watch the show, you know that I am maybe her biggest fan. I think she's sensational, but she's a trainer that often her horses need a race off the layoff. Now, she did run a few months ago. That was when Rick took her down to Florida because Michelle wasn't down there. She's good enough to win, but you just wonder a little with the layoff. But having said all of that, she does have front bandages, but she's run okay with fronts before. She's 7-1 in this race.
But don't you think, I know there's certain barns, I kind of would throw Michelle Nevin in there. Wouldn't they be getting play?
Yeah, probably, but you know, I'm going to go with another premise in this race.
Okay.
This race is being completely misbet. I think the 2 is a horrible favorite. I think the 1 is a somewhat dubious second choice. They might run 1-2. I'm not going to be surprised. You and I had a very funny thing. You and I picking the race in a 5-horse field. We put up 4 picks. Neither one of us had the other one's top choice in the top 4. I think the one that made a bigger mistake was probably me. I think after you talked about your horse, the 5, I realized she's a lot more interesting than I may have given her credit for.
Well, it is a race that we need every edge we can get, and that edge comes in the form of Acacia.
Best, but I agree. I think that you can genuinely make a case for every single one of the horses in here, and I really don't have any big issues with any of them, but I am most intrigued by Miss Big Bucks. I've always had a bit of a soft spot for her, and I understand that the big time away from the races is a concern, and she came back last time out going the 5 furlongs at Gulfstream, and if you've ever watched those turf sprint races down in South Florida, they're a beast unto their own, and she was kind of mid-pack, then shuffled back to last and tipped out trying to make a run. That's never the type of trip that you really want, going 5/8 down there on that turf course, and especially for a horse off of the kind of layoff that she was coming into that race. She is a big burly individual. She's always been that way, so I imagine she probably really needed a race from a fitness standpoint as well. She warmed up so beautifully out there, though. I really liked what I saw from her. I don't know if she still has that form in her. It's a big guess, but at a little bit of a price, I'd be willing to take a shot. The number 4, Roman Grace, as Todd pointed out, there is enough pedigree to suggest she should handle the turf, and she actually does have a bit of a flatter turf hoof on her. She, too, got a big warm-up out there, but she looked better when she got out on the track versus back in the paddock area. She really kind of puffed herself up and extended herself nicely. Had a couple of siblings that won on the grass. I like the progeny of Munnings sprinting on the turf, an intriguing new face as well in a wide-open race.
Fantastic work, Acacia.
You know, there are races like a 5-horse field in the first race where the 3 and 4 look like the only 2 horses and the 3 won easily. I think this is a 5-horse field where you can make a case for every single horse in this race. So there are, you know, you could have this field and add 3 no-hopers in there and have a bigger field. Obviously, we don't love smaller fields, but I think in this particular case, there's a lot of stuff going on in here, and enough you can say about everybody in this race, positively and negatively, to make it an interesting betting races. And for me, and a little bit for you as well, we both think the 1 and 2 are not particularly great at short prices.
That's why we have the racetrack axiom, small field, big price. It is post time for race number 2 at Aqueduct, live here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
And they're off. Squeezed at the start there was Monterosa's going to be the early trailer. Speed to the outside from Sophia in the early mix is up by 3/4 of a length, and front running Edgard Zayas, and Sophia from the outside draw gets over to the rail. Tapping on the brakes in behind is Ms. Big Bucks is now under a tight hold there in the pink cap. Progressing there in between horses comes Roman Grace. Center of the course, Monterosa is on the move after being squeezed at the start, is rushing up into the turn, is a touch wide, and the trailer, Sporting Lady. 23.60, the opening quarter mile, they've got to catch Sophia is up by a half length, and Monterosa is now within range, is only a head back in second, starts to loom up on the outside. Sporting Lady is following her move. At the rail, Ms. Big Bucks has asked for her full effort, and the trailer, Roman Grace. They haven't caught Sophia, who's gutting it out towards the inside. Sophia's still got more. Monterosa now ready to roll on by, and here comes Sporting Lady trying to pounce too. It's Monterosa who's in front. Sporting Lady is now the main danger. Monterosa, Sporting Lady, these two down the line together. Monterosa, Sporting Lady, Monterosa wins it. Monterosa over Sporting Lady, then came Sophia and Ms. Big Bucks in 1 minute 9.57 seconds.
For trainer Riley Mott, it's Monterosa, and when you're coming out of that many route races into a sprint on the turf and you break sharp, you're going to be tough to beat.
But she didn't even break that sharply, and she actually chased outside this race. It was a very slow first quarter. She was best. I mean, I didn't like her. I would have booked the 1-2 exacta box. I didn't like this horse, but I was dead wrong. She was much the best in here. You had a very good idea with the 5. It just wasn't good enough.
No,
you know, you thought
got everything I wanted.
You thought that she was the speed. I didn't see it. You were right. She went to the front end. She has absolutely no excuse. She didn't get it done. But you know what? It's a lot easier when you bet horses and they lose, and you say, you know what? These weren't good enough. I tried the 4. She's not a turf horse. She was awful in here. And the 2, Monterosa, ended up second choice. She was best, and she won.
Also, you shouldn't be booking exacta boxes. Only book one way or the other. That's dangerous.
I'm looking for action. You're an action guy. Are you kidding? Who
We'll
you
come
lying
back
to
with
here?
more action at Aqueduct, but the action takes us now to Hot Springs, Arkansas. Let's rejoin our coverage on site there, anchored by Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Todd. And we are ready for a post parade for our opener here at Oaklawn. Richie, we'll begin with your favorite flying private.
And should be well placed from the inside, dropping slightly down in class.
Thought this horse was a little interesting from Macan Cantamasi after party.
Yeah, turning back in distance and also getting down to this 12-5 level.
Here is Denali Lightning, the gray, almost white horse.
Yeah, it has speed, though, and showed improved speed last time to break maiden for 25.
Turn back here for number 4, Tis Happy.
Yeah, this horse confuses me a little. Shows speed on turf, but no speed on dirt. Maybe just the wrong surface.
Air Raid, another turn back, though. This one for Meet's leading trainer, Steve Asmussen.
And also dropping down. I'm hoping this horse can stay a little bit closer. I think that's how this horse will be effective.
Speaking Loud's a big price.
Big price, rightfully so. Going to have to find a race we haven't seen.
Off the maiden score in last December's complete overhaul.
Yeah, the Asmussens for the Ackley brothers. Got an interesting fact about them, but this horse ran rather nicely. Middle moved and continued to break his maiden.
And here is Boat to round out the field, putting the blinkers back on today.
And I think the outside post could aid this horse. Walter De La Cruz, you know, when you handicap jockeys, he's a guy that puts horses in the game. This horse adds blinkers. Look for Boat to be closer to the pace than he has been in the last few starts.
We are 2 minutes out from race 1. We check in with Megan, who's trackside.
Thank you, Maggie. And we'll start with your favorite to the inside, the number 1 Flying Private, who I believe two-back was well positioned to break the maiden for $25,000. Is this horse will continue to try to take on winners and pivoting downwards in this 12-5 non-winners of 2 from the $16,000 non-winners of 2 first off the freshening last time out, where this horse was a bit green in spots, kind of hung on the left lead, chased 3 wide, did show some speed, and I find is well positioned in this spot where there's not a horse in this spot that has a one per se, an outright controlling leader. So hopefully it will be forwardly placed as the Long Wiggins barn looks to get the first win of the meeting. This is a bigger, taller individual who I presumed would appreciate the distance in the past that he's been given, but they keep him here at the 6 furlongs. Should be sharp for the task and hopefully forwardly meant. I took a little bit of a shot against this horse, though, with the number 5 Air Raid for Steve Asmussen. Like this horse cutting back in distance is just looking at him. He's a shorter made, compact individual. He looks like this is what he wants to do. And I'm hoping that Keith can get him a little bit more engaged and forward because of the lack of speed in this spot now, pivoting downwards as well. The same kind of pivot your favorite is partaking in. A little bit of a layoff runner. I shouldn't say a little bit, a pretty significant layoff. And the number 7 Complete Overhaul, who we haven't seen since December. That was at Remington Park. Now this colt only raced once, gets the Lasix for the first time. Steve Asmussen knows how to get horses fit off of the bench, but this horse in particular, I do wish looked a bit more tucked up and was questioning if this horse likely needed the start against winners. Maggie?
Good stuff there, Meg. Does take that drop, as we often say. You break your maiden in a maiden claimer, usually worth half of whatever you won for in that maiden claimer.
Yeah, and I think that's a very good rule of thumb. And, you know, Steve isn't the winningest trainer in North American history by not being completely honest with himself about where his horses need to run to be successful.
And he is owned, though, by the Ackerley brothers. Talk a little bit about their history in this game.
Well, they have helped launch 2 Hall of Fame careers. They owned the first graded stakes winner that Steve Asmussen ever trained in Valid Expectation, and the first graded stakes winner that Todd Pletcher ever trained in Jersey Girl. So, you know, really kind of identifying young, talented horsemen on their way up.
That's really cool. As looking to complete overhauls outside Boat, we're going to take a look back to his last race, which wasn't that long ago. It was actually last week. Here on April 10th, does come off the claim for new trainer in Tony Rengstorff. Does have blinkers, though, or I should say puts them back on.
Yeah, puts the blinkers back on. That quick turnaround that you talked about, just this effort was on April 10th. Here we are, April 19th, so 9 days ago. But, you know, sometimes a trainer will run a horse back because, well, they're doing well off the other trainer's training, just don't have to do really anything with them, put them back in. And I just think the blinkers going back on is going to give this horse a little bit more speed just to get a little more forward.
Number 2, After Party, I was mentioning, I think he deserves a look because he hasn't been sprinting on a fast track in a while, and they were by far his best efforts. Last time, he acted up in the gate, going a mile, the After Party, and yes, you could be reticent to take him because his last 2 efforts were terrible, and it's been a while since he's run a good race, but maybe this is just what he wants to do.
Yeah, he's also making his second start for Merkan Kantamachi. Had a tough meet here, but sometimes the trainer gets familiar with a horse. They figure some things out.
Let's get Matt his first win here at the meeting. After Party goes in line along with the rest of the field as we head up to Matt Dinnerman for your call of the opener here at Oaklawn.
Good luck. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Oaklawn Park, having to steady at the break and away a little bit sluggishly was Speaking Loud. Denali Lightning on the lead early, Flying Private just a nose behind right there to the inside, holds the rail spot. After Party running in third with Tis Happy and Boat, who's deep on the course, and now 5 runners are within 2 lengths of one another. There's a big gap of 8 to Air 8. Complete overhaul at the back of the field, Speaking Loud alongside. Approaching the far turn run, it's Flying Private. Narrowly ahead, Denali Lightning, the big long shot, is the presser going into the turn. Now Boat is 4 wide, After Party 3 deep, and those 2 are just 3 parts of a length behind the top pair rounding the turn here. They've opened up about 5 lengths on the 5th place horse. Tis Happy has lost position. Speaking Loud is out of last, trying to make a move from there. Air 8 down on the rail is saving ground coming off the turn, and then Complete Overhaul, who is well behind down the stretch. Still a battle on the lead here. Flying Private has lost the lead. After Party's kicking on with it. Boat's alongside. Denali Lightning sticking around. Air 8 right behind that trio with about a 16th to go. It's After Party who has a clear lead. Flying Private is re-rallying now up the inside, and Air 8 finds room, punches forward like a rocket, and once he found room, it was over. Air 8, Keith Asmussen with a big burst late. After Party was second. Flying Private third. Boat fourth.
Running up on heels until about the 16th pole, Meg, was Air 8. He was able to find the seam very late in the game, but boy, did he have horse all the way till then.
He's just looking for a seam just off of heels. Where's the spot going to come? There's just enough room as the gray horse, the 3 horse, starts to slide back, and he fills in that spot, and he was able to accelerate. Nice to see a horse on the dirt be able to accelerate like that, Maggie. I was having a little post-traumatic stress of driving from Belmont over to Aqueduct.
Oh, don't even get me started.
Belt Parkway traffic there.
You know you're a good driver when you can drive the Belt Parkway. That's all I will say.
I've driven with you from Belmont to Aqueduct, and you negotiated pretty well.
Thanks. As we'll check out the wonderful drone view that we have. Look, he's following the gray horse. He's following the 2 horse, and they're not going anywhere until right about here. The gray horse drops back. He finds a seam. The 2 drifts over a bit.
Yeah, he needed that gray horse to kind of back out of that spot to create enough room, because there wasn't enough room for 2 horses to fit in there without maybe making some contact. But talk about a patient ride and some daring do to find the seam.
5, 2, 1, 8 unofficially here in the opener at Oaklawn. And, you know, the Oaklawn Handicap was spectacular. But we also had some pretty interesting races for the middle jewel of the Triple Crown. We saw the Bathhouse Row as well as a Federico Tessio. Both horses Triple Crown nominated and possibly on their way to the Preakness. We'll talk about Taj Mahal and Crupper after the break.
as they turn for home. Taj Mahal, Wild Warrior is 6 lengths behind in second. Valentine trying to reach and shifting in just a tad. Let's Go Lando down to the inside. A fully driven Taj Mahal. He poured it on from the start, and they're just not going to cash him in the Federico Tessio Stakes. Taj Mahal rolling home, and Sheldon Russell posing for the picture.
If you were with us yesterday on America's Day at the Races, you saw not one, but 2 races that led to spots for the second jewel in horse racing's Triple Crown, the Preakness. But this was the most impressive winner of the 2 races. It was your winner of the Federico Tessio, Taj Mahal.
This was a very impressive win. He got a 90 or 91 buyer, and I love the ride by Sheldon Russell. You know, he knew I can't fool around from the outside post. I've got to go, and he went maybe even a little too fast that first quarter to establish the lead and just dominate. And it's funny because it's the SF Racing. You probably identify the Silks and company. There's about 27 different owners, and they're good horses, as people realize. Normally end up with Bob Baffert, and occasionally Brittany Russell will get some overflow horses. Horses don't do as well. Bob Baffert probably watched that race yesterday and said, I wouldn't mind having that one in my barn. And if you want a price horse right now that I wouldn't say is the most ridiculous horse to get a piece of the Preakness, Taj Mahal is that horse.
Already thinking about the second jewel of the Triple Crown, and of course the final jewel will be the Belmont Stakes and the Belmont Festival. But we still have to get to the Kentucky Derby, and as we said, there was another spot yesterday in the Bathhouse Row where Donnie von Himmel got that win there, and whether or not he goes to the Preakness is still up for debate. Let's return to Oaklawn Park once again. Maggie and Richie.
Yeah, Todd, I got that impression when speaking with Donnie after the win by Crupper in the Bathhouse Row. Now, I agree with Andy. I think Taj Mahal, of the 2 qualifiers yesterday, is the one you want, because I also feel as though having some experience over the Laurel surface does count for something. But Crupper, as an individual, I thought put in the best performance of his career today.
I think he's that perfect example when we talk about these young horses developing, right, getting better. You had made the comment pre-race just how he's come together as, you know, physically and looks so good. I liked his tenacity. I like the fact that he met challenges and seemingly was going to fend off anybody he could see. Now, there's a late rally on the far outside, but I think he was doing what he needed to do to keep the horse, the 6-horse, just off of him here, right?
Exactly, and it's not like they went particularly slow up front. It was honest fractions. It wasn't too fast, but it was honest. And the horse that was, you know, kind of pressuring the whole way didn't really finish. So I thought, you know, he kind of fended off waves of challengers throughout the race.
Yeah, he did. He was the last man standing in a barroom brawl. Everybody kind of took their shot, and he just kept fending everybody off. This is a nice effort. Good-looking horse, too, as well. And Donnie von Himmel is one of those older school, practical horsemen. And he isn't going to go to a Preakness unless he absolutely believes he belongs there.
100%, obviously. Maybe not the most well-known name, but Kayla's Posse obviously comes to mind.
Clever Trevor. Runner-up in the Travers to Easy Goer. I mean, he knows his way around a good horse.
Exactly. And he's had a lot of work with this one's family, the son of Candy Ride. The Dam, she's all in, a Greatest Stakes winner, trained by Donnie.
Yeah, and I like when you see, you know, these horsemen have generations of families. I'm sure it gives them really great insight. I think of Shug McGahee a lot with the Phipps horses, because they know the little idiosyncrasies, the peculiarities that are basically handed down generation to generation.
And know how to work with them to get the most successful results. As we need to give you the prices from our opener here. It was air rate. Literally kind of aerated the field. Finally, when he got through, he exploded through there for Steve Asmussen, who is the owner and trainer, and guided to victory by Keith.
Yeah, and you can see, right, he comes to these horses with momentum, but he's got a flying wedge, a moving wedge of horses. That's 4,000 pounds of horse flesh in front of him there. Where's he going to go? He's searching. Going to come out. No, the horse outside's got the block on him. Here's my out. The gray horse slides away, and I can assume his spot. Rare, though, to get this kind of acceleration from a horse on the dirt.
He was actually your 3rd choice. Well done by you and Meg. Over After Party at 9-1, and then one of the 2 favorites, Flying Private, rounding out your trifecta. Those are, I should say, the prices for your opener here at Oaklawn. We have so much more to come here on the card, but for now, we'll get it back to Aqueduct with Todd and Andy.
Wow, how about this for Sunday music? Some smooth, it's like cool jazz, smooth vocals. Well done, A1. And well done to Mata Rosa. Are you willing to change your position on playing horses, turning back out of route races to sprint races on the turf?
No.
You're not?
No. But
All
this
right,
horse,
well, the percentage just got better.
Got better, for sure. Listen, I agree. And not only that, I didn't like this horse. This horse was best. I mean, she, didn't break that well, had to rush up a little bit wide. The pace was very moderate. And she proved best here, the one every chance to catch her and just not able to get it done. But much the best for Riley Mott, who's got a big couple of weeks coming up. And
I feel like I'm watching late night Cinemax with this music. Just very laid back. And
you're a big late night Cinemax guy. You want to talk about that?
TMI,
you didn't even know Ugly George was.
Stop. Race number 2 at Aqueduct. Congratulations and connections to Mata Rosa, owned by DeSales 85, trained by Riley Mott. Did you hear? He's got 2 horses in the Derby. Manny Franco aboard, a bay mare by Palace Malice out of the Bernardini mare. Central Rose was bred by Blackstone Farm in the state you have a friend, or the Keystone State, Pennsylvania. Looking ahead to race number 3, we're going to come back to the main track, 7 furlong optional claiming event, and you were not big on the favorite here. We expect Galinda to be a solid favorite come post time, and that's happening even money right now.
Yeah, I'm going to try to beat her. I'm not against her, but I'm going to try to beat her. I'm going to bet the 1 current yield.
Am I done? Is Greg Wolf coming in next?
You're done for now. You'll be back later. But we're done together. This is the end of our relationship on this visit.
I just noticed they changed up the music. I was making everyone very uncomfortable there. Now they've gone to no music. But you'll have expert analysis from here on out. Coming up next, Greg Wolf joins the set here at Aqueduct to race number 3 ahead. We also got the 2nd at Oaklawn. Andy Serling continues on. More ahead on America's Day at the Races.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
It's a perfectly timed sale. When you're racing in a place like Keeneland, it gets everybody's adrenaline pumping, and then to be able to transfer that adrenaline right down into the sales environment.
Sales a great addition, I think, to the end of the meet. Everyone's want to participate, so it's fun to pick up a horse.
It's a great sale to find a horse with potential.
Got to see them on the track and see how they perform.
Really kicking off Derby week. Welcome you to the April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale. Good to have you back with us.
First again and again and again. First mission, 4 graded stakes. He made finishing first his mission, and all with big buyers. Now he's a Darley Stallion, and breeders are falling in love with him. Here's fabled horseman John Williams.
First mission is an eyeful. He's beautifully balanced, and I love the way he uses himself as he moves.
Come to see First Mission and tell us your first impression. Consider it your mission.
And the runners have now reached the starting gate. It's post time for the Oaklawn Handicap. 2 back, Sovereignty. That's journalism acting up at the starting gate. And we're off in the Oaklawn Handicap. The big 3, White Barrio, Sovereignty, Journalism, They all broke smoothly out of their post positions as they go into the first turn. Sovereignty fresh off that 8-month break, and he's in front now. White Abario's second right behind him, and he's tracking Sovereignty. So Sovereignty, an unexpected pacemaker here. We've got a horse of the year inside of a multiple grade 1 winner, Journalism, and the two runners squaring off in the lead with White Abario creeping in right behind. Publisher in fourth. He's 5 lengths off the pace with 5/16 to go. Here we go. Sovereignty on the inside. Journalism right there perched to his outside, and White Abario in with a good chance. 3 wide as they come off the turn here. Sovereignty on the inside. Journalism. White Abario confidently handled by Irad Ortiz, and he goes for the lead now. Sovereignty has given way to second. Journalism third. 16th to go. It's White Abario's win. It's his Oaklawn Handicap, and White Abario, an awesome champion, a veteran of the game. How cool is he? White Abario defeats Sovereignty and Journalism in an epic Oaklawn Handicap.
I thought I was going to be on the lead, but honestly, when I see Sovereignty broke that sharp, and I see Journalism on Saturday, he don't going to let him walk. It's going to be a match race, so I probably get advantage of it. I don't want in a good position inside of them, so I take my time and go to plan B, work out beautiful.
Proud of the horse. There's not much more you can say, but it just shows you when you have a special horse, to do it from 2 to 7. Thank God.
Get outside of horses.
Jubilant Saffie Joseph Jr., a throwback performance from the elder statesman in a race that was billed as the showdown. The return these 4-year-old debuts from the 2 horses who swept last year's Triple Crown. Greg Wolf stepping in for Todd Trupp with Andy Serling. Race that lived up to expectations, didn't play out early on the way we expected, or really in the end either.
Yeah, it's funny because the people who liked White Abario thought he would wire the field, and that's a perfectly valid way to look at the race. It's not like he didn't go. I think Irad went a little bit. The others just went a little bit faster, and he ended up falling into an absolutely perfect trip. Listen, White Abario, on occasion, not with the consistency you want to see from good horses, but does run big races. And we saw Saffie Joseph with that sort of otherworldly performance win the Apple Blossom last week with Claret Beret. Clearly his horses are running very well at Oaklawn, and he ran the highest buyer figure he's ever run, a 111. I kind of want to see it again. But he got it done, and he deserves all the credit for that. I don't believe that either Sovereignty or Journalism lost anything in defeat. I think, you've got White Abario, who had 2 races this year, was obviously training up to this race. This was his big race, where the other 2 are just getting started. I think we've seen the start of what's going to be a very, very good year at the highest level in racing with the older horses and the 3-year-olds as well.
Yeah, important point is you see that resume. It's been pretty incredible what White Abario has accomplished in his career. Over $8.4 million in earnings. Starting point. Bill Mott said it before coming into this race. As excited as everyone is, this was a race to get him started. 8.5 months away for Journalism. 5.5 months away. You would assume they're going to get a lot better as we go on.
I agree, and they both ran solid figures in here. They're very good horses, and I think sometimes people get way too caught up in winning and losing. And yes, there are times you need to win. This was not a race that either of them needed to win. I understand the feeling that Journalism, this was maybe his best opportunity to beat Sovereignty. I don't think Journalism ran badly in here. I think to say he ran badly is to not be paying attention to what happened out there. These are very good horses performing at an extremely high level.
And I just hope we get to see more of that and this rivalry continue. And let's keep White Abario in the mix as well. Race 3.
Throwing a little magnitude as well.
How about that? What a stacked older horse division we have in the sport this year. Race 3, 7 furlongs. This allowance optional claiming field, current yield dropping out of the busher.
I think she's going to step forward and run well here. Last time I thought she ran a little better than it looks in a tough spot just 4 weeks after breaking her maiden first out.
Bit of a big ask for My Lady Jabella.
I agree. Trainer change in here, but she's going to have to get a little faster.
Big effort in the mud for Hot Gossip last start.
I agree. The problem is it even good enough to win here? But I never want to discount Linda Rice, and she's a price if you like her.
Some ride coming out of a stake in Maryland.
She cuts back a little bit in distance, which may help her, so maybe she'll run better.
What in the world? 3-5 on Galinda.
I think that's ridiculous. And I think it's, maybe going back on Lasix is going to help her in this race. Wow. Having said that, Gold Rail win is dressed up 2 back, and I thought her last race very disappointing.
Yeah, several seem like they have a better chance off that last performance. Here's Pinky Breyer, 4-1.
She's a very generous price if you like her. I think one of the reasons the 5's a big favorite is the 5 and 6 look like the 2 that would take the bulk of the play, and I wonder if a lot of people are scared to bet the 6 claimed away from Brad Cox.
Well, 2 starts ago, it was a dominant performance in the Eastview from this filly right here. Galinda, 4-5 favorite. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And she does have to prove that she can get back on track. One thing I will say is I think that the slight turn back in distance will suit her. I know Jamie Rodriguez said last time out that he just felt that she just couldn't get the trip of the mile and started getting a bit tired, and you can see her strides shortening. But it was a disappointing effort, and the fact of the matter is that her Beyer speed figures have regressed in each subsequent start. So she does face open company in here, but coming out of a stakes race, and I do think getting Lasix will help her in this spot. I will say that she perked up a lot when she got out onto the track, and Jamie took her away from the pony for a warm-up. But I do think that she meets some nice horses in here. The number 1, Current Yield, I covered her debut down at Tampa, and she really impressed me that day. The horse that she beat came back to improve her Beyer speed figure 9 points in that subsequent race. And Andy, I know you've talked about this quite often, that sometimes, even on the dirt, those Tampa races can come up a bit slow as far as figures, but be better than they look. And I think that that's the case with this filly, who was not the quickest out of the gate last time out in the busher and went right up to the lead before flattening, and I thought did a bit of the dirty work that day. She warmed up beautifully, completely dappled from head to toe. She's always a horse that I've liked, and I think she too will appreciate the 7 furlongs. The 6, Pinky Breyer, I know that it could be a bit of a concern claiming away from Brad Cox, but Gustavo Rodriguez has had tremendous success with new claims, and this is a horse too that she has some natural speed to be able to get herself into the race, but she is not the best gate horse, especially looking at the Eastview 2 starts back when she was really awkward and got bumped back to last and didn't fire after that. Last time she was not the quickest out and kind of moved up before pulling away. While she was best in there, Purple Divine would come back to improve her figure 4 points in the subsequent start. I liked Pinky Breyer. I thought she's improved a lot, actually. I didn't see her last time, but she'd been a horse that seemed to get better with racing, and this is probably one of the better times that I've seen her appear prior to her race, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. Post time coming up. This starts the pick 6, and the public believes Galinda right now is a free square to make it almost a pick 5.
I picked her second. I'm in no way going to be surprised if she won. And I don't disagree with what Acacia said about the mile maybe being a bit far for her. Still, to regress as much as she did last time out with that 67 Beyer, I think that's a little bit concerning. And it's not as though the horse who beat her, who did get a very good trip, had run particularly fast races in the past. And the other problem is, while her maiden debut win was a fast, very good race, her next race on February 14th was one with the benefit of riding a very strong bias. So I don't think it's inconceivable to say that maybe that race got a Beyer figure as much as 10 points higher than you can reasonably expect for her to run because she was helped by the bias. And then she comes back with that effort. Now, having said that, 70 Beyer might win this race. And I picked a horse who's been demonstratively slower in her 2 races in Current Yield. I think Current Yield has some upside. I agree about the stuff, these Tampa maidens, we see these horses improve. You say, well, she didn't improve second time. She spent a lot of time on or near the rail in that race, and I don't think you wanted to be right on the rail that day at Aqueduct. Also, under the gun, in a tougher spot, going a mile, she outran Interstate Love Song, who's a very fast horse for Tom Morley. Now, I know she draws the rail again today, and I would really like her if she drew outside, but I think she lets Galinda go, and then Manny tries to sort of set up shop behind that one.
And then you got Pinky Breyer. She's won 4 of her last 6. She met Galinda. She got crushed by her when she did not get out clean and was not able to be as forward as she likes to be. Clean break, maybe a different story today?
I agree. The biggest concern with her is the trainer change. I'm not knocking Gustavo Rodriguez, but this is a very, very tough barn to claim from.
Was with Brad Cox. Couple of works since the claim. 7-2 outside on Pinky Breyer. There's the odds-on favorite, though. Galinda, 3-5. Back to 4-5, actually, here as we get set for race 3. Let's send it upstairs. Start of the pick 6. Here's Chris Griffin.
Breyer. Now goes in. All set. And they're off. Galinda broke beautifully towards the outside, but has company from Current Yield. At the rail, will apply some pressure, and Pinky Breyer to the outside is now going to be a close-up third. It's Galinda to lead the way. Jamie Rodriguez up by a half length, and now stretch out the margin. Pinky Breyer is going to stalk from second. Current Yield will sit right there in third. Progressing center of the racetrack comes Some Ride. Is tugging there at Ricardo Santana Jr. moving forward. Second to last is Hot Gossip and the Triller, My Lady Jabella. They're chasing Galinda, 23-4. A measured opening quarter for Galinda, who gets over to the rail, is well in control, is still up by a half length over Pinky Breyer. Current Yield has to pick things up for Manny Franco, still riding the rail here in third. Some Ride, more settled, is ranging up on the outside here. It's going to be 3 wide from the 4th spot as they're tightly packed in behind Galinda. Galinda still shows the way with a nose advantage. Pinky Breyer's been there the entire journey. Some Ride called upon. Down at the rail, Current Yield is looking for a seam too. The blue cap is Hot Gossip sitting in 5th. Far back, My Lady Jabella. Galinda trying to gut this out, 48.23 for that half-mile time. Pinky Breyer trying to pounce in the center of the racetrack. Some Ride is chasing them too. Pinky Breyer now wrestles the lead away, but Galinda keeps fighting on, and here comes Some Ride. Some Ride on the grandstand side, 3 of them across the track, and Galinda battles on. Galinda is all heart to the inside. Galinda won it. Galinda fights hard for the win over Pinky Breyer.
Galinda digs in and fights, and now 2 wins, 3 wins in 4 career starts here from Miguel Clement.
Yeah, it looked like she was going to get swallowed up in this race, and she does gut it out. She got away with a preposterously slow pace, and maybe the track's playing pretty slowly looking at that final time, but she gutted it out and got the job done.
She looked like she was in big-time trouble right about here.
I thought she looked like she was in trouble most of the way, other than the fact the fractions were so slow, but she does get it done. The others just couldn't get by her. I don't know if Current Yield is just not good enough, or maybe she had trouble finding acceleration down in the inside. We'll see. Hopefully she'll draw an outside post. She might just not be good enough.
Re-rallies, not quite to the extent that Taj Mahal did yesterday in the Federico Tessio. We'll have to talk about that at some point. Opened up 8 lengths a couple of different times on that field to earn a spot at the Preakness.
Good yesterday.
Yeah, very good. Galinda at 4-5 as we send it back to Hot Springs.
Here at Oaklawn, we are getting ready for our second race. They are on the track for this maiden 30. It's Maggie and Mig here on the desk, going 1 mile and a 16th. Meg will kick things off with number 1, Tiki Hut.
Who ran a really good race getting to the dirt for the first time last time, moves up in company, but I thought that race was very good.
Mark Cassey sending out Of All Things.
Should be forward, major player.
Number 3, On Ramp here for Cody Rosine.
Improved speed last time, couldn't see it out.
Flat Out Chrome stumbled pretty badly at the start in his last.
Yeah, and then did actually finish, ran on okay. Certainly could run better with a clean start.
Leafology went by, who we'll get to because she's a favorite. Number 7 is Rags.
Yeah, just really hasn't shown enough to endorse here.
First off, the claim here for Alan Milligan, adding blinkers, Dreaming of June.
It does have a couple races that would certainly put this filly in the frame, but the last couple seemed a little hungry to me.
Stretch Out here off the first try at 6, stepping up a little bit in class as she's the tall one.
Yeah, but I thought that was a pretty decent effort sprinting, and if she can improve on the stretch out, does not get the best post, though.
That is your field for today's second race as we head on over trackside to check in with Meg.
The last entrant, Maggie, for the Mark Cassey barn of such an incredibly memorable meet for their team in the number 2 Of All Things, a 29% clip when it's all said and done. We'll see if this increases that clip with the victory, as this horse makes a lot of sense to me in this spot, as this is this filly's third time stretching out on the dirt, as last time out, I'll say this, two back, she got the blinkers on. Last time out, she broke with speed early. She got a little bit keen and aggressive in the running of that race, and then it kind of kept up tracking. It wasn't a crazy fast pace. They were well clear up front in terms of being forward on that pace that day, and she did some good running. I just find that of the two likely favorites with the Brad Cox runner, I'll touch on briefly, I thought that this horse had a little bit more size and propensity to move forward here at this 1.16 distance. Quickly, though, the number 4, Flat Out Chrome, as this horse stumbled badly at the start last time out. She was left last, and she really made up some good solid ground, and she did some very nice running that day at 52-1. She looked strong. She did have an equipment adjustment that was announced overhead. They weren't happy with the girth that was adjusted, the girth on the saddle, so that was adjusted here in the paddock before she went out. She was the last to go out, but I do find her there at 11-1. If she can improve off of that effort, she's got some run in her. But the number 5, Leafology, taking a precipitous drop in class for Brad Cox, and he has gaudy numbers doing so. I just wonder with her, as she is stretching from the 6 furlongs to the 1.16 for the first time, she's a little bit more of a petite made filly. The Independence Hall progenies have been able to get some distance, and there is Dirt Route in the pedigree. Her second dam, Miss Wineshine, was actually a grade 1 placed runner and did so routing. So she's got some pedigree. She's actually last time out got a big warm up and really sharpened her up. It seems as though this time they're keeping her a little bit more calm, cool, and collected. I'm going with the number 2 in this spot, of all things, Maggie, but I thought this was a pretty interesting group considering the level.
Meg, thank you. Yeah, I thought there were many ways you could go in here, and great stuff by Meg saying this is actually the last runner for the Mark Casse barn, who'd had one heck of a winter here at Oaklawn.
What a tremendous meeting. He started off basically winning with every other starter he put on the racetrack, but maintained a high percentage throughout, and obviously was active in all of the major races.
Well done to his assistant, Caden Arthur, and the entire team. But I thought we did need to mention Leafology, who Meg was talking about. You know, she broke forwardly that day, and she just couldn't keep pace. And I could see what Meg's talking about. She looked awfully small and petite on the replay. So it's always a question mark of how far does a filly like this want to go. I mean, yes, there is some pedigree, but also the dance by Successful Appeal, that doesn't really scream longer either.
No, Successful Appeal was a sprinter, despite John Kimmel's best efforts to get him to go longer on several occasions. I did win the Cowden on him, and he tends to throw more sprinter types. But taking that precipitous drop in class, she did face much tougher last time in the likes of Empath.
Yes, she did, and she does take this drop in class here today. Who'd you go with here?
I went with the one Tiki Hut.
Yeah.
You know, her first 7 starts were either on turf or synthetic. Got to dirt last time, was probably as good, if not better, a race than she's run previous, and maybe they just found out the surface she really wanted. I know she's moving up in class off of that effort, but I thought that was an encouraging effort.
She did get a great trip stalking on the rail that day, but gosh, she projects to get the same trip here yet again.
Yeah, I think she will, and it did feature a very slow pace last time, but Ramon Vasquez riding in really good form, the rail, I'm sure he'll have her forward.
As he takes over for Christian Torres, who of course is riding for the Casse barn aboard Of All Things. 2-1 on number 2, battling with number 5 for favoritism, Leafology, as we head up to Matt Dinnerman for the rest of the load and call here of race 2 from Oaklawn.
We get. We're ready to go. And they're off. Rags stumbled at the break. Leafology broke out of the gate very swiftly today and shows speed with Of All Things. Of All Things strides in front. Leafology takes second. Tiki Hut, Scraping Pain approaching the first turn run. Runs in the third position. On ramp alongside as they corner. Flat Out Chrome is next in the group in the purple and black cap. Running about 6 lengths off the pace. Pretty strung out here. She's the tall one next in the group with Dreaming of Julia. And then comes Rags at the back as they approach the backstretch backstretch run where the pacemaker is Of All Things. Of All Things up the backstretch, a length and a half in front. Leafology on her tail now in a good position, running in second. 2.5 back to On Ramp in the third position. Tiki Hut's on the fence, Flat Out Chrome deep on the course, still about 6 lengths off the pace as they're halfway home. Dreaming of June is next in the third last position. Rags in the second last spot, and She's the Tall One has dropped out to the back as they hit the half-mile pole. It's still on the lead here, clearly, Of All Things. Into that turn, a length and a tail ahead. Leafology, Abel Cedillo right there to the outside, getting a little bit closer. And here's On Ramp making a move, 3 wide and making a nice one too. On Ramp on the outside comes calling for the lead. On Ramp grandstand side with Leafology, and they surge past Of All Things at the quarter pole. It's On Ramp still on top. Leafology trying to stick around as they come off the turn here, and these two are sparring with 3/16 to go. Leafology inside. On Ramp is outside. They're well clear of Tiki Hut, who's in the third. 1 furlong to go. Leafology finding more up top, is clearly ahead now. On Ramp trying behind, but she's a length behind Leafology, who dives to the rail, still in command, and she's got it. Leafology on the class drop and getting to the route game wins it. On Ramp second, Tiki Hut third. She's the Tall One fourth.
Leafology at 6-5 proves best with the drop in class for the ever dangerous Brad Cox barn.
Yeah, just very well spotted today with that drop in class. Set a perfect trip just off the leader to all of the number 2 Of All Things. And then a big, bold run by On Ramp. Took it to her midway on the far turn, basically before the quarter pole. And she just put her head down and kept on. They both were kind of wandering a bit, drifting in and out through the stretch. Maybe a little bit more of an indictment of what was behind them.
I was going to say it was a chasm back to the third place finisher who was number 9. She's the Tall One, who would rally from well off of it. Feels like you don't really want anybody that finished behind the top 2.
No,
going forward.
Just that the amount of separation they put on the rest of the field, and like I said, they were kind of weaving a bit through the lane,
right.
But a very game effort by Leafology.
Yeah, she gets the win in her second start, daughter of Independence Hall, for Carson McCord, Brad Cox, and Abel Cedillo in the irons. That'll do it for me here on the desk. Lafitte Pinkai waiting in the wings to take over here, and Richie, it's been a lovely day so far.
Oh, it's absolutely glorious weather.
So
here.
nice here.
Could not be any nicer.
There's not a cloud in the sky, and I'm looking forward to soaking in some sunshine as I get to go report and relieve Meg for a bit, a little bit later. But yesterday, we did have the 3-year-old fillies showcased, and a bit of an upset for Kenny McPeak at 21-1, Holly's Holiday.
day after the day. Much brighter, much warmer one here in Hot Springs. This is America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Welcome, everyone. Now, joining Richard Migliori, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. They could probably tell this isn't Maggie, I'm assuming, yes?
I would hope so.
Right? I mean, should be simple enough. Simple enough if you like Leafology going into this second race, 460 for the win.
Leafology, second start, drop in class, stretched out in distance, and was very game to fend off an insistent on-ramp who took it to her, leaving the 3/8 pole, and they put a lot of separation on the third-place finisher, Tiki Hut. There was a lot of kind of weaving and bobbing going on through the stretch.
First, I stepped away. First time I'm seeing this. Where's the wire? And a real battle of attrition in the second race at Oaklawn Park. But a clear win in the end by Leafology.
Yeah, and listen, it's only her second start. She certainly can improve, and just well spotted by trainer Brad Cox.
Abel Cedillo winning pilot, 5-3-1. 2 down, 7 left on the Sunday program. At Oaklawn Park, Richie, we have lots of live racing in front of us, but man, how much fun was that yesterday?
Just to feel the excitement level, the enthusiasm, the feeling was electric here, and everybody had been talking about it all week, and then it was time for the horses to basically tell the story on the racetrack. And as it turns out, a big part of that story was White Barrio. You know, as much as we talked about the rivalry, and of course that is a great thing for racing, there was a very good horse in here. And, you know, early on we talked about him not being overlooked. You can't ever overlook a horse that's won a Breeders' Cup Classic. He won a little different style than I thought he'd win. I thought he might just gallop to the lead and they'd never catch him. But I think that was because of a heads-up and brilliant ride by Irad Ortiz to be able to change up strategy, call that audible in the midst of that moment. To me, that was brilliance.
Amazing. Amazing. We'll recap much more on the Oaklawn Handicap later on in the broadcast. Other stakes racing yesterday. We wanted to take a look ahead to the third race coming up here at Oaklawn Park, race number 3. Take a look at the field and updated odds. $22,000 claiming event, a mile, and 6 to 5 man in the can. Number 8 on the stage to be ridden by Manny Esquivel. Yeah, easy to forget there were 2 stakes races, 3 stakes races yesterday, and while most were, many were surprised by the outcome of the Oaklawn Handicap. Like the biggest upset on the afternoon took place in the Valley of the Vapors. 3-year-old fillies and a 21-to-1 shot in the form of Holly's Holiday really coming into her own. She had just graduated, her first career win, first time facing winners in a stakes race, and pulls off the upset.
And what a beautiful trip she got. I mean, she just was able to sit right in behind that pace, angle out when the opportunity presented itself. And this is a filly that's improving. She's only run this was her 4th start, and every single one of her races, she has gotten better, and Manny Esquivel could not have delivered a better ride. And he talked about working her for the race and just how good she was doing. Well, she ran to how good she was doing.
Yeah, Kenny McPeak had the 2 fillies. Spitfire was the other, considered better. And Manny told Maggie after the race, like, he breezed Holly's Holiday in company with Spitfire, and like she was just dragging him. And while the rest of us we were all surprised, clearly he wasn't quite as surprised by the outcome in that particular performance.
Well, that's why you get up early in the morning as a trainer and a jockey. You want to work with these horses, and you want to have that knowledge of them going in, because not only does it help you ride them better, it bolsters your confidence in them when one works like that. He rode her like he expected her to run that well.
That was only the 4th running of the Valley of the Vapors. The 2 of the first 3 winners did go on to run in the 8 Bells on the undercard of the Kentucky Oaks, and the Black-Eyed Susan the day before the Preakness Stakes. That was the Valley of the Vapors. Again, much more coming up on yesterday's Oaklawn Handicap. More live racing from Oaklawn. Plus, out at Aqueduct, the Sunday program rolls on. And in the paddock, horses have arrived. Late pick 5 at the Big A. Good race, wide open. The 4th at Aqueduct next on America's Day at the Races.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Sandy.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Oaklawn Hot Springs is here for when you need to break away, when you want to reward yourself, when you deserve to indulge, when you want to be close to the action. It's all here. So what are you waiting for? Live racing returns with the classic racing season. So plan your stay at Oaklawn Hot Springs and come join the fun.
Flight line is in full flight. Flight line turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flight line takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flight line, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. As we approach the 8-minute mark to post for race 4 here in New York. Mile and an eighth, allowance optional claiming group. It's fillies and mares 3 and up as we look at Waveless for Todd Pletcher. Won first time out. I'm still looking for that second one here at start number 5.
I'm not a fan. I won't be shocked by a lot of horses in this race. I think it's a wide open race, but it's not going to be easy for Manny to clear from post 8, going a mile and 8. There's enough speed inside of her, and I think in a straightaway she's the fastest horse early. But as we well know, it doesn't make it that easy to clear over. And going a mile and 8 last time in a 4-horse field, where she was easily able to control in the front end, she still lost. And she lost to a horse who you probably wouldn't love based on her PPs in this race. I guess she could win, but she's got to clear and still win the race. And I just think she's a bad gamble at 9-5. I prefer the horse who's the similar price, the 2. I picked the race 2-3. I think Malou is Just Music, excuse me, is an overlay at 10-1. I think it's a wide open race. I would bet against the 8.
She's the 9-5 favorite right now. Manny Franco will ride for Pletcher as we head downstairs to Acacia.
And starting there with your favorite to the outside, I agree with what Andy said about the concerns with the post, and given the fact that she will have to try to clear to get to the front end going the 9 furlongs. She is a daughter of Gunrunner. She has a lot of size and substance, the build of a horse that would suggest that she will appreciate distance. She's very laid back here in the paddock. All things kind of checking the boxes. That being said, physically, I just kind of prefer some others here looking at them, and I do feel that that last defeat as the favorite left a little bit of a bad taste for me, as she broke sharpest to take the lead and just got caught late. I thought that that was a race that she should have won, but we'll see what kind of trip she's able to pull from the outside. She did at least show that she could handle the distance last time out. I much prefer the appearance, though, of the 2 Big Dig. She's also an older mare, 6-year-old. She won last time out, and I think was a sharp claim for 30,000 a few races back, as she'd been running largely on turf and synthetic, and it turns out she is a better dirt horse and has been effective in her last 2 starts going the 9 furlongs, including a win at the distance last time out, where she did get a good trip. She sat just behind the pace setters, but she was a little bit keen early on. Manny Franco, who was aboard that day, was working to try to get her to switch off and settle, and then she had to kind of work for it late and pull away from Pam Pam, who would come back to win in her subsequent start. But she looks sensational today. Super coat on her, great weight. She's alert. She's bright and happy here in the paddock. She was the one that first caught my eye when she walked in with her appearance, and see if she can make it 2 wins in a row, Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Acacia. That win at this distance back on March 19th, and today, third start off a short layoff, but she's been very effective the 2 tries at this distance.
Yeah, I think she's a very logical horse. She's well posted towards the inside. I worry about her. She doesn't have much speed. She could be a bit outrun here, and it'll be interesting to see how the race plays out, because obviously for the 8 to win, it's a race that's going to be more dominated forward, and I think that works against the 2. If you like the 2, like me, you think the race may get they may get a little late up front, and she may be able to close to be effectively. I think it's a question of how you view the race being run. And for me, I think the 8's going to have trouble clearing from the outside. And you made the point to me, she's not supposed to clear the 4, always laughing. That horse is supposed to be in front of her, especially with a much better post.
Yeah, that one sprint speed, 10-time winner in her own right. I don't know if she's good enough to be a factor late in this race, but certainly early. As we see riders up, there's Manny Franco, leg up on Waveless. Gunrunner Filly, who's not the favorite right now. That goes to Big Dig. Dylan Davis for Joe Sharp, the 2, as they come onto the racetrack. And we'll start with Fast and Frisky, who finished ahead of Big Dig when they met back on February 13th.
She is in great form. I mean, she got good trips, been with the track, but still she's in career form. Not good numbers off the claim for the Cantermachi crew, especially with horses going long.
There's Big Dig. Favorite went by.
Just think she's the logical horse in here.
Just Music for the Cantermachi barn, second off the claim.
You know, the way we've seen the Cantermachi horses run, and she's second off the claim, stretching out. She's not a 6 furlong horse. I think she's a big overlay at 10 to 1.
The Speedy, Always Laughing, coming in from Parks.
She's supposed to have an effect on this race with early speed. And as you said, whether or not she's there late is another question.
Lena Rice, Jose Lezcano. Here's Minnesota Money.
I mean, she's not bad. I wonder if she's a little better going a little bit shorter, and this was just the race that came up, but she has run a mile 16.
I'm Buzzy, just left the screen, 10-time winner.
I've always loved I'm Buzzy, and she did run well at this distance going back.
A couple of huge races for Soundbite, one of them 3 back.
She's another horse that if she can find her good races, she's good enough to compete, and she's a reclaim by Michelle Nevin.
And Waveless outside for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, I'm against her. I'm not. I could be wrong about her. I think she's good enough to be effective here, but I think it's going to be a tough row to hoe for her.
Pick 5 starts here, and you see that pool closing in on $100,000 in the pool as we go back to Fast and Frisky. As you mentioned, in just top form right now. Back-to-back wins. Wins at 1 1/8 2 starts ago. Shortens up to 1 mile. Wins again. 4-length victory back on March 14th.
Yeah, she is in raging form. And the thing I think is interesting about her is she won with 2 different kinds of trips. Now, they were good trips, but still, she rode a gold rail to victory 2 races back. It was against her last time, and prove me wrong, she got a very good trip, but she won the race rating. And one of the reasons I was worried about her was, could she be effective rating? And she's going to have to rate here, but I also think if nothing else, she's a horse that can be a problem for the favorite, because Jamie Rodriguez got to go enough from the rail to at least establish position. I'm not saying he's gunning the lead, but I think all those things add up to creating more pace in the race. The thing that worries me is the Cantermachis, and I think, okay, I'm a fan, but off the claim with dirt routes, 4 for 55, 77-cent ROI. Off the claim off of a win in dirt routes, 0 for 14. Those are numbers that scare me. Having said that, 5 to 1's a pretty generous price.
It is, especially one of this kind of form as we go down to Acacia.
Yeah, it is a generous price for a horse that's looking for 3 in a row. I certainly understand the trepidation with the barn switch with Fast and Frisky, and Charlie Baker did a sensational job with her, but she's run well pretty much with every barn that she's been in. She's had good moments all along, and I do appreciate that consistency. And I also like that 2 back, she was able to wire the field, and then last time out, she was able to kind of be in a chasing spot outside. I like the 9 furlongs for her. I think it suits her well physically as she stretches back out again. She had a lovely warm-up out there, and just looks like a horse that's continuing to do exceptionally well. The number 6, I'm Buzzy, is first off the claim for Linda Rice, and this is a horse that's stretching back out to the distance. Disappointed at this distance 2 back, but actually ran a pretty good second going the 9 furlongs back in January. Now, she's always been a horse physically with the way that she's put together that I have not felt that longer is necessarily better for her, but this is probably one of the best times that I've seen I'm Buzzy appear in a long, long time, and I've seen her for quite a while. She always has a really good coat on her, but sometimes she can get a little bit maybe too over the top, or maybe not be moving as fluidly, or maybe acting a little bit dull. None of those things are the case today. She looks like she is just thriving at the moment coming in, and she was marching around the paddock out there. So maybe if she's doing well at the moment, it makes you a little bit more optimistic as she tries to stretch back out. It was encouraging to see her finally get back to the winner's circle back in November, as it had been a while, but she is a tough 7-year-old mare with 10 wins, 9 seconds, and 11 thirds, just as hickory as they do come. See if she can find her way back to the winner's circle today, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Yes, 7-1. I'm Buzzy. Linda Rice, second off the claim, claimed away from the Mike Maker barn. And Kendra Carmouche will ride. Let's go back to Just Music. They're in the background, top left of your screen. 12-1 right now for the Cantermachi barn.
Agreeably, her recent races are not very good. But if you go back 3 races to her win on February 19th, I think she ran fast enough to be at least a possible contender here, and she's got some solid back races. She can handle the distance. Caught a muddy track 2 races back. She did not run well. I will not argue that. Maybe she's not that great in a mud track. She's never run particularly fast on it. She's not a 6-furlong horse. She was running for feet in her last race. She had no chance in that race. And I'm not in love with her, but I don't know why she's 13-1 in this race. I mean, I just think she's run well enough and she's competed at this level. And, you know, if you're somebody like me that doesn't love the Cantermachi horses off claims, I prefer them second off the claim. They win, just not off the claim that often.
And that's the case here. Yeah, just a inflated number. 6-1 morning line. His favoritism remains with Big Dig. You know, back to, well, they're loading here. That 6, though, in the background, I'm Buzzy.
The one's taking all the late money. She's gone down to 5-2, now 3-1 on her. So now I can be more against her. Well, the exacta will probably be a 1-8 box because I'm against both the 1 and 8, though I prefer the 1 of the 2 of them.
Yeah, keep your eyes on Manny Franco on the 8, waveless outside. He's going to have to work to try and save position that first turn. 1.125 comes up awfully quick here. As we get set for the start of this late pick 5, we send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Waveless. Last to load. Goes in. All set. Lunging forward. Sound bite. Closing the front of the gate. We're set. And they're off. Sound bite, a step slow. Fast and frisky, indeed. Right at the rail, goes right towards the front and fast. And frisky will sprint to the first turn. And now fast and frisky is up by a half length. Always Laughing is stalking second. Waveless from the outside draw is now 3 wide in third. At the rail, saving all the ground will be Just Music in fourth. Then they come Minnesota Money, who's to the outside of Big Dig. 2 at the back, I'm Buzzy with slow starting Soundbite, the trailer. Fast and Frisky, and Jamie Rodriguez got to the lead 23-4 for the opening quarter mile. Long shot and Always Laughing towards the outside as Fast and Frisky is trying to tap on the brakes and slow down the pace as they work up the backstretch. Waveless is close up, is in third, just stalking these top 2. Down at the rail, that's Just Music. Edgard Zayas from off the pace is traveling in tandem with Minnesota Money. Center of the racetrack, Kendra Carmouche. I'm Buzzy, no move yet as Big Dig starts to rally on from the back, and the trailer still Soundbite. 49.07 for a half-mile time. They approach a half-mile left to go. They've got to catch Fast and Frisky. Fast and Frisky has been there throughout. Here comes Waveless, ready to challenge, and following them, here comes another pair. It's I'm Buzzy, who's going to be 4 wide. All in Minnesota Money is now taking a challenging third. Losing some ground was Just Music. Soundbite gets rolling from the back. Big Dig and Always Laughing is now the trailer. 1 minute 13 and 4 for 3/4 of a mile, and stubborn on the lead, fast and frisky. Waveless now pushes on by, and Waveless starts the sprint for home. Plenty of pursuers in behind. Center of the racetrack, that's I'm Buzzy. Minnesota Money right there. It's Waveless who's up by 3. Trying to cut into that margin is Minnesota Money. It's making a mile of ground as they're approaching a final 16th. Waveless will be much the best, and Waveless with an easy win. Waveless wins it over Minnesota Money second, then came I'm Buzzy and Soundbite at 1 minute 52 and 4.
Waveless returns to the winner's circle and doing it from further off the pace than she's really ever been in her career. Todd Pletcher, Rapoli Stable, Manny Franco.
And, you know, you can argue she ended up working out a good trip, but she was wide on both turns in this race. And for a horse that you would have to question whether or not, at least I did, she could be effective without the lead, and that was one of our arguments against her. She ended up being just fine stalking in here, and she was much the best. And nobody really made a real run at her. I wasn't a fan, but she got it done on the outside, and really nobody made up that much ground. The two, she had her chances. She just didn't really run today, and it was a race that was mostly dominated forward, but she was just best.
152 and 4, final time, mile and an eighth. And her 4th try to get that second win of her career. She does so here, as in the end, she's been down to 2-1 favoritism as we send it back to Hot Springs.
At a sun-splashed Oaklawn Park, horses on track for the third. These $22,000 claimers, a mile, 8-5 on Man in the Can, who we start with the 9-year-old back for more, 10-time winner, 41st career start.
Yeah, 25% wins in this horse's career, and he needed a race off the bench. I think he'll improve with that run.
Own the field, second start off the layoff, and You're on My Style, another first after the claim winner for Abel Ramirez Rodriguez.
A horse that does his best running when he's able to control on the front end, and I feel like he landed in a spot where he should make the lead.
40 Love claimed in 7 straight races.
Very popular with the horsemen here locally, and comes off a nice win.
Magic Grant claimed in 3 straight races.
A horse that lacks speed, just going to have to get involved. David Cohen looking for his first win of the meet, an aggressive rider.
Another moving Barnes. Drum roll, please.
Thought this horse kind of middle moved and then maybe flattened a bit late. Maybe a little more patient handling.
Sarah's Shaman and both Cantermasi brothers running new acquisitions today.
Yeah, and they're kind of spread out across the country as well. This horse was going to have to improve from the current form.
And finally there on the stage to the outside contender at 9-2.
Yeah, major player coming off the claim by Carlos Santamaria.
Lots of movement. 5 of the 8 runners recently claimed, and some likely moving again soon. Race 3 in 3 minutes. Another look at You're My Style at 7-2, number 3. We'll get back to You're My Style in a moment. We check in with Megan first, trackside.
Thanks, Lafitte. And we'll start with your current favorite, the number 1, Man in the Can, who as a 9-year-old, I have to say, looks the part. It's really encouraging, and it's a tremendous thing to be able to keep a horse's form, keep a horse happy, healthy, and in their best optimal running form, as Ron Moquette has done with this son of Can the Man. He definitely does not look like a 9-year-old. He's, as I mentioned, just really does look well. Second off of the layoff, I agree with Mig. I think he'll be better for that start last time out, where he was running against stakes caliber Arkansas breds. And yes, he gets into open company, but this is a precipitous drop. And I find he is dropping with a purpose in this spot. He owns the speed advantage from the inside. I find he's going to trip out just nicely, and I had no issues with him, albeit an even money price that he could very well just might live up to. The number 3, You're My Style, got the advantage last time out of being on the front end against $16,000 claimers at the mile. I should say this, sometimes he's one of those that may not get to the lead. He needs to get to the lead in order to bring his best form. So that's key for him, is going to be the break. But he's strong. He's a compact individual for a barn. And Abel Rodriguez Ramirez, who's just been firing on all cylinders, particularly at this level this meet. Finally, the number 4, 40 Love, rallied off of abysmally slow pace last time out. where he ran clear. He was best that day. It was a very encouraging effort. Now there at 6 furlongs, I find he's going to handle this mile just fine. When looking at him, though, he's only been able to get to this distance twice. No wins doing so. So I will say this. He is one of those profiles where you wonder if his closing sprint is going to be able to carry him over the distance. A lot of the times it doesn't. I am optimistic, though, Lafitte, as in the end, I did land on your favorite.
At 6-5, man in the can. 40 Love, whose barn will he be in tonight? Claimed in 7 straight races. To his inside will be You're My Style, Megan just touched on. Let's revisit that latest effort. About 2 weeks ago, it was his first start for New Connections. While facing on the stage, we'll pick it up, maybe, perhaps. It's coming, we promise. And You're My Style, you'll see, yeah, he broke sharp, he made the lead. That's how he does his best running. And what you also look for in the stretch is on the stage who starts to close, starts to make up ground here, and what happens in deep stretch while Eric Asmussen is trying to get on the stage to reel in You're My Style.
Yeah, You're My Style is on the lead. He's established that position that he likes. Here comes the gray horse on the outside. Keep your eyes on Eric Asmussen. He changes holds right here. And you see when he went back to his right hand, he lost his right rein. It took him about 5 strides to kind of gather it back up. It happens, Lafitte. You know, that's
to
what
the best of them.
You'd want back.
To the best of them.
You could see where the knot, the knot they tie in the reins to tie it off to the length of a horse's neck, kind of got wrapped around his left arm. And when he went to change the stick, just pulled the rein right out of his hand.
A miscue, like we said, happens to the best of them. And by the way, a late scratch here. Sarah Shaman is out. We don't know yet?
I don't think it's a late scratch, Lafitte. I think they brought this horse back to get a change of rider.
Okay, a change. So why would that happen?
Well, I don't know if something happened physically to the rider that was named on.
There he is.
Or maybe he just wasn't comfortable riding the horse. And
Joey Belmere.
But again, I don't know. I'm just speculating. But I heard them ask for... Okay, so... Yep, Megan's got something.
Megan, what's going on with Joey Belmere?
I was going to go see if I can see.
Hey there, guys. As we are here, it's kind of a chaotic situation, but I just saw Joey Belmere come off here with getting attention from EMS. Looks like they are going to change riders here of the number 7. I will follow up, though, if they go ahead and mark this as a late scratch. But Joey Belmere came off. He was kind of holding his face. I will update you on his progress, hoping he's okay. He was up on his feet and all good from the looks of it, but it does look like there will be a change here.
You could see Joey Belmere there and look like in what most likely happened, Richie.
The horse threw his head back and caught him in the face with his head. And the pole of a horse's head, the part between their ears, other than their hooves, is the hardest part of a horse's body. And I know from firsthand experience, you get caught with a horse's head in the face, it does damage.
Headbutted, we're being told. Joey Belmere. Listening.
Jane Elliott will be the new
Jane
rider
Elliott
on number
Jane
7. Sarah
Jane Elliott
Shaman.
on number 7. Sarah Shaman.
Please
You saw all
continue to stand
riders
by
off
with
their
this delay.
horses.
Again, we kick off
So a delay before this third race. What is typical protocol, Richie, when something like this does happen and you do have a late rider switch for whatever reasons?
Well, you do have to take all the other riders off the horse. It would be an unfair advantage to the horse not carrying their full weight the whole time. In fact, it's on the books that if you were unseated in a post parade, you're supposed to stay in that spot as a jockey, and they're supposed to bring the horse back to you so that horse carries their full weight all the way to the starting gate. I can tell you by experience that's not usually what happens. And, you know, as you get older as a rider, you get crafty. If you're first in the gate, you step off. You put all your weight on the petition. Just 110 pounds less your horse is carrying for less time.
And how does that work in the jocks room? You're not riding that race. Something like this happens and phone's going to ring. Somebody has to ride the horse.
Phone rings. You heard them paging for Ilke Cantermachi to contact the clerk of scales, who is the official that runs the jockey's room. And then he'll say, okay, these are the riders that are open. And then, of course, he's got to ask the riders, who wants to ride this horse for this particular trainer? Obviously, most riders that are in the room like, yeah, give me a chance. Put me in, coach. And that's why as a young rider, too, I used to hang around. If I was done the 4th or 5th race, I'd hang around all the way through the last race in case somebody got sick, an incident like this happened, that maybe I could pick up a mount.
It's fascinating. Does your agent get involved in any capacity? Does he or she play a role?
Well, if your agent's sharp and on the ball, hopefully they're at the races, see an incident like this, and they're on the phone. Okay, I think you're going to need a rider. I hope Joey Belmere's okay, but can you use so-and-so? That's normally how it goes. A lot of times in this day and age, agents do a lot of their work remotely. On the phone, it won't happen quite the same way, but the rider will still have to pay that agent 25%.
Well, that's a different conversation in itself.
Yeah,
Nothing that contractually binds jockey and agent universally, and just about every other industry. 10% in this sport, 25%. That'll work. Sarah's Shaman. Jane Elliott to ride. A delay before the start of this third race. We'll be right back. You're watching America's Day at the Races. And there you see Jane Elliott with a leg up on Sarah Shaman. All riders remounted. And the third race from Oaklawn Park. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
We're ready to go. And we're off. Little bit of a tardy break from 40 Love, who drops to the back of the pack. Man in the Can on the lead with You're My Style, and Sarah Shaman, who's pumped upon 3 wide into the third position. He goes as they go into the first turn. You're My Style with the lead. Man in the Can, the old pro, right to his inside, about a neck behind, now a half length. You're My Style, a clear leader, but Man in the Can's not far away, a half length behind. Sarah Shaman runs in the third position. Drum roll, please, on a hold right off of heels here, 2 off the pace. Length back to Own the Field. Then comes 40 Love on the outside, within 4 lengths of the lead, 5 clear of Magic Grant. and on the stage is trailing well behind as they head down the backstretch. You're My Style clears off from the competition now. You're My Style length in front. Sarah Shaman, though, moves up and now applies some heat here as they're halfway home. Man in the Can off the pace today, stalking on the rail. He's in a pocket third. Drum roll, please, is between horses, and then comes 40 Love, who's 3 wide on the course, just 2 off the pace. 2 lengths back to Own the Field is Pumped Upon. Magic Grant second to last on the stage, detached from the rest as they round the far turn. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. Sarah Shaman, You're My Style, they are even. Man in the Can calls it a day, is plummeting back. Drum roll, please, is trying to tip outside into the 3 path, finds a seam, and 40 Love is 4 wide coming off the turn. They swing for home now, even on the stage from dead last is rocketing home as they come down the stretch here on the lead. It's Drum Roll Please, he's taken over on the stage, trying to reel him in. Drum Roll Please with the lead on the stage, lunging after him, gonna make it tight inside. It's close. It's close between Drum Roll Please and on the stage with Sarah Shaman and Magic Grant next.
He holds on by a neck plus. Drum roll, please. First after the claim, Lindsay Schultz, Francisco Arrieta. 4 wins yesterday, and he strikes here in the third. Drum roll, please. Holding off a late charging on the stage.
Picking up where he left off, Francisco Arrieta, strong, aggressive ride and strong finish to hold off the 8 on the stage, who never did change leads, and that just feel like that inhibits a horse from finishing the deal, closing the deal, right?
Yeah, he puts in a big run late on the outside, the gray on the stage, chasing in vain, and drum roll please, the wire's going to get there just in time on the stage, making up a lot of ground late.
Well, and he was last early on the stage, and he came. They did come together, kind of brush there, late in the stretch, but feels like the race was decided at that point.
Do you feel like closers are up against it in these mile races, running to the shorter, running to the 16th pole?
I do think it puts them at a disadvantage. They're losing 110 yards through the stretch to get there.
Longer stretch, maybe he does get there. All works out for drum roll, please. 6-8, 7-4 in the third at Oaklawn.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one, this time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class, on the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff. Aim high, breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com. You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
Every 2-year-old champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness!
Brilliant at 2.
A powerhouse win!
Dominant at 3.
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today. Fierceness to win the Travers.
Tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the Pacific Classic.
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Resorts World Casinos in New York City, Catskills, and the Hudson Valley. It's a world like no other. And Resorts World Casinos, go to visitrw.com for more information. It was drum roll, please. Lindsey Schultz off the claim for the victory. Francisco Arrieta edging out on the stage. And good for Jane Elliott. Gets that pickup mount last minute on Sarah Shaman and hits the board, runs third.
Absolutely. Okay, Cancermachi off the claim. He's everywhere. Drum roll, please. A big improvement off the claim for Lindsey Schultz in a race where a lot of the horse taking money, especially the one, Man in the Can, a complete no-show on the stage, making a huge run back. In fact, the horses that ran 1, 2, 3 in this race were all off the claim.
Yeah, how about that? This one actually stepping up a little bit in class. Beaten favorite last start. Softer spot. This time able to hold off on the stage.
5 of the 8 runners were off the claim in that race, actually.
$12.40 for the win. 6, 8, 7. That 50-cent trifecta, over $86 coming back your way if you put it together. Back to New York. Race 5. Approaching the 7-minute mark to post in an entry-level allowance spot on the inner turf where the rail's at 0 feet.
Interestingly enough, the rails at 0 on the inner, it seems like those races have played out fairly. The rails have been at 24 feet all week on the outer, and it seems like the rail in general has been a bit of an advantage on the outer turf course.
Huge scratch in here with the 7 coming out. It would have been favored, and with that at Griffin's Wharf. Now your 9 to 5 top choice for the Tom Morley Bar. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
As he does return to the turf, making his first turf start as a 4-year-old. He ran on the dirt last time out and showing some speed and in a pretty live race as well. But I know that he started off his career on the main track, but I think he's a turf horse, and I think it's a turf family as well, as he is the half-brother to Teddy's Rocket, who my husband actually trains, who won first time out on the turf. And they have a similar type of build in that neither of them are that big, but really powerful. And that's exactly what Griffin's Wharf is. He has that real Constitution influence in him in particular. Very broad, very powerful, and he's filled out even more coming back now as a 4-year-old, which I love to see. He does have a little bit more slacker pasterns. He's not overly turf-meant in his feet and in the way that he's put together, but I think he moves really well on the grass. Now, they did saddle him outside away from the rest of the field. They typically saddle him on the walk, and he typically does get pretty warm, but for his standards and seeing him come back now as a 4-year-old, he's handled everything exceptionally well and looking like he will leave the paddock first. The number 5, Gun Barrel City, comes back off a little bit of a layoff from January for Todd Pletcher, as he is a homebred son of Frankel out of the talented Mrs. McDougal. Last time out down at Gulfstream, going 1 mile and 3/8, he was kind of in a stalking spot, and there was a long shot runoff pace setter in there, and tipped out wide, but wasn't ever really able to cut into the margin. So kind of a disappointing effort. And the same could be said for the race 2 starts back. He just doesn't have an abundance of speed. Very good looking individual, and he is forward in here. I wonder if he can get himself into the race a bit more, Greg.
Griffin's Wharf you got to look at. We go back to the one here, Game Time Gladiator.
Yeah, sorry, let me get my act together. He feels like he should be the speed in this race, but whether or not he's good enough to win on the turf seems unlikely based on his turf races.
Here is Ambition. The maiden win came at Churchill last year on the grass.
He's being overbet because of his dirt form, but having said that, he's a horse that's run well enough in the turf that he's in good form. He is a player, but I think a little overbet.
3-time winner on the lawn. Street rocking with Dylan Davis.
Tough to bring that Sam Houston form up to New York in here.
Gun Barrel City, Acacia had just touched on, off since late January for Todd Pletcher.
Ran very well to break his maiden here a year ago. Then actually had a crazy trip in December at Gulfstream before going too far at 11 furlongs. He's the main danger, the favorite.
Acacia brought up the mom, Mrs. McDougal, won the Lake George, won the Plenty of Grace that we just ran here the other day.
Yeah.
Two's a crowd at 7-2.
Well, listen, the Tampa form's held up. She does come out of a live race last time, but these are tougher.
And
but he's not impossible.
Griffin's Wharf led things off. We're going to see him again. 3-2 outside.
He ran the highest buyer figures ever on the dirt last time. No big surprise. First star as a 4-year-old. Now he gets back to the right surface. He is supposed to stalk the one, take over, and be the horse to beat.
So, yeah, 3-2 favorite from that outside post. And let's take a look. There he is, Griffin's Wharf. See him in action. Gonna go back to Saratoga against a pretty good one. Stars and Strides for Bill Mott, who just narrowly beats him.
A lot of people thought he'd get put up. There was a long inquiry against Stars and Strides. He was not taken down. Stars and Strides came back and won the Saranac in his next start. He ran a very respectable race behind the extremely talented Salamis, who I want to say, did he win the Hollywood Derby? I feel like he did, but I'm not certain. And Capitol Hill, who's done well. I think he's run well. He didn't run particularly well in his last turf start, maybe getting late in the season. He didn't really run that well, but I think he's a better horse when he could be a little bit more forward. That race had a fast pace, though. I think he's going to be tough to beat. So
6-5 here. It looks like he's going to be awfully tough. Concerns at all about? It seems like there's plenty of room to get over and establish
It's
position.
a 6-horse field. I mean, yeah, he's supposed to be able to stalk second. And you have to imagine Ricardo will be aggressive with him mile to 16th. There just isn't that much speed in the others. I think Two's a Crowd will be somewhat forward. Gun Barrel City, when he ran his good race, he was a little more forward. It wasn't much of a pace. I think the 5. Listen, the public, I agree with the way the public's betting the race, to be honest. I think this is kind of where the odds fall in line. No big overlays, no big underlays.
Let's go back to Acacia.
And taking a look at Two's a Crowd as he switched back to the turf a few races ago, and I like him on the turf. I like him staying on this surface. Now, it is a little bit of a question that he's been running against claiming horses, both here in New York and down in Florida as well, and I think he meets some really salty competition in this field, but he does have some natural early foot. Last time he had a wide trip and was just beating a nose behind Ready to Fly, who would come back to win again. I thought that he actually ran pretty well, all things considered, last time, going 1 mile and an 1/8, which might be a touch far for him too. I'd like the cutback, slight cutback in distance to the 1 mile and a 16th in here today. But since I last saw him last fall, he's filled out a lot as a 5-year-old, looking like he's doing very well coming up from Florida for Derek Ryan. The 2 Ambition I find very intriguing. At one point, he was a pretty talented turf horse for Steve Asmussen, and he has turf form going longer as well, and tons of turf pedigree. The Dam was a multiple stakes winner, 6-time turf winner, 3 siblings to win on the turf. He looks like a turf horse. That's always something I've written in my notes about him, that he's not built like a dirt horse, and he was able to effectively win a couple of times on the main track. But I'm really interested to see what he does getting back onto the grass in here. This could be his right surface. We'll see if he still has some of those good races in him, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. As we take a look at both Andy and Acacia and the public, all lined outside with the favorite at 6-5.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything clever to say in this race. I mean, Griffin's Word's going to take a lot of money. He's stake-faced. He ran competitively. The concern was his last race last year wasn't that good, but even that race, I think, is good enough to be competitive. Here. The right trip, he's supposed to be in a good stalking position here. The one who looks like the speed appears to be overmatched. He's 20-1. He's just a very logical horse. But I think the 5 will run pretty well in here. I could make excuses. You know, he had a wide trip to nowhere after breaking a little bit slowly on December 6th. And then he's not a 1 mile and 3/8 horse. And frankly, those are better horses. So he's the right second choice. I just like I said, I think they're betting the race the right way.
And as you went through the field there briefly, Griffin's Wharf gets even shorter now on the board. Even money on this favorite from the outside post. But again, not a huge concern. It's a compact field. Yeah, this one looks like the standout in this group and being bet like it. As this being a long shot here, Game Time Gladiator gets set to move in line. We'll see if this one does show the same kind of speed been showing on dirt. The lone turf start we see showing up on the paper did not show a lot of that speed. Certainly Street Rockin' wants to be forward the 3 as well, but that's Sam Houston form.
Yeah, I don't know if he could really be forward. Maybe he could be. I think he's supposed to be a little forward. The right, for me with the 8, I think you want Ricardo to come out running and be sitting in a good spot, stalking second. To me, that's the ideal spot for that horse, the favorite.
Still have our feature later come on this Sunday card here, that Biagio's Rose race 7 and 2 coming in on win streaks. Bam's Bliss Kiss, she's won 5 straight. We'll see if she can
get the
mile distance. Yeah, the big question. Then Collect the Data, who has won 3 in a row, all at the mile distance. Both like to be forward, so we'll see how that plays out. Bam's Bliss Kiss, more of a sprinter with sprint speed.
I like Walk With Me. Do you like Walk With Me in there at all?
Yeah, I think definitely it sets up potentially, right, for someone to come from off the pace.
I like that horse today.
More on that as we get closer. Here's the favorite, 4-5 now. Griffin's Wharf. Let's set it upstairs. Chris Griffin with race 5 from Aqueduct.
And they're off. Game Time Gladiator asks for speed, but Street Rockin' is in between horses. Two's a Crowd out wider in Griffin's Wharf on the early kick. The leader, Two's a Crowd, brings him out of the chute in Jose Lezcano. Once the front end is up by a half length, Griffin's Wharf is going to settle right off the leader, is going to stalk from second. Saving ground now is Street Rockin', who was asked for speed early, is a well-settled third. Gun Barrel City is in the 4th position. Then comes the gray, Game Time Gladiator, and the trailer, Ambition. 24.25 for that opening quarter mile, and Two's a Crowd is the leader. Griffin's Wharf in close pursuit is still there in second. Tight hold here at the rail. Street Rockin' as they work to the backstretch. Gun Barrel City has now picked up a spot, has taken third, is over. Back in fourth, it's Street Rockin'. Towards the back end of the field, Game Time Gladiator, and the trailer is Ambition. Two's a Crowd with plenty of pressure from the favorite in Griffin's Wharf. 49.71 for half mile time. Two's a Crowd is still there. Two's a Crowd. Griffin's Wharf waiting for the cue here. Quick look back from Ricardo Santana Jr. looks in behind him as he's got Street Rockin' back in third. Gun Barrel City is shoved along from fourth, trying to cut into the margin. Ambition and the trailer. Game Time Gladiator and Two's a Crowd starts the sprint and tries to get away from Griffin's Wharf. Griffin's Wharf is now chasing this leader who's been there the entire journey, hugs the rail, and Two's a Crowd is trying to run away from the field. Two's a Crowd is up by 4-5 powerful lengths. Griffin's Wharf is alone in second. Not much running on from behind as Two's a Crowd got to the front and it was over. Jose Lezcano on the front end. Two's a Crowd crushes. Two's a Crowd over Griffin's Wharf. Ambition and Gun Barrel City. 1:43 and 4.
Jose Lezcano takes command early, and that was the difference here. Two's a Crowd aggressive on the front end, and just you saw extending that lead out into the stretch.
I agree. I did not expect him to be in front. A good ride by Jose Lezcano. Others, of course, taking back speeds helped. Set a very slow pace, but no excuse for the favorite. He stalked him, and this horse just absolutely blew him away. Tampa horses keep running.
Derek Ryan, Atlantic 6 Racing, and Jose Lezcano.
Derek Ryan trains a pretty good horse, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. Let's see if that sprint division gets interesting.
He's no Book 'em Dano, but he looked like him today.
Pride of New Jersey. 6-8-2-5, 4-1. Two's a Crowd, and again, Jose Lezcano on board for that victory, putting this one on the front end, and it pays dividends. We're going to say so long to Andy Serling. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Todd Schrupp stepping in after a break.
I agree. Good seeing you. Good being here with you. I'll see you on Thursday.
All right, sounds good.
All right, enjoy.
We're going to take a break. We'll be back. Todd joins me on set after a short timeout. Features still to come on the Sunday card here in New York. The Biagio's Rose ahead, and we're 9 minutes away from the 4th at Oaklawn.
This morning there he is, look at him, he's chilling in the back, and I love when he's like that. I love when he's relaxed, and sometimes he can use his energy in the wrong way, and I love like that. That's amazing. That's what I like to see, and this goat's helped him so much. Brownie, he's had 2 races with Brownie in the Pegasus where he ran beyond what he's supposed to run, and now there's a 2nd race. And the goats, they do a lot for these horses. That's the big part, I'm telling you. From the preparation he had into the Pegasus, we learned that he strives on less, and we kind of adapted that philosophy coming into this race, and from a fitness standpoint, he was supposed to improve, and he's supposed to improve a lot. From the Breeders' Cup when he was scratched to the Pegasus, every time I breathed him, it was pressure. It wasn't a good pressure, like just feeling sick to your stomach. But once we got through the Pegasus and he ran well, everything came off. On this race, there wasn't pressure. It was more tranquil moment. It was more enjoying it in the process into this race. Irad Ortiz, I have to give him credit because no one would have drawn up that race with Sovereignty leading into the first turn and journalism second. Not many jocks would make that decision into the first turn, take him back. That was a tough decision, and to have it in a split second to do it, that was the winning move. Full credit to Irad. These horses, they give you the best moments. There's a lot of ups and downs, but it's been hard to get here. It's been hard, it's been a journey. You've been through a lot of obstacles, and when you've been broken, it's the pain that you let out and enjoy. You're grateful, you're thankful, and that's why the emotion comes, because it means a lot.
That raw emotion shortly after the win with Bagio and yesterday's Oaklawn Handicap, that journey he's referencing, it's been over several years. The highs and lows that he touched on, campaigning Bagio early in his career, the success that he watched and the heights Bagio reached, a Florida Derby winner. And then Saffie Joseph facing suspension. He couldn't enter horses in graded stakes races in Kentucky or New York, so the owners move Bagio to the care of Rick Dutrow. Saffie has to watch him win a Breeders' Cup Classic for another trainer, a Whitney for another trainer, come full circle, back in Saffie Joseph's care again, and for them to have that win together, and for Saffie to watch him beat the likes of Sovereignty and journalism. Yeah, it's understandable why you saw that very reaction, his emotion shortly after the win.
Yeah, I mean, just competing and beating horses like Sovereignty and journalism are going to elicit emotion, but just what you're talking about, that journey and sitting on the sidelines, watching something take shape that you know you should have been a part of. But then to do it like this, and what turned out so far, the race of the year. There's no way around it. This has been the race of the year early in the season, but up to this point. These horses give us so much. They're such great gifts to us that I appreciate that he appreciates it so much.
Only the 2nd trainer ever to sweep the Apple Blossom and the Oaklawn Handicap in the same year, joining John Sheriffs with a mare you may have heard of, Zenyatta and Tiago, several years back. What a race, what a story. Yesterday's Oaklawn Handicap. As for this 4th race, 3 minutes out, we check in with Megan trackside.
Lafitte, a race that does not have very much pace early. That's the key to this fourth race. $10,000 horses running for the tag. I'll start with that inside runner for Kinnan LaRose. And this horse has defined himself as one that does come from off of it. But I did just watch him get a spirited warm-up, and I wonder if Rafael Bejarano is going to take this horse a different route, get him more aggressive, and that's my hope, because last time out, I wonder how much I want to buy into that race back on March the 21st. Now, he is taking a drop down in class from that level, but what's most optimistic to me is that I'm hoping that he can be a little bit more forwardly placed and engaged in a race where he's going to have to be, I would assume, especially from that inside position and especially with the way this race appears on paper. But the number 7 Archie Road is honestly a lot colder on the tote board now. 3-1 morning line up there at 5-1 now. And Arkansas bred against open foes, also taking, albeit a smaller drop in class than the favorite thus far. But I will say, last time out, there was a very slow glacial pace that he was coming from off of. He was on the wrong lead at the top of the lane, and almost as if he was just immediately one-paced. So I'm hoping he can put more things together. But another problem with him is he doesn't possess early speed, or at least he hasn't possessed very much of it in his 8 lifetime starts. I will say this, my main issue with him, though, is that I just have never, and now being able to see this horse about 3 different times, he's just never appeared 100% fit. Maybe that's just him. He's always been a deeper, burlier individual. But the number 8, Leonardo, he's kind of the key to this race because he does come off a very cheap win last time out to break the maiden down at Houston. He did that by 10 lengths, earned a credible buyer speed figure, but he didn't beat a whole lot. But he also possesses the key. He has speed. He took that race gate to wire last time out. Ramon Vasquez just reading the race and sending him to the front end. We'll see if he can hold on the feet. I will say, though, I'm always kind of hesitant taking these sort of runners, especially one that still has to prove it to me in terms of class.
In this $10,000 claiming event, all for sale, all one for something as we've reached post time. Number 8 pictured still, Leonardo. Archie Road to his inside, another contender. Ronnie Huckabee taking over. Archie Road. This was his latest. Fresh off the maiden win, Richie. Mid-pack throughout. He runs fine, just second best in the end.
His last 2 races were by far and away his 2 best efforts, and when a horse breaks their maiden, it's considerably tougher their next start going against winners. So it kind of gives you the indication that maybe this horse just started to figure the game out and improve, get better. He's going to have to take another little step forward, but he does drop down to the $10,000 level, and that off that effort, you got to give him a long, hard look. I couldn't get past the 1 Major Dax because of the drop in class. And I think that he doesn't have much speed. But interestingly enough, when they drop in class, they tend to put themselves a little closer to the pace. And I'm in full agreement with Megan. The 8, Leonardo, looks like he is going to be very lonely on the lead.
See how that unfolds early on. Major Dax, 6-5, first 8 races of his career with Tom Amoss, now with Kinnan LaRose. First winner at Oaklawn last Thursday with Hello Angel. And a note, something to look ahead to, Tom Amoss will have his final starter at Oaklawn Park on Friday. Next Friday, the 8th race with Coastal Breeze.
Yeah, and Kinnan LaRose also got his first stakes winner on Friday evening in Texas. So, third win of his career comes in a stake. Kind of bodes well for him.
How significant in that scenario, given who he's taking over for, that Kinnan LaRose has that kind of success right off the bat?
Well, it's a double-edged sword, right? You've got a great mentor, a great educator, somebody giving you a leg up, helping you with the owners and managing the stable. But you got big shoes to fill because one of the most successful horsemen over the last 30 years, Tom Amoss.
And then the owners watching, they want to see the horses he's training and taking care of now in the winner's circle, and we're seeing just that early on here with Kinnan LaRose. He has the favorite here, number 1, Major Dax. Matt Duneman standing by with a call.
Point Blank coming up, and Fast Joker to the outside. We're ready to go. And we're off. Good start from Leonardo from post position. Number 8 is on the lead right away. Fast Joker follows him into second with Archie Road alongside. Miracle Mark is between horses going into the first turn. Missing Rock stays on the rail as they corner. Leonardo up top clearly in the early stages here. Leads by a length and a half, a length and 3/4 maybe. Fast Joker's second. Missing Rock's third to the inside. Length and a half to Archie Road off the speed running in fourth. Then Rebel Moon inside of Miracle Mac. They're together. Gap of 3 lengths back to Major Dax. Phenomenal Dream to the outside, and Point Blank at the rear as they swing up the backstretch. Leonardo at 6-1 paves the way, has opened up 2.5 lengths. Missing Rocks galloping in second with Fast Joker to the outside. They're 2 clear of Rebel Moon and Archie Road. They are together. Miracle Mac coming to split that pair. 2 back to Phenomenal Dream. Point Blank to the outside, and Major Dax is down on the rail as they go into the far turn. Leonardo coming off a gate to wire maiden win, trying to duplicate that here. here on the lead, has opened up a 4-length lead with 3 furlongs to go. Let's see how much he's got for the final 3 furlongs. Missing Rock's Fast Joker, they continue to run together. Arky Road is coming on now, claiming the 3rd spot from Missing Rocks, who weakens. Point Blank is next, with Miracle Mac, who's being asked to pick it up. Rebel Boone is next in the field, and Major Dax still at the back as they turn for home. Leonardo off the turn. He's on top here, but here comes some closers. One of them is Fast Joker, who was stalking the pace early. He's got a nose in front, but Leonardo's not done from the inside. Miracle Mac tried to move forward between horses, had to steady. He's going to angle outside here to try to run on. Leonardo's got the lead. Miracle Mac's coming, and Miracle Mac's going to get him. Miracle Mac, much the best under Jane Elliott. Phenomenal Dream was second. Third home, Leonardo, and Fast Joker, who was fourth.
Miracle Mac, 48-1. Wow. In race 4, as Todd Shrupp joins me on set.
Yeah, nearly $100 winner, but you know the other part to this? This was the start of the Pick 6 where they had a big carryover from yesterday on Oaklawn Park Handicap Day. So that pool gets to over 100,000 today and starts with a 48-1 shot. We're on our way to another significant carryover.
2 for 15 lifetime. This was recent form. A little bit hard to find, and thus the big number. 6-2, close for third. Looked like the horse on the inside. Completing the trifecta, the 8 here. Leonardo.
This is going to be huge balloons all across the board.
All right, well, those prices coming up. I get Todd Shrupp for the rest of the way here in New York. Good to have you back.
Yeah, good to be here. And we still have our best race coming up, the Bagio's Rose.
Yes, we do. Our Sunday feature's still ahead. Back of the race we just showed you. 2's a crowd, the victory. For, as we mentioned, Atlantic 6 Racing, Derek Ryan. We saw their Book of Dano come back, get beat in the Carter, but better things ahead, hopefully, in the rest of the year for him.
Well, earlier today on Talking Horses with Andy Serling, I was making the point you can't go to sleep on those Tampa Bay races. The Tampa turf racing consistently at every level is very, very competitive. This horse had been competing against starter handicap 16,000 and 16,000 claiming and had very, very good form and just dominated by getting out on the lead here. But again, take the Tampa horses very seriously when they show back up here in New York on the turf.
Great job, Jose Lezcano, being aggressive, getting to the front with his horse, and he keeps on going as well. Quick timeout. We'll be back. More ahead. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before, hardened like a diamond and equally brilliant. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Putting on a show in the Preakness. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure.
National Treasure would not be denied. National Treasure wins the Pegasus World Cup. In the blink of an eye has opened up a 5-length advantage. It's a 1-horse race. National Treasure.
There's a brilliance in the way he moved and a tenacity in how he finished. By quality road with a wealth of family, and he raced like he knew it. National Treasure, the key to quality.
The
it's just super exciting.
This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Clydesdales?
Yeah, I would say, given the size there, very intimidating.
Little look at Central Park. They're so popular when they make their appearance out at Fairplex back in California.
Well, that's the thing. There's so many talents for horses, and there's so many breeds of horses, and we wouldn't have the United States of America without the great quarter horse who helped settle the Southwest, but horsepower eventually took us to the industrial age. Did I get really deep there?
True. Important history of thoroughbreds in this country. Rain, yeah, coming down a little bit again here in New York. Quick, too, because I know we're going to talk some Triple Crown here in a second. Jane Elliott, another fill-in role for the injured. Joe Belmere, 99.80 on Miracle Mac.
Yeah, and if you're looking at the pick fives that are ending in the next race, there are 3 horses that are paying 4 of 5, and the rest are just massive returns.
Manny Franco, he's going to ride this one. He'll be riding first Saturday in May. Albus, winner of the Wood for Riley Motto, of not one but 2 horses on that first Saturday in May. And this horse just worked for the first time since the Wood yesterday at about 5:15 in the morning at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, and Albus, I thought he was courageous in what he did in the Wood Memorial. The top 2 finishers going to advance out of there. And that has got to be quite remarkable. You get your first starter in the Kentucky Derby, and you get 2 of them, and you get to compete against your dad.
Yeah, Chief Wallaby for Bill Mott. Of course, winner of last year's Derby with Sovereignty, and yeah, now father-son will be going against each other. You know, both these 2 horses seemingly would need to take a pretty big step forward to be in contention, but just getting into that starting gate is a huge accomplishment.
It is, but his Virginia Derby winner,
Incredible.
You know what his nickname was at the beginning of the season?
Yeah, I heard you say this earlier,
Yeah, Little Sovereignty. He's not. But of the 2, he seems to be better, right? And then what about Manny Franco in the Kentucky Derby? You know, everyone's talking about Irad Ortiz Jr. First of all, shows you how this game works. Everyone is singing the praises of Irad Ortiz Jr. and obviously the multiple Eclipse Award winner, but for that ride yesterday in the Oaklawn Park Handicap. But now we're going to get to the first Saturday in May, and everyone will be talking about Irad Ortiz Jr. has never won the Kentucky Derby. Well, it's the same thing with Manny Franco. He's 0 for 6. He did have the 2nd place finish with Tiz the Law, but that was the COVID year when they ran the Kentucky Derby in September. Still can't get over that. But he's trying to end an 0 for record thus far. In the
I don't know if a lot of people are really worried about that. That's not a lot of opportunities, really,
but,
is
you're
it?
Gonna hear it.
But
like,
that was kind of his thrown into the fire with Tiz the Law during that lead up to Triple Crown season, the preps, and then in that whole run where things...
Yeah. No, I got you. But let me ask you, how do you look at that? How do you know Irad Ortiz Jr. is great, you know Manny Franco's great, and yet people are going to say, oh, haven't won the Derby, and then some will say, well, take a look at the odds. They were 20 to 1 or higher in a lot of cases with the exception of Tiz the Law. You don't seem to care.
I don't think, I mean... So much luck has to happen for you to win a Kentucky Derby.
Right, that's what I'm saying. For those who look at the records of Irad Ortiz Jr., Manny Franco, and go, well, look at the odds that their horses, did they have a realistic chance?
Yeah.
I'm like, what were the odds for Sonny Leone with 1 chance?
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. We'll be back. Manny, we're going to see in the next race coming up. He'll be enrolling in Doe. Here's City of Oscars. Edgar Zayas, Mark Cassie.
And Gary Barber, the owner. He's also part owner of White Barrio.
Look at all the wins Mark Cassie has had. Fantasy, Southwest, Year's End, Bayakoa, Martha Washington, Smarty Jones. That was just at this meet at Oaklawn, carrying huge momentum into the spring. We'll be back. Back with you on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 2. Good to have you with us on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. 3 minutes to post in race 6 here in New York. 6 furlongs over the outer turf. Outer turf rails out 24 feet, by the way, in the starter optional claiming race coming up as we look at Cloud Music.
Yeah, we're getting this turf race in just in time, the last turf race of the day. Cloud Music comes up from Maryland. I just don't trust the form of those races.
Speed going longer, but now shortening up in distance. Here's Rolling in Dough.
Yeah, Amelia Green had a big upset win yesterday in the Weber City Miss on the Laurel card. This horse tries the turf for the first time, I think, as a contender.
Typhoon Fury, some good turf efforts, but it's been a while since been on grass.
Yeah, usually on the turf, did show speed, has been showing speed on the dirt.
Roar of the Crowd, Gregory DePrima off the claim.
Don't go to sleep on this horse. This interesting horse off the claim. In fact, been claimed 2 of the last 3 starts. 0 for 3 on the grass, but the synthetic form up at Woodbine, if repeated on the turf, makes this horse a possibility.
Launch Control went by, does have turf sprint speed. Here's City of Oscars.
Yeah, City of Oscars will come from well off the pace. Those are the silks of Gary Barber. It was not his silks aboard yesterday's winner, White of Bar in the Oaklawn Park Handicap, but he's part of that group.
Big ZOG has Kendra Carmouche.
Yeah, the efforts at Monmouth were pretty good last summer, but the form has gone off.
Rusi, 2-time winner on the lawn.
Yeah, I thought this horse was a play against at the low price of the morning line. Has drifted up from 3-1 to 7-1. Here's a horse that I thought you could play from a decent morning line who's now down to 3-1. That's the 11 Blown Cover, who draws in off the also eligible list.
Yeah, and the public has not forgotten this one, has made this one the current favorite in here. Play all the action with Naira Bets. Use that promo code Derby25. Get a free play for this year's first Saturday in May. At NairaBets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As we go back to, I saw you doing the program earlier with Andy. I know you like this one a little bit. Roar the Crowd.
Mute button on?
No, you did fantastic.
Oh, wow, thank you.
But a lot of that hinges on if this horse runs at all, because I know you picked him today.
Yeah, and here's the thing. So on Talking Horses, I gave out the 5 Roar of the Crowd, a nod to the 7 City of Oscars, and then Andy started to make the case for the 6 Launch Control. I kind of told you in the post-parade where I was with Roar of the Crowd, it's believed that your synthetic form and turf form can match up. And so I believe if Roar of the Crowd, and again, I would think with the connections, claiming this horse, they're thinking much of the same thing, bring this horse to this circuit and then going to the turf. So a long shot possibility of 15-1. But then Andy made the case for the 6 Launch Control from a pace point of view. You get Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard. This horse was awfully quick. And on top of that, this turf course is all about speed, especially in the sprint races. So when you look at Launch Control and previous efforts like this one, he's just quicker than anyone else in the field. And back on October 10th, he was able to carve out fractions like an opening quarter mile, 22, a half mile, 44 and 4. He wouldn't even have to go that fast to necessarily get the lead here. So yeah, I came in here liking a long shot with the 5 Roar of the Crowd, but I thought Andy made some very good points about Launch Control. And the key is Ricardo Santana Jr. back aboard, because he was aboard for the race that we showed you there. He's such a great gate jockey. And then the 7 City of Oscars, the win this horse had on the turf up at Woodbine, that field every bit as good as this one. Yeah, so mark me down for 5, 6, and 7, somewhere in there.
Yeah, I thought the 4 was interesting, but a point that you brought up makes it tough because speed has done so well. It's going to make it a difficult job for Typhoon Fury and a lot of these that want to come from off the pace.
Yeah, and then there is the question of the 2 Roland and Doe, who tries the grass for the first time, but at least on the dirt has been a horse that has had some pace. And look at the price on the 2 Roland and Doe. I know that's Manny Franco's presence as well, but 6-1 for a horse who has no grass resume, who's a 6-year-old making only the 6th start of his career. That's kind of a low price under those circumstances, but you just get the feeling, even as fast as Launch Control is, this horse is at least going to have some of these in this race within striking distance. And so maybe it sets it up for the 5 Roar of the Crowd from just off the pace, or City of Oscars from way out of it.
Public going with the speed. The 6 Launch Control. There's the also eligible Blown Cover last in. Chris Griffin with the 6 from Aqueduct.
And they're off. Launch Control breaks sharply from in between horses, and Launch Control right out to the front. Pressure to the inside from Cloud Music there, a quick 1-2. Cloud Music is making Launch Control go, is pushing this early leader. Launch Control trying to clear, and now does. It's Launch Control who's up by a full length. Cloud Music is now a stalking second. Tightly at the rail, here comes Rollin' in Dough. Has partners towards the outside here with Typhoon Fury, and also center of the course is Roar the Crowd. From the far outside, there's Blown Cover, who's in 6th, is trying to catch this leader, 22-4 for that opening quarter mile. To the back end of the field, Big ZOG, also trying to run on his Rusi, and the trailer, City of Oscars. Launch Control has the lead. Back for more is Cloud Music. In between horses, here comes the run from Typhoon Fury. Down the center of the course, also right there is Rollin' in Dough, who tips out to the 2-path. Rollin' in Dough is coming after Launch Control. Far outside, Blown Cover. Rusi is launching from the back too. Blown Cover with the momentum. The leader is Rollin' in Dough. Rollin' in Dough's got the lead. Blown Cover. Here comes City of Oscars diving down towards the inside too. It's Blown Cover who's in front. Blown Cover won it. Blown Cover over Rollin' in Dough. Then came City of Oscars and Rusi, and woman at 9.52 seconds.
Also eligible from off the pace to come and get this win, Ruben Silvera for Rudy Rodriguez.
Well, you pointed this out early. Sometimes people forget about that also eligible who gets in, but at one time this horse was the favorite in the wagering, bet down to 3-1. Ultimately would go off as the third choice here at 7-2. Blown Cover. It's also kind of interesting too. On Talking Horses, Andy and I were talking about horses turning back out of route races on the sprints on the turf. He's like, I bet you if we looked across the country over the history of man, the percentage is terrible. Today we've had 2 of them win.
He's proven, though, that he is a turf sprinter in the past.
Oh, that is true. But, you know, sometimes turning back, and you brought this up in a different circumstance in the Bayshore about dulling speed or whatever. That horse eventually won anyway. But, yeah, that's your concern. You get too far back. But I was with you. I looked at the sprint form and wasn't concerned that this horse had been in route races most recently.
Wins at 7-2. You know, winds up second choice on the board, 11-7-10. Rudy Rodriguez owns and trains. 5-year-old son of Gunrunner.
Been a good combination. Ruben Silvera riding for Rudy Rodriguez.
Let's head back to Hot Springs.
With the late pick 5 here on tap. Race 5, horses in the paddock. Joined by Megan Burgess on set. And a look at these Arkansas bred. $10,000 claiming sprinters. Updated odds with Burlsworth, Megan, at 8-5.
The horse to beat also has a little bit of a fun tie-in that we'll get to in a moment. But one last time out against State Breds in for the $16,000. Now taking a sort of class drop, you could say. And to me, certainly the horse to beat in this spot.
Different than the caliber of horses we were focused on yesterday.
Right.
With the Oaklawn Handicap. You've had a night to sort of digest everything. Now looking back, what's your biggest takeaway from yesterday's marquee affair?
There's this era of recognition to Wida Barrio's connections and to being able to campaign him, as Safi had mentioned, from a 2-year-old to a 7-year-old. But Sovereignty's performance off of a layoff, having not been seen since last year's Travers, had to obviously scratch out of the Breeders' Cup. That was a phenomenal return to the races, doing something he's never done before, having to do the heavy work on the lead. It was a fantastic race and a fantastic performance by the horse of the year.
How emotional Safi Joseph was with you specifically in the interview shortly thereafter.
It was funny. I actually saw him, his 2 children, his wife, getting lunch before the race, and I asked him, I said, how are you feeling? How's everything coming together? And he was very straightforward. He said, you know, this horse, to me, it's sometimes, some days, it's like, he said it in the clip a while ago, it was more so you have to time him right and kind of get him in the right position. He can be tricky, and he told me that he's taught him a lot.
Career best, 111 by our speed figure, faster than his Whitney, faster than his Breeders' Cup Classic.
It's pretty fantastic. Pretty fast race. The fastest, one of the fastest Oaklawn handicaps we've ever seen.
And yeah, in years. What a performance. They all ran terrific. Can't wait to see what's next. What's next as far as the live racing this 5th, and we can tell you Joey Belmere is on his mount in this race. His last couple of mounts wound up hitting the board. In fact, Jane Elliott taking over on the horse he was supposed to ride in race 4, and in the end, what a $100-some-odd winner.
It's incredible. And as Todd mentioned, the start of a lucrative sequence, 48-1. So if you're still in that Classics Pick 6, wow, I got to give it to you because I particularly didn't have that one, but got to speak to the toughness of Joey Bellemere to get headbutted. I believe he had to get stitches, if I'm not mistaken, and now right back up aboard.
And on a contender on the outside is Bellemere. This was a pickup mount as well, UVC. We'll see him in the post parade. We start here with Chupapi Muñayo. Chupapi, one of 2 coming in off a win.
And one of the best rides I've seen of Christian Torres the entire meet last time out against $10,000 claimers.
Burlsworth, named after Brandon Burlsworth, the ill-fated Arkansas football hero, is the favorite. And then Holding Pattern, kind of a milestone, 50th career start.
50 career starts and a closer, and will have to come from off of things.
Great Barrier, while since he's been competitive.
It just doesn't really seem he has a race as of late that makes him in the mix here.
A Choctaw Zip, 6-1.
This horse ran admirably last time out, but has to get around similar foes in this spot.
A Blessed Vision, Jane Elliott, can she go back-to-back?
Another finished 3rd last time out in that key April the 4th race against your favorite Burlsworth.
That one would not pay as much. Then Myria Coincidence.
This actually, interestingly enough, the Timeform US pace projector has this horse in front. We'll see if he gets there.
Landlord claim from Danny Pish by Dan Ward.
Yet another facing Chupapi Muñayo. Again, 3 or 4 runners coming out of that March the 15th race.
Just rub some dirt on it. He'll be just fine. UVC, there he is in Joey Bellemere.
I wonder tactically where this horse lands, as he does have some tactical speed, as Joey Bellemere just right back up aboard. I will tell you, I feel like getting headbutted in the face, that's got to be...
Shake up some cobwebs
tough
to shake out.
I have to ask Richie.
I'm sure he's been there and experienced it a few times. Arkansas Breds, late pick 5 here. Coming up in the 5th race, Oaklawn Park. As for Brandon Burlsworth, a story of inspiration and tragedy. He was a walk-on offensive lineman from Arkansas. He earned a scholarship while playing. Drafted by the Colts in the 3rd round in 1999. Tragically passed away in a car crash 11 days after being drafted. Wore number 77. Number 77 is retired in Arkansas. And there's the Burlsworth Trophy, first awarded in 2010, given to the best player who began his career as a walk-on, and his legacy here in terms of the trophy that's awarded every season, and Burlsworth named in his honor.
And it's also a testament to Ron McQuett, who bred this horse, now co-owns this horse, and quite a meaningful, sentimental name there.
3-2 currently, Burlsworth. We're checking with Maggie trackside.
Yeah, picking up with him, guys, as he is a horse that's kind of tall, leggy, has that rangy kind of appearance to him overall, but is very well turned out in the respect of his coat and his fitness levels. I wonder, too, though, last time it was a sloppy racetrack, and not as if he excels over the wet going, but he is a horse that possesses that conformation that seems to get over it a bit better than some of his other rivals, I'm sure, because he really kicked away from the field that day. He makes sense here, but I'm not necessarily willing to take him as a prohibitive favorite because I just think a lot of these horses in this field look the same when you look at them on paper. A horse that is incredibly well turned out, though, is to his inside. And number 1, Chupapi Muñayo. I agree with Meg. I wrote down in my notes watching the replay, I was like, wow. That was one heck of a ride by Christian Torres as he is back aboard again here. He just kind of picked his way through horses while saving ground and got there just in time. This is a horse that I suppose, while I'm not that familiar with him, can be a bit of a bad actor. We saw trainer Sean Williams on his head, leading him around the paddock the entire time, while he actually had Mark Cassie's assistant, Caden Arthur, putting the tack on with the valet. So a horse that seems like if you keep him moving, he will respond nicely to that. He looks the picture, and I think he is definitely a player in this field, as he's one of many that comes off of surfaces that were at the very least sealed, if not wet, as we'll also check in with one that was coming out of that same race as Chupapi Muñayo. In number 6, Choctaw Zip. Yes, there are several coming out of the same race. UVC as well was in there, finishing 2nd. But Choctaw Zip, he does come first off the claim here for Ernie Witt, whom I always find his horses look the part in the paddock. He also does have the propensity to break slow. He was very sharp. Now, obviously, we're not reinventing the wheel here, and I don't think he's going to be, that forwardly placed, but he is really sharp today, especially once they got the tack on him. He looks outstanding in the flesh. So I'm actually going to land on him just for the fact that I couldn't really separate these horses. A lot of them run the kind of same races, take turns beating each other and run the same sort of figures. I don't love that he finished up on his wrong lead last time, but he just looks as though he's heading into this race in the right direction. And Lafitte, getting back to Joe Bellemere on the 10 UVC outside, I literally wouldn't have known he got bashed in the face a few races ago. He looks like he's ready to get back out there and do his thing.
Joey Bellemere, UVC to the outside at 5-1. Chupapi Munyayo. And what Maggie was just discussing, you've observed some of that as well from this gelding.
He can have the propensity to get very antsy, very agitated, very sharp in the paddock. Honestly, more indicative of a speed horse in his last few efforts. He's obviously come off of it, but definitely has the tendency to be naughty.
That's not Chupapi. That's Silent Tactic. And the winter/spring that Christian Torres spent with him, runner-up in the Smarty Jones, the Rebel, and the Arkansas Derby, that big one in the Southwest Stakes. Another big meet for Torres, battling for another riding title, seeking a 3rd overall, and he'll ride Silent Tactic in a couple of weeks in the 152nd Kentucky Derby.
He sure will. He's developed quite a relationship with this horse. His Silent Tactic has actually shipped to Churchill Downs. I saw a photo of him on track there in Kentucky this morning, but Christian Torres has worked him and has really given me insight as to how he has developed, and that he's a horse that you have to incrementally bring forward. He's not the flashiest in the morning. He definitely, in parts of his works, you have to really get after him and ask him for his best. And a horse that excels in the latter stages of his races, though I find he still needs to take another step forward in this Kentucky Derby.
What about the 1.25 miles?
I have my question marks with it. I've continued to say that coming out of his Arkansas Derby performance, just by his finish and just by the fact that I didn't see a whole lot of progression from his Rebel performance to that Arkansas Derby, and a trip where I do find he got the better of it, of your winner in Renegade.
A lot of talent, good colt. Yes, he would have to take a major step forward to compete with the elite 3-year-olds getting ready for the Run for the Roses in 13 days beneath the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs. Here, these Arkansas breds, just $10,000 claimers. Burlesworth 8-5. Megan, final thoughts as they make their way behind the gate.
I'm interested to see the number 1, Chupapi Munyayo. I'm sure he'll drop back, but I wonder, he's now drawn the direct inside post. He hasn't done that in quite some time, at least that I can see on the form line. So I wonder if Christian gets a touch more aggressive with him. We shall see. I'm sure he'll be from further off of it, but if you go through his form lines, he can be a bit more tactical.
Ron Moquette trained Burlesworth the favorite at 8-5. Time for the late pick 5. Matt Ditterman with the call. Race 5 live from Oaklawn.
Myria Coincidence goes forward, holding pattern. Great Barrier coming up. Landlord to post 9. Outside post is UVC. We're ready to go. And we're off. Slow break from holding pattern. Good start from Myria Coincidence, who's up top with UVC. Burlesworth, not far away, is moving up, finds himself on the rail now as there's a scramble towards the lead. Myria Coincidence short edge here. Choctaw Zip between horses, and Burlesworth moves forward, snatches a nose lead now, and it's Burlesworth on top here. Choctaw Zip right there with him. Myria Coincidence takes back to 3rd. Now a length off the top pair with a half mile to go. Then comes Landlord. He's running in the 4th position going into the turn. Blessed Vision retreats to 5th with UVC to the outside. 2 back to Great Barrier. Chupapi Munyayo, he's second to last and holding pattern at the back as they round the far turn. Choctaw Zip getting away from Burlesworth, the favorite, who's come under a bit of a ride now, second, and Choctaw Zip hits the quarter pole clear, a length and a half. Myria Coincidence tries to come on in second. Burlesworth hugs the rail as they come down the lane. Gap of 4, Landlord. Chupapi Munyayo needs to get going. In the final furlong, Choctaw Zip, narrow lead. Myria Coincidence chasing a length behind. Burlesworth beaten in 3rd on the rail. 6 16th to go. Choctaw Zip extends stride, quickens, opens up 2, and he's your winner. Choctaw Zip with plenty of zip today. Myria Coincidence was second, Burlsworth third, Great Barrier fourth.
Trainer Ernie Witt, first after the claim, right to the winner's circle with Choctaw Zip. Well done, Maggie. 5-1 in the end.
Did it impressively as this horse. It's kind of funny, as Maggie had talked about, a lot of these horses have taken turns beating each other, running better races, and it's very difficult to kind of pinpoint where they're going to turn the tables, as this horse certainly did. Ernie Witt doesn't have the strongest numbers whatsoever first off the claim. Nice to see them get a victory.
Deep stretch. Choctaw Zip, Megan, keeps digging. Wins clear in the end.
Burlsworth was there on the lead, as was predicted, the number 8, Myria Coincidence, but just did not hold in the late stages of this race. Choctaw Zip, on the other hand, was much the best.
David Cabrera aboard Choctaw Zip, 6-8-2-5 in the 5th race here at Oaklawn Park. Results when we come back. Plus, he still has it. White Barrio blowing by Sovereignty. Journalism in the stretch yesterday. The winner's share of a $1.25 million purse, and now having banked more than $8 million. We'll recap.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Now bid at $410,000.
There's your winner, $410,000.
$400,000.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NyraBets. Open your NyraBets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NyraBets app to start using Fast Facts today.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin, to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. We have our Sunday feature coming up. In race 6, though, it was blown cover. Also eligible to win. Day, Ruben Silvera.
Yeah, returning $9 here. Has a great record over the Aqueduct turf course. Now 3 wins from 4 starts. And as you pointed out, comes back to sprinting. Did have success at 1 1/16 on the turf last fall here at Aqueduct. But anytime you're playing a horse, in the case of this one, last 4 starts, 1 1/16, 1 1/8, 1 1/8, and then the 1-turn mile last time out. If you're playing a horse like that, you know they're not going to be up there dueling on the lead. You just want to make sure that they are within a couple lengths of the lead, and Ruben Silvera made sure of that, and blown cover does the rest and out finishes Roland Doe. That was a very good effort by Roland and the Doe first time on the grass.
$9.08 for the win, and our main event coming up next. New York Breds, Biagio's Rose, 1-turn mile. Fillies, mares, 4 and up. And we have Bam's Bliss Kiss. She comes in having won 5 in a row. She'll be going a mile for the first time in her career. Collect the data. She won 3 in a row, all at a mile. This one named after a pretty good New York bred. Biagio's Rose winning the 2000 Next Move handicap here.
Has it been 26 years since she did that? I guess so, if I'm doing my math right. And Biagio's Rose, well-deserved to have this race named after her. Her grit and determination. Look at that, just up in the shadow of the wire and the Next Move, and brought a lot of thrills for her owners and racing fans on this circuit.
A couple of graded stakes wins during that year as well, when the Iroquois also. This year's edition, it's interesting to see who's going to keep things going in here. Collect the data, Bam's Bliss Kiss. But if those two, they want to battle up front as well, but Bam's Bliss Kiss has sprint speed.
I want to go back to what you said, this year's edition, because I think last year's edition was better. And we have the horse who was second last year. That is Sweet Brown Sugar, and she'll like the rain that's coming down. We won't get an off racetrack, but she likes these circumstances.
Well, there's Bam. She's going to try and win a 6th in a row for Jorge Abreu. Jamie Rodriguez, regular pilot, back aboard. Can she keep things rolling? Biagio's Rose next in our Sunday feature when we come back.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. It's stakes time here at Aqueduct. The Biagio's Rose coming up next for the New York bred fillies and mares, and we'll start to the outside with the favorite in Collect the Data, who's looking to make it 4 in a row and has been ultra consistent for Chad Brown, as she won at the mile last time out off of the layoff and against Open Allowance Company. Went right to the lead, and she did have to fight to dig in late over Cupid's Heart, who's a horse with plenty of back class and ability, and was
was able to hold on for the victory that day. She was an ultra impressive winner back in December, 2 starts back before that slight layoff, and her last race should set her up well coming in here. She's drawn to the outside. Manny Franco's ridden her before, and she does have speed, always a dangerous weapon. Now, one thing I have noticed about her, though, is that it is much colder in New York today than it has been. And she's showing a bit of kidney sweat, not agitated. Nobody else in the paddock has gotten hot. So just something I observed with your favorite, not something that I've seen from her before. But like I said, she's not agitated. She's staying calm, cool, and collected here in the paddock, but I'll continue to keep my eyes on her. The number 5, Bam's Bliss Kiss, is another horse on a roll. She's trying to make it 6 in a row as she's continued on with her good form since being claimed by Jorge Abreu, back-to-back 90-plus by her speed figures against Open Company recently. She's another one with early speed. She went right to the lead and pulled away as much the best that day. She's always been a sharp, energetic type, but I haven't seen her in a few races, and she's relaxed quite a bit, but she perked up a lot once they put the tack on her as if she knew it was game time. She is a lighter framed filly. She's never really filled out too much, but she's one that is quick, moving right to the front end, and she has that pace, and she's in tremendous form right now. It will be interesting to see if these fillies can keep their streaks going, Greg, and especially will they be able to settle things as far as the pace is concerned.
Yeah, that battle up front, thank you, Acacia, going to be fun to watch between the 5, Bam's Bliss Kiss, the 7, Collect the Data. We kick off our post parade with Sweetest Princess. Big price inside.
Yeah, claimed a last time out from Linda Rice by Ilke Cantermachi. And I just think, the 20-1 tells you the class level difference here.
You mentioned last year's edition, probably tougher. It was. Sweet Brown Sugar wound up second to a Millionaire in Sterling Silver.
Yeah, and second over a muddy racetrack, had the lead at a critical point in that race, but there's no one like Sterling Silver in this race, so I give her great respect at 5-2. Also coming in Rob Atris's barn.
Midtown Lights coming off a strong effort at Gulfstream.
Yeah, she's been in these New York bred stakes races before and been semi-competitive. I don't think she could win, but she could factor in the exotics at a price.
David Duggan Barn, Walk With Me, a 4-time winner.
I'm going to have to trust Andy Serling on this one. He was very impressed with her win 2 starts ago and the part of the racetrack that she raced on and thought she was up against it and still managed to get a good victory.
Here is Bam's Bliss Kiss, 5 in a row, and she likes to be forward.
Yeah, you talk about that pace. It's fascinating, though, isn't it? In this win streak, her last 2 starts, she got the opening quarter mile 23-2, the opening quarter mile 23-1. It speaks to they were kind of dull racetracks, but she's going to get a real litmus test today because they'll be flying along in the opening quarter.
Big number here, like a Rolling Stone for the Antonio Arriaga barn.
Yeah, she went gate to wire last time out at 12-1 against New York bred optional 45,000. This is too much here. She's 20-1.
And 7-5 favoritism. Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, Manny Franco, Collect the Data.
Yeah, the 1-turn mile has been her game, and she loves Aqueduct. She's 4 for 7 here lifetime, but at this particular distance, she is 3 for 4. And as you pointed out, she likes to get on or near the lead. She doesn't have to have the lead to win, but her speed is so good that Bam's Bliss Kiss, you think, would get some type of challenge early.
Now, back on March 8th, this was her most recent start. She beat, among others, Walk With Me, who she'll meet again. This was her 3rd win in a row.
Well, keep in mind, she had been off for just about 2.5 months prior to this race. She was an overwhelming favorite, 55 cents on the dollar, just a field of 5 in here. And look, those fractions, I think, were really legitimate over that racetrack. It was a drying out racetrack, so it was a cuppy racetrack. And she went an opening quarter mile 23-2, a half in 46-4. Normally, I would point towards a horse like Bam's Bliss Kiss coming out of 6 furlongs, 7 furlongs, and say, well, she's going to be quicker than Collect the Data. But I think if you look at those 1-mile fractions over a track like that, Collect the Data is every bit as fast as Bam's Bliss Kiss. That is what we need to watch here in the early stages. What happens between the 5 Bam's Bliss Kiss and the 7 Collect the Data? I think they're going to be very close to each other. I think it's going to be a really, really torrid pace, and that's why I have even more confidence in the 2 Sweet Brown Sugar.
who we're looking at right now and who, again, last year, runner-up behind millionaire graded stakes placed Sterling Silver on that muddy racetrack.
Yeah, and she sat just off the pace. The pace was pretty good that day. The opening quarter mile, 23, the half in 45 and 3, and then she rocketed to the front, and she just couldn't hold off Sterling Silver. But a lot of times, when you look at a horse who finishes second like that, you want to see second by how many lengths. She was second by 4 lengths, so there was only one horse that was better than her, and that horse happened to be really good. If Sterling Silver were in here, she'd be a 1-9 favorite. So the question you have to ask yourself is, with the new barn and the way she's come back to the races, is she ready to run that type of performance? It was in that last year, 3rd start off a layoff, and that's what she has here. If she's cycling into this race like she did last year, to me, she's the horse to beat at 3-1.
She's won half of her 16 career starts. For more, let's go down to Acacia.
She's a very cool mare, Sweet Brown Sugar, and I like her too in this spot. I think she should get the right kind of trip. She's facing 2 very fast early fillies, and as Todd pointed out, while she is stretching out in distance, she has shown before that she has no problem going longer. Yes, that second in this race last year. She also was second in the New York Oaks as a 3-year-old, going 2 turns at Finger Lakes, and she's won at 1 1/16 at Finger Lakes before. Physically, I actually think that the mile suits her perfectly. She is a good doer. Well, the other 2 that I mentioned back in the paddock are that kind of lighter, streamlined frame. Sweet Brown Sugar carries a lot of condition, and that's always been the case for her. She's so appealing to the eye. Super coat. I thought that she looked tremendous out there on the track as well. And like I said, thinking that things might set up well for her as far as trip is concerned. The 4 Walk With Me, she will try to get back to the winner's circle. She returns to New York Bred Company as well. Now, last time out, she was last early and just couldn't reach the top 2. So she's another one that will be closing from even further off of it and hoping that there is some pace up front. Certainly respect what Andy pointed out about what she overcame on the track 2 starts back. But she is a horse that has become more athletic with racing and with time on the track. Which I always appreciate. I like to see that progression from them. And I do think it'll make a big difference with her returning to New York Bred Company. I know that she's got a pretty good New York Bred stake that she's facing in here, but she's been running against some pretty solid open allowance foes, including Collect the Data a few starts back, who was able to control the pace that day. Well, this one tried to come from off of it.
Talked about how good Sweet Brown Sugar ran in this race last year. Do you look at a couple of her races and some of her very best and fastest races that she'd probably need to contend with if both the 5 or 7 run their best are on off tracks? Is that a concern at all?
Well, I was hoping that it would rain more, and when we talked on Talking Horses earlier, Andy thought there might be enough rain that it would move her up. Yeah, a lot of times those figures are a little bit bigger on those off-race tracks, but she's proven herself to be capable on either surface.
Bam's Bliss Kiss steps in. 5 in a row for her. Collect the Data. The 6 now even money favorite, I should say. Right there, center screen, last to load. Trying to win her 4th in a row for Chad Brown and Klarovich with Manny Franco. It's the Biagio's Rose Sunday feature from Aqueduct. Chris Griffin the call.
And they're off. Breaking sharply from in between horses, Bam's Bliss Kiss. Right to the front, it's Bam's Bliss Kiss. Collect the Data is comfortable to the outside. Is now going to stalk the pace setter is Bam's Bliss Kiss and Jamie Rodriguez a half length in front. They're in 3rd. It's going to be Sweetest Princess as they come out of the chute, hook up at the backstretch, and Like a Rolling Stone is to the outside of Sweet Brown Sugar. They're going to be 4th and 5th. Behind them is Walk With Me and the Triller. Midtown Lights. They work up the backstretch, 23 and 4. An easy opening quarter for Bam's Bliss Kiss. Collect the Data, stalking right there in 2nd at the rail. Their Sweetest Princess in 3rd. Losing some ground with Sweet Brown Sugar. Still comfortable with her spot. And Kendra Carmouche there in the 4th position. Midtown Lights starts to rally on from the back with Walk With Me and Like a Rolling Stone. They work into the far turn, and Bam's Bliss Kiss, 47 seconds flat for a half-mile time. Now, Manny Franco getting after Collect the Data, trying to cut into the margins within a neck of the leader. But Bam's Bliss Kiss is resilient so far, is holding off Collect the Data, who's being encouraged to move forward. Collect the Data's losing ground as Bam's Bliss Kiss under a hand ride is approaching a quarter mile left to go. And Bam's Bliss Kiss looks very strong at the top of the stretch. Now gets her cue and Bam's Bliss Kiss is up by 7. To the outside here, running on. Sweet Brown Sugar's in the clear. Collect the data, dropping back. Midtown Lights and Like a Rolling Stone. But they're all chasing Bam's Bliss Kiss. She's going to be a dominant victor here in the Bagio's Rose. Jamie Rodriguez, Bam's Bliss Kiss, won it. Photo there for second. Sweet Brown Sugar and Midtown Lights. Photo for fourth. Then 1 minute 38.22 seconds.
Bam's Bliss Kiss, make it 6 in a row. She gets to the front, and there is no looking back. Just opens up on this field in the stretch.
I mean, she's been through the claim box a couple of times. She was dangled out for $17,500 in a condition claimer, and she was taken. There are a couple of previous connections who are like, what do we miss here? But everything, they're not missing anything with Mad Dog Racing Stables and Jorge Abreu. This is the finest form of her career. That win streak goes to credit to a couple of barns, but as far as her best form, it goes to Jorge Abreu. And that, again, we talk about horses and the form that they are in. I think a lot of times bringing a horse from a loss to a win is easier than keeping a horse in brilliant form the way this one is.
Not to mention, too, she escapes at 4-1. She was 2-1 morning line. She comes in having won 5 in a row. Was everyone that scared off by the distance, or was it the presence of another speedster outside?
I'm responsible for her being 4-1 because it's amazing as horse players, you look at something that's so obvious in front of you, the win streak that you talked about, the dominant good form that she's in, the barn that can keep her in that good form, and yet, no, we're not going to play at 4-1.
5-2, 3-4 finish. Bam's Bliss Kiss doesn't just keep that streak going. She was impressive. 6 in a row for this 4-year-old filly. Jorge Abreu, Jamie Rodriguez, Mad Dog Racing Stable. Your winning connections.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
Oaklawn Hot Springs is here for when you need to break away, when you want to reward yourself, when you deserve to indulge, when you want to be close to the action. It's all here. So what are you waiting for? Live racing returns with the classic racing season. So plan your stay at Oaklawn Hot Springs and come join the fun.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut, and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Great to have you with us this Sunday afternoon. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. Late pick 4 on tap. Gorgeous Sunday afternoon in Hot Springs. Horses on track, $12,500 claimers, non-winners, 3 lifetime, all for sale, all 2 for something. Sprinting 6 furlongs. And they'll make the turn. We'll start with Nat Gas. Abel Cedillo aboard. There he is. Just kind of one-geared, not much of a finisher, Megan.
That's the case with him. You nailed it, as he does drop in class, though.
Skylar bouncing.
And one that is sharp. It should be a part of the early speed.
There's Joey Belmere.
I like this horse at a price, as we saw Joey Belmere kind of showing his stitch of the lip there in the paddock.
Mambrino, your top selection, getting a little warm.
Yeah, very washy. It's a beautiful day as this horse does get back to the dirt, has some good dirt form.
The favorite, our Bucky Charm, lightly raced 7-year-old.
California bred versus open. Got the blinkers off last time out. Woke him up a bit.
Craven's Worth 0 for 8 at Oaklawn this far.
Now taking a move up in class doesn't bode well for him.
18-1 shots side by side. They're speechless.
Another well back in his last few efforts here at Oaklawn.
And Salevo to the outside, all Asmussen all the time.
Makes me a little hungry there, Lafitte, as this horse is also taking a drop in class.
Little will go a long way in this one. Start of the late pick 4, race 6 Oaklawn, coming up in 3 minutes. We circle back with Maggie with eyes on the 2, Skylar. Maggie, what are you observing pre-race?
Skylar is naughty, or just very nervous, I should say, Lafitte, as he's one that wears that titanium hood. So it's a hood that does not cover their ears. It doesn't block out any sound. And obviously it doesn't provide any kind of blinkers around their eyes. It's this theory that the titanium within the hood that's sewn into it provides a calming mechanism for these horses. I'm not sure if it works, but a lot of trainers feel as though it does. But he was one that was kept outside of the paddock to get the tack on. I'm sure this is a usual type of procedure for him, but he was still very bad to get the tack on. He was obstreperous in the post parade as well. But with that being said, after 2 routes, I think turning back for this horse is probably best, given the fact that in his last, he was running off with his head in the air. Yes, Amir Mendoza was trying to slow him down, and I get that. It worked 2 back. But I think a lot of times when you're dealing with a wet track, that kind of splashing, that noise will really set a horse off, especially one that is a little flighty, like Skylar seems to be. So I do like the turn back, given his disposition. I'm just not sure I'd like him as a horse as in this spot. As we see our Bucky Charm, the favorite, have no problems with him. He looks fantastic, though he does come in here off avoided claim, but so often we see horses win off avoided claims. I am interested in number 4, Mambrino, in here, and he really wasn't that washy. That was mostly water that you guys saw on him in that post parade. They had been putting water on him, but to be fair, he is sharp, so obviously a little bit of sweat on him. He comes in here off of 2 turf efforts, but go back to the first 2 races of his career. They were sprinting on the dirt, albeit at Sam Houston, and they both resulted in wins. This is what this horse wants to do. He, like I said, has the energy, the right kind of mind frame for this. Not turn back, but for getting back to a sprint race on the dirt. He doesn't look overly turf meant or anything like that. And I just thought he looked really good overall. I think he is the interesting X factor to your favorite at 4 to 5. And our Bucky Charm and Lafitte, I'm going to land on Mambrino.
Don't you feel better, Megan?
I sure
like
do.
Nothing to worry about.
I can
Not
sleep
sweating
tonight.
profusely.
Right.
Just hosed him down.
I think you were the one teasing me about it, actually, if I can remember correctly. But it is nice to land on the 4 as well, which I do agree with everything Maggie said. I find that this horse faced pretty decent company back in Sam Houston all the way back in February of last year, and I've never seen him, but it seems as if, just judging by his form, that he wants to run on the dirt.
Rafael Bejarano finishing up the meet well aboard Mambrino. As for our Bucky Charm, who is the favorite, even money, and yeah, just look, you get why he's the choice, but at the same time, when push comes to shove, when the real running starts, that's when he typically comes up small.
Yes, and also I have an issue with him because I do find this will be an up-tempo pace. There's a few in here that are going to be forwardly placed, and he's amongst them. As last time out, I did mention he got the blinkers off, and it freed him up. He got a little bit more engaged, actually a lot more engaged, and he was able to run an even second to Fifth Avenue that day. And he honestly, when I look at his stride, he has efforts on the grass that kind of makes me believe that maybe he's just better off being there. He kind of has that higher knee action, and that's really indicative of horses that often prefer the grass. So I just wonder with him, I think he's incredibly vulnerable in this position. He has a modicum of consistency in his form, but I think he's very beatable in this spot.
Even money. Our Bucky Charm from the rail. Your thoughts on Nat Gas, third at this level? Earlier this month, quick turnaround for him.
A drop in class at this level, I find, is perfectly suited, as he does draw the inside, and I find he's going to get a tactical kind of trip, which is what you want in here. I think there'll be a bit of a cluster up front. We shall see how it shakes out, but there's a few in here that will be forward.
Abel Cedillo aboard at the gate. Post time for this sixth race, Oaklawn Park, 6-5. Our Bucky Charm. Matt Duneman with the call. Race 6 started late, pick 4 here at Oaklawn.
Wild Eye going into the gate and Speechless. Two back, Mambrino. Salivo to the outside. We're ready to go. And we're off. Our Bucky Charm, the favorite, popped out of the gate. He's in front in the early stages here. Speechless taking the second spot. Wild Eye down on the inside. Mambrino's between horses there. Cravensworth also in a line. Salivo's going to take back off a group, and he's now 5 lengths off the lead in the blue and white. Another length to Nat Gas, second to last. Skyler now joining him as they hit the half-mile pole. Our Bucky Charm is speedy. Leads a length here. Cravensworth on his tail. He's second going into the 4-turn run. Speechless into third. Wild Eye next, and Mambrino shuffled back to fifth. Well, sent hard now by Bejarano, just 4 off the pace. Then comes Skyler. He's joining that one, trying to get outside, coming to the top of the lane. He's moving past horses. Skyler approaching the quarter pole. Big gap to Nat Gas as they come to the top of the lane. Our Bucky Charm has snuck away to a 2-length lead in the white blaze. Cuts the corner, changes leads, and goes for home. Extends stride to a 2.5-length lead. Skyler chasing. Wild Eye. Salivo's coming down the center of the track, but inside the furlong pole, Our Bucky Charm has given them the slip. Our Bucky Charm by 4. Our Bucky Charm went right to the lead and never stopped. Wins at 2-5. Salivo was second. Skyler third. Wild Eye fourth.
2-5 in the end. Our Bucky Charm gives him the slip indeed. Christian Torres is a favorite, cashes in this 6th race at Oaklawn Park.
I had no idea how this horse was 2-5 because I thought that was very short, considering I thought this was a much more wide open race, and he just ran off and proved me very wrong. As he got to the front end, he took command, a very manageable pace set up front. He didn't have a whole lot of contention up there. Threw away clear best.
Big effort, Salivo at 18-1 to complete the exacta.
Salivo's always that horse that just runs on, right? And I will say, though, it's been a big effort, a big move forward from him from the last couple times I've seen him, for sure.
6-9-2-3 here. Back to Aqueduct, Greg, where Bam's Bliss Kiss just continues to roll.
This was a huge performance from this 4-year-old filly. Yeah, win streak continues on, now 6 in a row, but this was next level. What she produced here. Our Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by Fasig-Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital platform for thoroughbreds. Learn more about our auction schedule at digital.fasig-tipton.com. Let's get digital. $10.32 for the win.
Trainer Jorge Abreu has had a lot of good claims, but this one is quickly becoming one of the best he's ever had. Congratulations to owner Mad Dog Racing Stable. Dark Bear Brown filly by Solomini out of the Into Mischief mare Kiska was bred by Tori Gladwell in the Empire State of New York and ridden to victory in here by Jaime Rodriguez.
Yeah, 2 today for Rodriguez as we get downstairs to Acacia with a man of the hour.
Bam's Liz Kiss has been on fire, as I'm pleased to be joined by jockey Jamie Rodriguez. She makes it 6 in a row. You've been aboard now for 5 of those. What a cool filly, as she just keeps going on the front end.
Oh, I love her since the day I picked them out and everything. And I told the previous trainer, I said, man, I love her. I would love to like keep riding and everything like that. And then we rode her again. She won and she got claimed. And I told my agent, I said, man, I would love to ride the filly back. And then we got the chance back, and then she's doing amazing.
And what a good claim, picking up a stakes win here too. But when you were able to secure the front end with her, how important was that? The way that she broke, the way that you were able to control how this race played out?
I was a little bit worried because I had to speed outside, and I just let her break, do her own thing, without nobody putting me a little bit of pressure. And once I see myself in the lead, I just literally drop my hand, let her do her own. And once she got to the 316 and somebody got next to her, she gave me like another kick, and I said, oh yeah. And then in the top of the lane, I tap her in the shoulder, and she gave me another run. And I love it. She loved being free. And I think that's one of the things that I love about her. I don't have to do too much with her.
Has to be one of the most fun feelings when it's just you coming down to the wire like that.
Yeah, I was so happy because the way she started from the bottom, and she goes step by step, and she's improving so much, and I'm really happy the way she's running.
Well done. You guys make a nice team together.
Thank you.
Greg?
So how ambitious do you think they get? Like, where do you go from here?
Well,
could you do graded stakes company or
138-1, right?
Okay, all right. I mean, but the previous figures, if you're a buyer speed figure person in the 90s, got to think came close there. The times are deceiving here, the raw times.
Worth tougher company than this, right?
Yeah, I at least try a grade 3, you would think. But.
Interesting to see what they choose as we move into the finale, and I know you have a strong opinion coming up in this one to close things out. 7 furlongs main track, New York Breds, 35 maiden claiming race.
All of a sudden, I become an ambassador for Tampa Bay racing. You heard me extolling the virtues of turf racing at Tampa. How about New York Breds have been racing in open company down at Tampa, such as Anderman, who was 3rd last time out, open maiden claiming 25,000, now in against New York Breds. I think that recent effort is good enough to be competitive here.
13-1 currently. We'll talk more about the field momentarily. Let's look back to yesterday, the Bayshore race 4 on the Saturday card. Solitude Dude, massive favorite, especially when Igniter came out, but would have been the huge favorite anyway, and remains undefeated sprinting. What do you think about this performance?
Well, when you look at top 3-year-old sprint opportunities in South Florida, where he's based for Safi Joseph Jr., he won the Swale Stakes, and so if he comes back to that effort after the Fountain of Youth, he wins. Now, going in, I know Andy Serling thought, well, he's going to absolutely have the lead. He didn't. The horse that set the pace went a half mile in 44-4 and hung around. So he showed the ability to rate. His class prevails. But if you're looking at him going to the Woody Stevens on the undercard Belmont Day at Saratoga, I mean, I think he's going to have to improve from there. But look, sprinting, he's undefeated. The 3rd in the Fountain of Youth was behind 2 horses who are legitimate Kentucky Derby contenders, proved their worth in the Florida Derby. But I give the connections credit for realizing he's best around one turn. They took advantage of that and won the Bayshore at essentially 1-9.
And he's run a lot faster sprinting than he did in that race yesterday as well.
Yeah, but I think when you look at the horses, here's a name that you need to remember. So when we're looking at the Woody Stevens, which is one of my favorite races on the undercard on Belmont Day, you're looking at some horses that will come back from Derby Day out of the Pat Day Mile. The Pat Day Mile will be a loaded field, but there's a horse in there named Crude Velocity for trainer Bob Baffert. It just didn't work out timing-wise for him to get on the trail to the Kentucky Derby, but if Crude Velocity does what everyone expects him to do in the Pat Day Mile, he'll show up in the Woody Stevens, and that could be something.
Here's what we have ahead in New York at Aqueduct. Memories of Silver on the 26th. Sheepshead Bay as we turn the calendar into May for Marcy.
Eloisive Quality on May 2nd.
May
the
3rd,
Eloisive Quality.
Westchester Vagrancy. Fort Marcy, significant because that was sort of the coming out party for Deterministic.
Yes. Who had to scratch in the Maker's Mark Mile down at Keeneland. Look, I mean, if you're going to correct me on Abreu, which you need to, not you, I get to have fun with elusive quality when it's elusive.
Back to the truck.
Yeah, thank you.
We have the nightcap coming up when we return. Way to make friends here in New York. 10 minutes away from this one. Let's actually head downstairs to Acacia.
I actually snorted.
We'll take a look at the 6, El Paco for Mike Maker, who finished second last time out. And you read in the short comment that Manny Franco did lose his crop in the stretch, and you can see it watching the race there. And this horse broke about half a step slow from the inside post from the rail, and then ended up moving right up to the lead and getting some pressure. And so it was kind of that heated duel in the stretch and a pivotal moment at which he did drop his crop, but probably would have come in handy at that point in the stretch, as he was just slightly second best to the winner's projectability. Now that horse did come back to win again with the same Beyer speed figure of a 70 in his subsequent start. So flattered out of that effort. But yes, I do think that you can give some excuses for El Paco getting beat last time, as he did do a lot of the dirty work. He looks tremendous here today. One thing I did notice that even before he had to duel, he was kind of switching his tail and a little bit all over the place in reaction to the riding crop. And I don't know if this is something that he's worn before, but he is outfitted with a Houghton bit. So a pretty strong bit on him to give his rider a bit more control. I'm wondering if he is still kind of figuring things out, both physically and mentally as well. The number 3, Photo, is also making his third start, but he does have a layoff to contend with, coming back, not having started since May of 2025, and he drops in class, which I think makes a lot of sense. Going back and watching his debut race, which was his lone dirt start, he took a lot of money that day. He was just under 3-1, debuted with blinkers on for Dave Duggan, and I think that that is worth noting. And he did get checked back early in that race, kind of throwing his head up, just looking uncomfortable throughout running, and actually did run on a little bit of a sneaky effort with a little bit of a late close in the center of the track. Then they tried the turf. Now he has a layoff. So a lot of question marks about him, but I think he's a little bit interesting as he gets what appears to be a needed drop in class. And I think that he does actually look more like a dirt horse. So I like the switch back to this surface for him. He's been sharp. He's been on the muscle here in the paddock as well. And he does look fit off the bench if he's ready. I think he's an intriguing new face to this group with the drop in class, Greg.
6-1 for David Duggan off the bench. We'll have this nightcap from New York. When we return, we're approaching the 6-minute mark to post in the 8th here on America's Day at the Races. Back with you on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 2. Here's our post parade for the nightcap in New York. Baby Meanie. Jimmy Ferraro kicks things off.
20-1. I thought it was a wide open race. Yes, the horse does get class relief. First time in the maiden claiming ranks, but I couldn't see this one at 21-1.
Here's Vitalize, trained by David Donk, drops in class.
Yeah, today could be the day. 0 for 10 prior to today. Hasn't raced since May, but 7-1 is a good price for a horse who should like this distance.
Keisha mentioned the virtues of Photo off the long layoff.
I could see what she was talking about, this horse being on the muscle down in the paddock. That's a good thing. First time into the maiden claiming ranks, and as she said, a surface change as well. Has not had a good trip in both career starts.
0 for 11, Lucky Dragon.
Yeah, I can't do it. I can do the 0 for 10 on Vitalize. I can maybe even talk in the 0 for 14 on it, but not the 4.
Lowest level Bootsy's Rascal's been at.
Yeah, and could be part of the pace in here, so that's a consideration at 17-1.
And there is, what? The 6 is
what
in
is happening?
the race. We
What is
incorrectly have the 6 scratched, El Paco.
Oh,
It was
okay.
probably the speed of the field in here. So the 6 is in the race.
Oh, there
we
you go. We just changed
in on
it
it,
to 1.
0 for 14.
Okay. I scratched the 8. The 8 is scratched, right? Yeah, we're not bringing that horse back. The 9 Central Spirit. Look who he ran against last time out, Illmatic.
Yeah.
And then finally the 10 Anderman, the horse that I was talking about, coming up from South Florida. That was open company last time out. Both starts were open races, and now comes up to New York for New York breds. Now, you could be cynical and say, well, why would you offer a horse up for $25,000 maiden claiming when they had the option to come up to a new... Boy, I really thought we'd be at the 10, so sorry I started early, but I have plenty to say about the horse. And then they bring the horse up to New York as the horse does not get claimed. And then an interesting work. Well, the 10's out there somewhere.
Yeah, when we get back to him, I want to talk about, that quick 3 furlong drill as well. But let's go back to El Paco. Yes, is in the race. Obviously, his game is speed.
Yeah.
Could not last, though, for this level at 6 furlongs last start.
Well, and that's the other question. So it's one thing to show speed at this level, state bred maiden 35, but then, you take a horse like the 9 Central Spirit, who's been trying to chase pace in state bred maiden special weight. I think you end up with Central Spirit actually being faster than El Paco. What you certainly end up with is El Paco getting tested in the early stages. So why would you think, if this horse is going to get tested early, this one is going to see out 7 furlongs? Because you look at the 2 starts, and this one stopped in both instances when challenged on the lead.
Well, right now, still the 2-1 favorite as we go back to Acacia.
And taking a look at that number 9 Central Spirit, I do agree with Todd that we should see speed from this guy today, because he actually broke on top last time out, and yet Illmatic has a lot of gate speed, and he just was kind of stuck chasing that one, and he was in over his head last time. So it's a needed drop in class, because he finished second on debut to a horse that would come back to win again, and then he took a ton of money and was disappointing in his second start, and then faced a very good field last time. So the drop just makes a lot of sense for him, but he's sharp. He acts like a horse that wants to show speed. He's been on his toes throughout, definitely kind of bubbling and energetic. So I think we're going to see some speed from him out there today. But Todd, I know you had interest in the 10 Anderman. Every time I'm in Florida and I see New York breds running for claiming races, I kind of scratch my head in wondering why they're running there, especially if they're dirt throughout the winter. Sometimes turf horses just don't have as many options. You have to either put them on the shelf if they're New York bred turf horses through the winter, or look for other options out of state. But this horse ran much better on the dirt last time out, and for a maiden claiming level as well. I wasn't there for either of his Tampa races, but just as we've discussed earlier in the show, sometimes the figures, especially on Tampa dirt races, can come back a little bit lower and can actually prove to be live races moving forward. And this horse did have a pretty solid bump at the start. He was 3 wide, he was chasing, and he actually ran outside on a pretty decent third. He had a lovely warm-up. His ears were up. He was traveling beautifully over the track here. Double-digit odds. He's kind of ticked a lot of the boxes in here, and always interested when you do see horses facing state-bred company for the first time.
Keisha hits on the thing that I'm concerned about. Like, again, first time into state bred company should be a positive thing, but then you wonder, why did you dangle a horse out there for $25,000 at a cheaper purse when you could have just come to New York and run for the big purse? And then normally you'd look at a fast workout and go, oh, I really like that fast workout. The most recent workout, April 15th over the Belmont training track, 35-1. But sometimes to me that's saying, please buy this horse. All the positives in a maiden claiming, like, please claim this horse, so we're going to have a fast work put in there as well. But in the end, I just looked at the last race as good enough to be competitive here because they're going to be flying early, and this horse can finish.
And yeah, it's tough to know intention with a workout too. And a lot of times you see a bullet workout, doesn't mean it was a good workout.
Yeah.
But 3 furlong bullet drill, sometimes that could be to sharpen a horse up and maybe show a little more speed. This horse has had issues out of the gate.
Yep.
Each of the first 2 starts of the career, is that maybe to sharpen him up a little?
That could be. I would agree with that. And then you get Edgar Zayas aboard, right? I mean, it's first time him riding. He's known as a great gate rider. And it's significant because to the inside of him, talking about the 10 Anderman, is Central Spirit. Central Spirit, to me, is the fastest horse in this race. So if Anderman can break with the 9 and the 6, not a 3 pace duel here, but sit in that second flight off those dueling leaders, look out. I think this horse can pull off the upset.
You know, you got a huge price as well on Bootsy Zarascal, the 5. Why is this one taking absolutely no attention?
It is, as you pointed out in the post parade, you said dropping to an all-time low. Well, how about the previous low? It was State Bred Maiden 50,000, and this horse was second at 34-1. They were so impressed by that race. The next 3 starts were State Bred Maiden special weight, and although this horse didn't come near to replicating that first effort, the horse did chase the pace early on, is dropping in class like some other horses who are getting play, and incredibly is 27-1. Having said all of that, I'm not sure that this horse can see out the 7 furlongs. Could this horse end up vertically in the exotics, the trifecta and superfecta? Yes. Could this horse win? I could not see that.
Just leaving your screen, that 6, still favored. El Paco, speed. And will this one battle up front? Central Spirit, the 9. Will those 2 go at it? Keep your eyes on that pace stool early on. Nightcap from New York. Race 8 here from Aqueduct. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Photo went in. Lucky Dragon. Central Spirit. Anderman. Last to load. Anderman. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good beginning for Bootsy Zarascal on the far outside. Central Spirit in the early mix, and now Central Spirit will press on. Is up by a neck. In between horses, El Paco now emerges, and El Paco is challenging for that lead and puts a nose in front. Back to second's going to be Central Spirit. Anderman's a well-settled 3rd just off of them, center of the racetrack. Bootsy Zarascal is back to 4th. It's to the outside of Photo, who's in 5th. It's another 3. Back to Vitalize, who starts to make up some ground. Shoved along in on it, not going anywhere yet. Then Lucky Dragon from the back end of the field with Baby Meanie, the trailer. They work towards that far turn, and El Paco is in command. El Paco into the turn, widening this margin through that 23.37 opening quarter mile. El Paco is the target. Anderman to the outside 3 wide is chasing, has now taken second, is dropping back, losing ground with Central Spirit. Nowhere to go. Photo is in behind that backing up horse there as Bootsy Zarascal. Somehow Hernandez Moreno stays aboard, just had to steady, and meanwhile up front, El Paco is cruising right along. Anderman is in second, is far back to the rest. It's El Paco who's sprinting away. Anderman continues to give game chase from the back end of the field from way out of it. In on it, starts to rally on. But El Paco will give Manny Franco another victory on the afternoon inside the final 16th. El Paco, geared down, wins it. Much the best. In on its second, then came Anderman and Lucky Dragon in 1 minute 25.32 seconds.
No doubt about it, victory, and this time El Paco, no backing up at all with the extra furlong. Breaks his maiden career start number 3.
Yeah, if these were the fractions in a longer race, you would say they were pretty soft. In a shorter race like this, going 7 furlongs, the opening quarter mile 23-1, the half 47-1. So that means a second quarter mile in a sprint race 24 seconds. Things would have to go really wrong to lose from there after setting the pace, and it goes all right today for El Paco. I got the trip I absolutely wanted with Anderman. He just wasn't good enough, and nobody was as good as El Paco.
Winds up going off your 2-1 favorite. Public gets it right. El Paco to close things out on the Sunday card here in New York. Good being back with you again.
Well, look, you and I have a history that we will always be a part of each other's lives. We know each other very well. But as I end this 2 weeks here, I want to thank everyone who I did meet for the first time. This crew could not have been more hospitable and kind, and it made this job so much more easy. And thank you to the fans who were kind enough to come up and welcome me to New York.
And we're going to see you again when?
The Belmont Festival, which I'll be coming up there for that week, which I've never done before. I've been to Saratoga during the summer, but never the Belmont Festival. Looking forward to it.
Final chance yet to experience that week of racing that's so terrific at historic Saratoga. Hope you could be there as well, but if not, we got you covered. 11 minutes away from the 7th at Oaklawn. It's mutual.
Starting it up into the Pacific Classic is
Good Magic, the classic sire.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand-new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
and it's lights out. Locked, pouring it on, running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward, it is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
First and foremost, it's a family operation. It's fun to be a fourth-generation president of Oaklawn and to see how we've grown. We've been in the same location. We haven't had to move across the street. That's kind of neat. It is about racing at Oaklawn. We tell everyone, especially our new employees, it's racing first. My great-grandfather, Louis Sella, built it in 1904. Charles Sella took over after him. John Sella took over after him, and then we had another Charles Sella. My father take it over, and now we have Louis Sella. We like keeping the same names in the family. It helps with monogramming. I would sit in on meetings, even at a young age. My father would take me and say, you know, be quiet and sit in the corner, and I'd do and just listen. And throughout my life, I've been involved with racing, and it's always been really a part of me. Until finally when it was time to move in and commit. You can look at our media guide, which is published online as well, and look at that history. It's remarkable. We've beaten Prohibition, and we've gone through a couple of world wars and Vietnam and depressions, recessions. Truly the reason we're successful is for the reasons I just said, that we've been able to evolve, we've been able to change with the times. Beyond that, it's racing first, and really the oldest family in racetrack management in the United States. And we're very proud of that, and we're proud of that legacy. And we think that racing is successful and exciting and has a great future if you believe in it and if you put your heart and soul in it. And you go forward with that mentality. We see that with our employees, we see that with our trainers, our horsemen, we see that with the horse owners that fly in from coast to coast because of the excitement that we have here at Oaklawn.
There are family businesses, and then there's that. The Sella family, what they've meant to racing in Arkansas, and Louis Sella recently inducted into the Arkansas Sports Hall of Fame, Richie, and for very, very good reason.
Yeah, I mean, they do it right here. They understand customer service. They understand that you have one chance to make a first impression. And they have been in control of Oaklawn Park since 1916. That's 110 years of doing this properly, and what great stewardship they have provided for this historic venue, and continue to improve it, expand it, make it better. And they're not afraid to try new things and experiment. And to me, it's been a wonderful experience getting to work with them.
You know, and experimenting, and then if something doesn't work, making those adjustments, the innovation and racing is really thriving here in Arkansas, and another terrific meet here at Oaklawn Park, of which we are winding down the last couple of weeks and the last few races on what's just been an incredible weekend of thoroughbred racing with the Oaklawn Handicap. Yesterday, we'll have a chance to revisit. But first, this starter allowance crew, mile and a 16th. Let's meet the field, starting with the favorite, Unload at 3-2.
Unload's got a lot of good things going for him. Obviously, his connections, a good inside draw, going to be tough to beat.
Sound of Victory pictured.
Yeah, claimed last time off of Steve Asmussen's. Going to have to improve, though.
Several of these in new barns having been claimed. There's Hot Gunner.
Hot Gunner possesses absolutely no speed.
The Thunderer, first after claim.
Well,
Tanner Tracy.
You know, the flip side of that, this horse can be forward and should be involved, and has been in very good form.
Cobblestone Bridge, $72 winner last out.
Yeah, came off that win with a big price, but man, if he can run that race back, I don't know where it came from, but if he can run that one back, he's a player.
Not getting quite the price this time. Beyond Best, you saw in there is Mintastic.
Coming off a win, also claimed from the Asmussen barn last time. He had a lot of action both ways at the claim box.
A lot of movement. Excel Calculator, he's in a new barn.
Sarah Schaefer. Another one. Doesn't have a tremendous amount of speed, but they do add blinkers, so maybe this puts that horse a little more forward.
Right on. Claimed by Eric Foster, then Winter's Ghost, a runaway winner 17 days ago.
Against easier, but has speed and should be able to be forward, can overcome the outside draw.
Brittany's Dream marooned outside.
Yeah, again, tough draw. How about Joey Bellmare? Gets smashed in the face early with the horse's head, takes a race off, and was in the room insisting that he was going to ride. I think the stewards had a conversation with him about maybe taking the rest of the day off, and he was having none of it. That's what makes top jockeys.
Maybe he had to watch another rider ride a $72 winner he was supposed to ride.
Yeah.
That couldn't have been too fun.
It couldn't have been fun, but you know, sometimes guys then want to take their ball and go home. Give me the guy that wants the ball.
We check in with Maggie.
Yeah, guys, as down on the rail, we do see the favorite. That is number 1 in here, Unload, whom I think is going to be very tough to beat for the Asmussen barn. Actually, a reclaim for the meet's leading trainer. I mean, he had this horse early on in his career when he lost him for 50, picked him back up here in February for the 12-5, and he's looking to get back to the winner's circle yet again. He's already won with him off the claim, and I thought his effort last time was pretty good considering the trouble that he had. He had a stumble out of the gate, but it was kind of a forward stumble, so he didn't really cost himself any ground. But then, as they were halfway around the first turn, he had to check severely. So then it put him behind the 8 ball, put him behind horses, and he had to wait for room. And when he finally got through, he just couldn't quite get by Cobblestone Bridge, who will also meet again in here, but he also couldn't get by Camp Daddy, whom came back and won with a 73 buyer in his subsequent start. So I do think Unload looks the part here overall, probably best against this field. Hopefully he doesn't encounter any more trouble yet again from that inside post position. Moving on to number 5, Cobblestone Bridge, mentioned him. He probably don't want to say he got the right trip. He just got the unencumbered trip because he was the one giving up the most ground to all of the other, horses that finished well in that race. So I thought it was a good effort, but as Meg mentioned, where did it come from? He looks great. I mean, he's really healthy, weight and coat to him, so maybe he is trending in the right direction. Number 7, Mintastic. I was kind of hedging. I was back and forth with this horse because, look, he goes from Steve Asmussen's barn to Lane Johnston, who's still looking for his first win of the meet. But I like the race that he comes in here off of. He actually beat Winter's Ghost, who is number 10 in here, and he's half the price of Winter's Ghost, who would come back and win quite convincingly. Mintastic, my eye just kind of kept going back to him whilst in the paddock. He's a little bit of a lighter frame son of Gun Runner, but just really well conditioned and well within himself. He kind of fit the conditions well and what he meets here based upon his other foes also that he runs against. So I think at a decent price of 14-1, he does make a bit of sense. Keith Asmussen back to ride. Excel Calculator, as he goes first off the claim for Sarah Schaefer, he's one that makes a bit of an equipment change. The last time this horse, well, the second to last time this horse won was when they took the blinkers off of him. I find that when you get with these older horses, sometimes it's the element of surprise. It's not necessarily equipment, it's just changing their viewpoint on things and changing it up, keeping it spicy, if you will. And he puts those short cup cheater blinkers on, so maybe it's the change again that leads to success. He looks great for Sarah. I did notice that he has what we call a 3/4 shoe on his right front. So it's a shoe that is kind of missing a quarter of the heel. And sometimes it's, for horses that might have a bit of a quarter crack that has come through, or horses that maybe have a little bit of a compromised wall. So he does have that 3/4 shoe with some Equilocks on it. So maybe whatever problem maybe was pinching him in his feet, Lafitte, whoa. I don't want to do that again, feet Lafitte. They've resurrected. And like I said, some changes, maybe that leads to success with Excel Calculator.
I don't want you to do it either, Maggie. Excel Calculator. And yeah, a lot of specialized equipment adjusting going on there, Richie.
Yeah, absolutely. That was actually pretty good. I liked it. So
currently 12-1. Circling back to Cobblestone Bridge, yeah, where did that come from? His most recent at a massive price, completely overlooked at 30-some-odd-1. In the process, defeating the odds-on favorite Unload, who did have that aforementioned traffic.
Yeah, but listen, he ran Cobblestone Bridge. You got to give it to him. He put his head down. He ran for home. And the one thing I always look at, when you see a big long shot win Lafitte, where did the race come from? It was definitely a departure from anything we had seen from him before from a buyer speed figure standpoint. But he has run 15 times. 7 of those races were on the turf. So really, he's 3 for 8 on the dirt. When you start looking at it in that context, you go, suddenly, it doesn't look as bad on paper.
You can piece together reasons to explain the improvement in that particular effort, then it makes a little bit more sense, and we'll see how Cobblestone Bridge follows that up. As for Unload, it 4-5, and yeah, in need of a much cleaner trip today.
Yes, just honestly very unlucky when he was defeated by Cobblestone Bridge, and he's got races, several races that are good enough to win here. He'd have to get unlucky again, it feels like.
Asmussen's second in the last race with Salevo at a price 18-1. Unload not 18-1. Odds on 4-5 at post time. Matt Ditterman with the call. Race 7, Oaklawn live on FS2.
Winner's Ghost, the gray. 2 back, Cobblestone Bridge. Into the outside, Brittany's Dream to round out the field. Here's Brittany's Dream coming up to the gate. No, we get. We're ready to go. And they're off. Winner's Ghost stumbled terribly at the break and is well behind after that. From the inside, Unload, offensive-minded. Hot Gunner close up as well. Sound of Victory tucks in right behind in third going into the first turn. The Thunderer deeper in the fourth position now. Mintastic alongside of him. Excel Calculator in the red cap, white jacket. 6 lengths off the pace early on, followed by Brittany's Dream right on to the inside. Another 3 lengths further back to Beyond Best. Settles well behind here, and the trailer is Winner's Ghost farther behind than that as they swing up the backstretch. Unloads taken off. Leads by 3, is opened up on the group early. Sound of Victory, he's in the second position. Hot Gunner outside of him. Then a line of 3. Excel Calculator between horses. Mintastic inside. The Thunderer is 3 deep. Gap of 2. Cobblestone Bridge, he's in midfield today. A half length to right on. Another length to Beyond Best shoved upon with Brittany's Dream, who's patiently ridden. And Winner's Ghost still the trailer as they hit the far turn. Unload at 6-5 has gotten a breather on that backstretch and kicks on again. Leads a length and a half here. In the second spot, Hot Gunner. Chips are all in for him. He's hard ridden. Sound of Victory down on the rail. The Thunderer trying to get closer. 3 wide. He's within a length of the top pair. Hot Gunner and Unload, who are a neck apart. Unload still got the lead coming off the turn. Excel Calculator is next. Cobblestone Bridge has lost position. They come down the lane here. Unload along with Hot Gunner. They're side by side. Unload. The reins get shaken at him. Hot Gunner not going away. It's Unload with a narrow edge here. Hot Gunner on the outside. Excel Calculator third. 16th to go. Good battle between Unload and Hot Gunner. Unload inside, nose in front, and Unload gets it. Unload takes him the distance over Hot Gunner, then Excel Calculator, and right on, who is fourth.
Making you sweat at 6-5, but Unload unwavering on the inside. Eric Asmussen for his father, Steve. Unload in the 7th at Oaklawn.
Yeah, Unload went right to the front. Usually he's in more of a stalking position, ears up, enjoying himself, happy. And here comes Hot Gunner calling from the quarter pole, stretching him every yard. It came together a little bit about the 16th out. I don't know if it was anything to really look at it without the benefit of the head-on, but there's a pumped-up Eric Asmussen, and all I can say is all right, all right, all right.
Wooderson, Racing's Wooderson. That's a compliment, Eric. Unload, turning for home. Like Tom Amos says, the ears tell the story. The ears told the story up the backstretch. They're flicking back and forth, but I'm thinking he's going to re-break and widen on this field. The Hot Gunner was having none of it. He's all over him.
Hot Gunner was relentless. He just wouldn't yield. He kept fighting, stretching him every inch. As we watch his head on, he goes left-handed.
Did he get in front?
Definitely Hot Gunner got ahead in front at one point, it looked like. It was just good, clean race ride, nothing there, but what a nice ride. I mean, Eric Asmussen, watching his development, his evolution, he is really developing into a world-class rider.
Went to work on Unload. Unload dug in and takes down this 7th of 9 at Oaklawn, 1-3-8-9 here at Oaklawn. Ocala Breeders' Sale taking place last week. Star prospects, including one by Flightline, and he was expensive. That's next. Couldn't make out what that was. You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2. Brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. DeLuca's excellent. Must visit when in town. Atmosphere, great energy after the races. Yeah, look, the pies are great. The pies are great. Ask for the burger. Do not leave without trying the burger.
The burger is one of the best burgers I've ever had.
It's insane.
It's outstanding.
Insane.
Yeah.
So
really
good.
outstanding. And second best meatballs I ever had.
The first belonging to?
My wife, Carmela.
Carmela. Yeah, let's get that out in the clear.
But that's, trust me, that's high praise because those meatballs.
Am I going to get a chance to sample at some point?
Yeah, come to the farm. No problem. But
I'll have to make that work.
I want a meatball throwdown, Bobby Flay against my wife, Carmela.
We're going to make that happen. Eric Asmussen made this happen with Unload, turning for home and taking fire from Hot Gunner. Hell of a horse race from the top of the stretch to the wire.
Well, look at the confident posture of Eric Asmussen. He brought his horse into a drive in increments, right? He didn't go all in at once. And it's a good thing he didn't because this other horse was relentless, Hot Gunner. He just would not yield, but Unload kept sticking his head out. Eric did such a good job of raiding this horse along and pumped up as he gets to the wire. We hear him from our set sometimes with that woohoo when he wins.
They had to be thinking, not again. Not again. They just got beat by Cobblestone Bridge at 35-1 and Hot Gunner at 54-1, almost running him down.
And Walter De La Cruz is an aggressive rider. He rides hard no matter what price a horse is. He goes out there giving you an effort. He's a rider that I've come to admire and appreciate here.
Man. Unload has seen enough of these long shots. This time he does prevail. Moving forward. 8th race, 6 furlong sprint. Allowance, $127,000 purse. Red State 2-1. The favorite with about 21 minutes to post.
I think this is a really good competitive race, and you got the kind of horses that I appreciate and admire here. Like Devil's Tower, 52 starts, 20 wins. Here's an 8-year-old that's still showing he loves his job.
Hard knocking. Honest sprinters. Coming up next in the Sunday feature here at Oaklawn Park. And with so much going on in the sport, 13 days out until the 152nd Kentucky Derby. Just completed this Oaklawn Handicap weekend yesterday. And now, and over the last week, the search for the stars of tomorrow, the exciting prospects, the Ocala Breeder Sale, and one in particular by Rockstar Flightline, who sold for $10.5 million.
Incredible. And this was the buzz horse all week. Everybody talked about him. Here's his sales work. Well, we briefly saw the sales.
Fast.
He went a furlong in 9 and 3. 2/5 faster than 10, which seems to become the benchmark of these sales works. Beautiful physical, obviously a pedigree, the buzz around Flightline, his first crop. But look at that eye. Look at that intelligence.
You were taken just by his behavior in the ring.
And we talk about it a lot. Horses not only have to have the physical ability, be fast, they have to have a mind that allows them to handle all that we ask them to handle. We had a big crowd in the sales ring. I'm sure everybody was excited. I'm sure there was applause when he went for that number, $10.5 million. But boy, what an outstanding individual. And just looking at him, you can see why he created all that buzz. Even without the breeze, you could see why he created all the buzz.
We're going to have Maggie explain to us why he created all that buzz. Why, Maggie, he went for $10.5 million.
I think it mostly comes down to Lafitte, the fact that he did work that fast. But a lot of times, when you're going back and watching those 9 and 4 breezes, mind you, he went 9 and 3, they're hard ass. They see the crop. They are, the reins are shaking at them. This guy, yeah, a little bit of a hand ride, but the rider is barely asking him. I mean, his front legs almost hit him in the chin. That's how much of a reach this horse has and how much ground he covers. All of the metrics, all of the data put this horse in a league of his own. No other horse in history of the data being used to buy horses at these 2-year-old sales has gotten close to this horse, and that goes for his sales price as well. The previous record at OBS was $3 million. he smashed it by selling for $10.5 million to Zidane Racing. Obviously, should be trained by Bob Baffert. And Lafitte, you mentioned the pedigree. Yes, he is out of a multiple stakes winning Dame Lucrezia. She hasn't produced that many foals to run yet. And he is by Flightline a horse of the year. But let's not forget, he's still a freshman sire. So his, stats as a sire are yet to be seen. So it's really astonishing that this horse sold for that much, given the fact that you're dealing with maybe a somewhat unproven pedigree so far. But as an individual, he is by far a standout.
It's interesting, like a leap of faith in that regard, because you can't look at others that he has sired and how productive he's been as a stallion thus far, an unknown commodity in that regard, but something that you were observing from him in that particular breeze that really jumped off the screen.
That breeze video, he's on his right lead, the correct lead. You lead with your outside foreleg, but his stride was so long and explosive almost that his left leg was almost even with his right leg, even though he's on his right lead. And normally it's a good foot or so variance between the two. That was an incredible stride. And to go 9-3, yes, we see horses go fast, but it's not how fast you go, it's how you're going fast. He looked like he was capable of doing more, if that's even possible. I don't know. And I got a text early in the week from Ron Moquette, who was down at the sale looking at horses, and he told me this is by far and away the most outstanding individual he's ever seen. And he said he'll easily go for $4 or $5 million.
That's a bold statement from someone who's seen it all. He said $4 or $5 million. The previous record, $3 million.
Yes.
$10.5 million.
Wow.
Unreal. The search, and you see the top sellers throughout the course of the sale. I think that'll be much ballyhooed and a lot of attention when that colt does finally debut for Bob Baffert.
He's going to Bob Baffert, so he'll probably debut at Del Mar. Right? We'd love to see him in Saratoga, but he'll probably debut at Del Mar. But, I think the hype was very warranted. I don't know. We'll find out if the $10.5 million purchase price is warranted. But, man, I couldn't have been more impressed with that work video.
Stay tuned. 2 left here at Oaklawn. The feature coming up next. Plus, of the 3 stakes races yesterday afternoon, one of them with a berth to the Preakness, Bathhouse Row. Crupper live on the board and performed accordingly.
It's a perfectly timed sale.
When you're racing in a place like Keeneland, it gets everybody's adrenaline pumping, and then to be able to transfer that adrenaline right down into the sales environment.
Sales a great addition, I think, to the end of the meet. Everyone's want to participate, so it's fun to pick up a horse.
It's a great sale to find a horse with potential.
Got to see them on the track and see how they perform.
Really kicking off Derby week. Welcome you to the April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale. Good to have you back with us.
Claws to the front here. Arabian Lion to win the Grade 1, Woody Stevens. One minute, 21 3/5 seconds.
Definitely the best horse I've ever had in training.
Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Sierra Leone, gun runner reaching for the wire. Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Today was the day that he got it done. It was Sierra Leone.
Gratefully and Saratoga Special, nose and nose for the wire. Gratefully, Saratoga Special, gratefully would not be denied.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
This September, wait is over. Reimagine Belmont Park, a new era. And in a few weeks for the final time, the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. That scene last year, the show that Sovereignty put on in front of 55,000 plus. We'll be there before you know it. Get your tickets now, belmontstakes.com/tickets. Final Belmont Stakes at Saratoga, who will hoist the hardware. Only time will tell. Kentucky Derby 13 days out. And here the 3-year-olds that emerge from Oaklawn. Renegade Arkansas Derby winner continues to train well as the march towards the first Saturday in May continues. And the march towards this Sunday feature in 10 minutes with the horses in the paddock, along with Maggie Wolfendale.
And we see favoritism going to number 2 in here, Red State Lafitte, as he's looking to keep his perfect Oaklawn Park record intact. He's gone 2 for 2 here as he does come out of a very fast race down at the fairgrounds, in which they did set a new track record, completing the 6 furlongs in 1:07 and 4. It was a short field, but it was not short on talent. And I just feel overall, this is probably the weakest field, relatively speaking, that Red State has faced as of late. He is a wow horse. He really catches your eye. He's so big, but so well put together, and he just exudes confidence here in the paddock. So I do think he is going to be awfully tough to beat in here, as we'll move on to a horse who's turning back in distance. And you often think of Steve Asmussen in how successful he is when he gets those 3-year-olds and they try to go down the Derby trail, but ultimately they prove to be better sprinters. Then he turns them back. But I looked at the stats for Steve when turning back here at Oaklawn Park. Just in general, he's only 15 for 108. 8, which I found a little surprising here. Jack Phantom offering a decent price up there on the board, and he is so well turned out, but he's also a fairly long horse with a lot of scope to his frame, so he doesn't scream sprinter at you when you look at him physically, and furthermore, he's awfully laid back, so I wish he was a little bit sharper. But Lafitte, he has run very fast when sprinting in the past, but that was going the 7/8 distance. I just wonder if he's caught out a little bit going the 6 here.
Stats are surprising, Maggie, with a route to sprint for Asmussen. Track Phantom, as they make that long march before they make the turn. In the post parade, we have a chance to sneak in what took place yesterday with the 3-year-olds, the boys in the bathhouse row, with a spot in the Preakness starting gate on the line at Laurel Park in Maryland. Correction, that was the Tessio. We got bathhouse row. We'll get them both in. We'll get them both in. 2 spots on the line for the Preakness Stakes. This was Taj Mahal yesterday in the Tessio, Richie.
A pretty ambitious race run by Taj Mahal, too. You know, he had that outside post. Sheldon Russell sent him hard. He opened up 10 lengths at one point. Then he got him to settle into his hands. Here came the field calling. They got within about a length of him. Look like they're going to run over top of him. He asked him again, and he kicked on again and then drew off and won by better than 8 lengths. You don't usually see that. Usually when you put a horse to sleep that's shown that kind of speed, they don't ever wake up again. So Sheldon Russell, absolutely brilliant handling of Taj Mahal and a big effort from Taj Mahal.
You see that win and the distance, the separation. He crushed him. Okay, it can be misleading as far as gauging the performance itself because of who was actually chasing him before we get too excited about saying, okay, there is a horse who could challenge in an American Classic. We'll see. How about Crupper here, who Donnie von Hemel had told Maggie that he's really starting to turn the corner, and now we're starting to see his best, and then went out and did that.
You know, and that's why it's important, too, to pay attention to what Maggie says. She talked about this horse and how good he looked and just how it looked like he was coming together, developing. And he just fought off every challenger. They seemed to come at him, you know, one at a time. He was Jack Reacher. You know, he said everybody, you know, taking a shot at him, and he'd fend them off, right?
Pretty good. Owner Robert Zellner, first stakes win here at Oaklawn. Crupper, digging, fighting, and yeah, really coming into his own. And we'll see about where this all leads moving forward with these 3-year-olds. But the opportunity there to compete with, to compete in a Preakness Stakes. You got to be in it to win it. Here at Oaklawn, they hit the track moments ago for the Sunday feature. Let's meet the field, starting with Osborne. 7-1, Rafael Bejarano will ride. That is not him. He is the one we'll start with, however. Ron Moquet trains Osborne, a 28th career start, 13 of them here at Oaklawn. There he is.
Yeah, he's going to have to work out some kind of a trip from the rail, but it is his 3rd start off the layoff, and as a 7-year-old, sometimes horses need a few to get to their optimum fitness level.
The favorite, Red State.
And can't overlook this horse's 2 efforts at Oaklawn Park. They were by far and away his 2 best efforts. He's 2 for 2, and then he comes out of a very fast race.
A warrior Devil's Tower.
Another one. Look at his record at Oaklawn. 19 starts, 8 wins, 2 seconds. And I love horses like this. They just show up and go to work.
Can Eric Asmussen go back-to-back this Track Phantom?
I tell you, he's just riding so well for his dad on the turn back here. Has to work out a trip.
Lunar Module, first after claim, Norm Cassie.
Yeah, and a horse that is more of a closing type. He did show good speed with Luis Saez 2-back.
Henro, David Cabrera seeking a second on the afternoon.
I keep seeing Henro, and I think of the way Joe Pesci said.
Hendry. Knew you were going there. Hendry. Sweetest in on the outside.
Sweetest Sin just would have to find a race faster than we've seen to be competitive with a couple of these.
Hendry.
Every time I look at that, that's what I was thinking of.
Too good. Another look there at Lunar Module. Christian Torres in the saddle, taking it all in. Who'd you wind up with?
I went with the 3 Devil's Tower, fully acknowledging that the 2 Red State is going to be extremely tough to beat. These are my kind of horses. You know, 20-time winner, 52 starts, brings his lunch pail, goes to work, doesn't shy away from anything, just handles his business.
Another look at Henro. Now I can't look at him or say his name without. For us, the remainder of the next couple of minutes, Hendry. It's Hendry. Henro, 2 starts back in this effort, does everything but win on the 13th of February.
Yeah, and he's a closing sprinter, and he's going to get pace, and that's going to aid his style. He's a horse that wants to come with that last run, if you will. And
how much ground he has to make up?
And he's making it up. That inside-out trip, now he gets out to the clear where he's out of that kickback, and that's when he was finding more. But another horse got a good trip rallying from off the pace, and on the inside of him, Ninja Warrior, and that ground saved was the difference.
Just kept coming, relentless, plugging away, plugging away. How about the pace on paper? Should there be enough speed? Should the table be set to enhance his late kick?
Well, interestingly enough, right, Devil's Tower, not a speed type, but can lay forward. Osborne can lay forward. Red State at times, although I think he's been better when he stalks. And then the other speed horse is the Asmussen runner in Track Phantom, but he has route speed, not necessarily sprint speed.
Right back to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with the horse getting quite the vigorous warm-up here by Christian Torres, and that is number 5, Lunar Module, who is a reclaim for Norm Cassie and Flying Peace Stable. And last time, he had the worst of beginnings. He kind of leapt up at the break, which invited those horses on either side of him to kind of, as Richie likes to say, flow to the open space and cutting him off. So he was further back than what he should have been, and that race wired by Otto the Conqueror. Surveillance did come back to win as well. So I feel like Christian's saying, you know what, wake up, get your blood flowing, so we break and we behave ourselves in the gate on top of that. And 2, I thought it was interesting, as I mentioned, the reclaim, they lost him for 50. They went back in for 12,500 more than what they lost him for. So they must have wanted him back for a reason. I did note in the paddock, he looks good physically, but he was also very sharp. So I'm hoping for their sake that he does break better today than what he did last time. That could lead to some success. But as Mick said, it does feel as though there's a lot of pace in here. And Red State, I know he hasn't been close to the lead necessarily in his last few, but he's been facing some pretty fast horses, as Built went 21, 43, and 4. So I do think he's going to be handy enough to be forward now that he's second off the bench. Liffey, I could not see past this 9-5 favorite. He looks tremendous in the paddock and on the track.
Great stuff, Maggie. Even better, the fact that you're completely unaware of the kid that just photobombed you at the start of a report.
That was very funny. He was just hanging out, getting some airtime.
An organized hit. Awesome. Yeah, so with Red State, she says she couldn't get beyond him early on. Where do you expect Ramon Vasquez to place him in order for him to be most effective, Red State?
Well, I think being drawn towards the inside, he's going to come out running. I think he'll find himself closer to the pace, because just what Maggie said, the fractions of the last race and the company he was keeping, and I listen, he's going to be very tough to beat. He'll be a handful. He's also by my favorite Oaklawn Handicap winner in City of Light. But I just wanted to be a little bit different. I went with Devil's Tower again because of his gaudy record.
He's just easy to be a fan of, Devil's Tower.
Absolutely.
Easy to root for.
And he's also bred by John Ed Anthony of Shortleaf Stable, who has written a pretty good chapter of his own history here at Oaklawn Park.
Amazing. Think back to just how long his history, as far as the racehorses that we've watched compete in the yellow and brown, going all the way back to Van Landingham, Pine Bluff, Prairie Bayou, Preakness winners. My first Derby I was ever at, he owned the favorite for the Derby, and Demons Be Gone, and who knows how good he would have performed had he not bled. But what an exciting, talented 3-year-old then over the decades, and it's just good to still see those colors here at Oaklawn. As we had this conversation about a week ago, to me, like seeing the black and cherry red of the Phipps in New York, that's what it represents, seeing his colors here in Arkansas.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. Now, you wouldn't know it to look at us, Lafitte, but I am quite a bit older than you. And I go back even further to horses like Temperance Hill and Cox's Ridge that John Ed bred, raised, owned. When Joe Canty was his main trainer, Eddie Maple was his main rider. Those were the days when I was just getting started, and to see that those iconic colors was always a treat to me. For me, it was up there with, like you said, the Phippses, the Green Tree, Darby Dan, all of those kind of old school colors.
That was very cool, this being a racing town, Hot Springs, and just for the first time noticing that there is a Temperance Hill, I don't know if it's Street, Boulevard Avenue, whatever, not far from the racetrack.
And Temperance Hill Plaza, just down Central.
Awesome.
Yeah. I actually passed a Pine Bluff Cemetery the other day. So he names his horses
Everything
for all
is
places around
something
here.
right in Arkansas, and very easy to go off on a tangent as we just did. But fact is, we have reached post time for the Sunday feature. Final thoughts as they have arrived in the gate.
I think it's just a really good competitive race. I think Red State and Devil's Tower are the two that I would want. So let's see if me and Maggie can round out an exacta.
Matt Dinnerman with the call.
We're ready to go. And we're off. Lunar Module leapt in the air just a little bit, but recovers pretty quickly. There's a battle for early supremacy here. Red State on the inside. He's got a share of the lead with Track Phantom. Devil's Tower, the old pro, is going to ease off, and Red State, he's got the lead. Red State by just about a neck. Devil's Tower, they're pressing, and Track Phantom takes back the third stock in the pace. Osborne right behind that trio. Lunar Module, he's running 5 lengths off the pace, 6 clear of Sweet as Sin and Henro at the back as they go into the far turn. Red State 3 furlongs from the money, neck in front. Devil's Tower pestering him from the outside. Gap of 2. Osborne sent along, slips inside of Track Phantom. Lunar Module under a ride. He's 5 from the top, 4 clear as Sweet as Sin. And Henro still at the back is yet to pass a runner as they wheel for the judge now. Devil's Tower has a head in front. Red State right there to the inside. It's Devil's Tower with the upper hand now. Osborne's trying to pick him up. Lunar Module in with a shot. He's coming on now, finding his best stride. Henro trying to make a move up the rail. Has a lot of work to do. 16th to go. It's Devil's Tower. Lunar Module trying to get him. Devil's Tower's still there. Devil's Tower with his 21st lifetime win. Devil's Tower, 8 years old and looking good.
Warrior. Just a sprinting warrior. Devil's Tower in the feature at Oaklawn.
You just got to appreciate and admire horses like this. And he took it to Red State, and they threw down. It was a fast pace, 21-4, 44-3. He put him away and then had enough left to hold off everybody else. This was a stellar effort by this 8-year-old gelded son of Into Mischief. Again, we were talking short-lived stable, and he drifted up to 9-2.
Well done, top selection, Richie. Devil's Tower right here. And the vet just calls on all his class and just keeps digging.
And another winner for Francisco Arrieta. He's been on quite a tear this past week.
4 wins yesterday, 2 more today. Wins the feature. The winner's share of this $127,000 purse. Antonio Donato winning owner. Armando Hernandez winning trainer. Devil's Tower. Pretty good weekend for the old guys, Richie.
Well, just because someone gets older doesn't mean they don't get better, or at least hold their form a little. I mean, I might not be as good as I once was, but I'm as good as I am now.
Well said. Very well said. But yeah, we're between Devil's Tower at 8, White Barrio at 7. That was awesome. And like I said, an easy horse to get behind, to root for.
I mean, and now 9 wins from 20 starts at Oaklawn Park, 21 wins overall. Got to appreciate these kind of horses.
Richie had him on top. He delivers Devil's Tower at 9-2. Results, reaction. When we come back, Devil's Tower charging home to win the Sunday feature in Hot Springs. He's been there a time or two. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on FS2. Devil's Tower, 9th win at Oaklawn, 21st victory overall, and creeping towards becoming racing's next millionaire.
And he's doing it the old-fashioned way, right? He's earning it. He just goes out and performs, and I just love horses like this.
Tim Maggie in the winner's circle.
So pleased to be joined here by Armando Hernandez. And Armando, you were telling me that you've almost had Devil's Tower now for 3 years, and he has delivered 11 wins for you. A really special horse, I'm sure, for the barn.
He is. He's our best horse in the barn currently, and he's been great for us.
Talk a little bit about having an old pro like this in the barn. Like, what do? You just keep him happy?
He loves his job. He's out in the mornings. He loves what to do, and he's a stronghold horse. He's just a runner.
His effort today, he was a little bit closer to the pace than he has been in some of his last few, but was that the key to success? It seemed as though once he looked the favorite in the eye, he said, I got you.
He wanted that competition. It's like his heart just blows up, when he has horses coming at him. I mean, the race was just for him today, thankfully.
Yes, well, congratulations. You've done an excellent job of keeping him in top form.
Thank you.
All right, Armando Hernandez getting the win here with a Devil's Tower, and that is the 21st win out of 53 starts, Lafitte. What a tremendous record.
Just a cool horse, man. Just a cool horse. Like, nobody's saying he's House Buster, Kona Gold, or Midnight Loot. These are the horses that can build a fan base. All they do is win, and you get to connect with them because of how often they race, how long their careers extend.
Yeah, when you have an opportunity to follow a horse's career and latch on and see them compete multiple times, that's what captures your attention. And now, since this was a John Ed Anthony homebred short-leaf stable, I got to find out where Devil's Tower is and maybe go explore.
It's in Arkansas. I promise you that.
Yeah.
It's in Arkansas. There's always some sort of affiliation with his horses' names. And Arkansas. One left. Arkansas Breds, of course. And a nice, easy maiden affair to close out the Sunday program.
These are tough ones. But if you are right, a lot of times in the last race here at Oaklawn, in these kind of races, you will get paid. And we've got a little something for everybody. A couple horses that have run decently, a couple first-time starters. You mine that nugget of gold.
Yes. I mean, chaos from time to time in these types of races. In the meantime, we look back at yesterday's marquee event, the 84th running of the Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap.
And the runners have now reached the starting gate. It's post time for the Oaklawn Handicap. Two back, Sovereignty. That's Journalism acting up at the starting gate. And they're off in the Oaklawn Handicap. The big three, White Abario, Sovereignty, Journalism, they all broke smoothly out of their post positions as they go into the first turn. Sovereignty fresh off that 8-month break, and he's in front now. White Abario's second right behind him, and he's tracking Sovereignty. So Sovereignty, an unexpected pacemaker here. We've got a horse of the year inside of a multiple Grade 1 winner, Journalism, and the two runners squaring off in the lead with White Abario creeping in right behind. Publisher in fourth. He's 5 lengths off the pace with 5/16 to go. Here we go. Sovereignty on the inside. Journalism right there perched to his outside. And White Abario in with a good chance. 3 wide as they come off the turn here. Sovereignty on the inside. Journalism. White Abario confidently handled by Irad Ortiz, and he goes to the lead now. Sovereignty has given way to second. Journalism third. 16th to go. It's White Abario's win. It's his Oaklawn Handicap. And White Abario, an awesome champion, a veteran of the game. How cool is he? White Abario defeats Sovereignty and Journalism in an epic Oaklawn Handicap.
I thought I was going to be on the lead, but honestly, when I see Sovereignty broke that sharp, and I see Journalism on Saturday, he don't going to let him walk. It's going to be a match race, so I probably get advantage of it. I don't want in a good position inside of them, so I take my time and go to plan B, work out beautiful.
Proud of the horse. There's not much more you can say, but it just shows you when you have a special horse, to do it from 2 to 7. Thank God.
They get outside of horses.
Prevagen, memorable moment. Yesterday's Oaklawn Handicap. White Abario The connection, Safi Joseph and White Barrio. What a ride, Arado Ortiz. But the journey that White Barrio and Safi Joseph have been on, not always together, right? That came to this point and understanding why his reaction was that so much emotion following that win.
You could just see, too, just how hands-on Safi Joseph is with his horses. He's always, the way he's handling them and touching them, and he's so connected with his horses. And then you see that emotion. What an effort from a 7-year-old. And like you said, he watched him win a Breeders' Cup Classic when he was not his conditioner. Those things, they hurt a little bit. Man, that could be me. But gets the horse back, and he's done some fine work with him.
Incredible. The numbers, the back of his baseball card, now having earned more than $8 million. Congratulations to the connections. Rod Ortiz and like Omaha, the audible at the line of scrimmage. White Barrio essentially, when the stockee becomes the stalker.
This was a brilliant ride by Irad Ortiz. To call that audible in the middle of that pressure-packed situation, you've got the two horses to beat right outside of you, and you go, you know what? I'll let them go on, ease back, work out the absolute perfect trip, but just to have the clear presence of mind to be able to pull that off as smoothly as he did. And Irad's remarkable. 10 years in a row, minimum of 300 wins in each of those 10 years. Certainly a first ballot Hall of Famer. And I love the way he's evolved, his progression. Point, I think he got a little bit lost, riding maybe a little bit too aggressive, a little too rough. He's modified it. He's hitting every mark. He is just one of the best riders in the world, bar none. Their
reaction from that I heard after the race, and several people reaching out. No, you built up this race, and how disappointing is that? Because it wasn't Sovereignty or Journalism that won. Like, no, like they ran really well.
Yeah.
And White Barrio on his best day, yeah, he's that good. That was the best effort of his career. 111 Beyer speed figure, faster than his Whitney at Saratoga, faster than his win in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Yeah, and there was no embarrassment in defeat by Sovereignty or Journalism. They ran, and they were also coming off a layoff, so they could get better. And Journalism certainly acting up in the gate right before the start, out of character for him. I'm sure Michael McCarthy, his trainer, will get to the bottom of that. They'll school him, but that was almost like a little bit of a tell that maybe he's not as spot on as we were hoping, or just that nervous energy boiled over. But I mean, just honestly, an incredible race that did deliver. And listen, the main story was the rivalry.
Mm-hmm.
But White Barrio's a story in his own right, and it turns out he was the main story.
Along with Safi, who gets to celebrate a second Oaklawn Handicap victory in the last 3 years. It would.
I love when he's like that. I love when he's relaxed, and sometimes he can use his energy in the wrong way, and I love like that. That's amazing. That's what I like to see, and this goat's helped him so much. Brownie, he's had 2 races with Brownie in the Pegasus where he ran beyond what he's supposed to run, and now there's a second race. And the goats, they do a lot for these horses. That's a big part, I'm telling you. From the preparation he had into the Pegasus, we learned that he strives on less, and we kind of adapted that philosophy coming into this race, and from a fitness standpoint, he was supposed to improve, and he's supposed to improve a lot. From the Breeders' Cup when he was scratched to the Pegasus, every time I breezed him, it was pressure. It wasn't a good pressure, like just feeling sick to your stomach. But once we got through the Pegasus and he ran well, everything came off. On this race, there wasn't pressure. It was more tranquil moment. It was more enjoying it in the process into this race. Irad Ortiz, I have to give him credit because no one would have drawn up that race with Sovereignty leading into the first turn and Journalism second. Not many jocks would make that decision into the first turn, take him back. That was a tough decision, and to have it in a split second to do it, that was the winning move. Full credit to Irad. These horses, they give you the best moments. There's a lot of ups and downs, but it's been hard to get here. It's been hard, it's been a journey. You've been through a lot of obstacles, and when you've been broken, it's the pain that you let out and enjoy. You're grateful, you're thankful, and that's why the emotion comes, because it means a lot.
After White Barrio won the Breeders' Cup Classic in 03, in 24, there were a couple of high-profile losses. One was a no-show in the Saudi Cup. And the owners decided, okay, let's go ahead and make a change and send him back to Safi Joseph. And at that point, his career was actually in doubt, Barrio. And Safi said he was so nervous in that first start with Barrio upon return last fall, just an allowance race at Gulfstream Park. If he didn't perform that day, they were gonna retire him.
Sure.
He showed that he still wanted to do his job. He went out and he won the race, and then eventually another Pegasus World Cup, and what he accomplished yesterday, the win in the Oaklawn Handicap over a couple of absolute superstars in sovereignty and journalism.
Well, we talk about horses and longevity and how that creates fans because they get to see them over a course of several years, which is the case with Barrio. So many horses get packed off to a breeding career young. I mean, we're fortunate this year. We got a bunch of good 3-year-olds coming back at 4. Sovereignty, journalism, magnitude, Baeza. I'm missing somebody, I'm sure. But that being said, it's that longevity that is going to help create fans. And, how many times have we been deprived of seeing horses at their best at advanced ages?
And how many great moments have we had a chance to experience this meet at Oaklawn? The highlights and memorable efforts. Certainly yesterday qualifies Barrio in the Oaklawn Handicap. Claret Beret, Safi Joseph becoming the second trainer in history to sweep the Apple Blossom in Oaklawn Handicap the same year. Can't wait to see what Renegade does in the Kentucky Derby 13 days from today. We check in with Maggie Wolfendale standing by. Maggie, and highlights and memorable moments and a standout performance for you as far as this Oaklawn meet has been concerned.
Well, Lafitte, obviously it's the obvious answer. It was yesterday. And I often come here, on the heels of the Apple Blossom. For instance, last year we had the Horse of the Year returning there in Torpedo Anna. And in recent years, it's been the race that we get excited for, in addition to the Arkansas Derby. And this is kind of just like the big race to wrap it all up. This year, it was center stage, the Oaklawn Handicap, because of the connections that were willing to bring a Horse of the Year back, a incredibly talented, just second to sovereignty journalism, but a really good horse in his own right. And of course, Barrio, who, let's not forget, he only costs $40,000, this guy, and he has made north of $8 million. So it goes to show that a good horse can come from anywhere. And just a tip of the hat to Safi Joseph and his owners for being so patient with this horse, to let him develop, to let him, find his good races. He's not an easy horse. I have gone by the barn several times and seen Barrio, and he's nervous. He's a bit of a stall walker. But as Safi said, finding the goat, having a buddy with him, trying things, thinking outside the box has really led to this horse's success. And I can only imagine what Safi felt as we saw in that piece. The pressure, because being a trainer is really hard. It all comes down to you. The onus, the responsibility is all on the shoulders of the trainer. And for Barrio to be scratched on, the big stage of the Breeders' Cup, I can't even imagine the pressure that he felt. So well done for sticking to his gun, sticking by his horse, and getting the big win yesterday. Lafitte?
We saw it from Safi. One of the lasting impressions, lasting images. His reaction when Barrio glided under the wire in yesterday's Oaklawn Handicap. You saw that list of signature races here, all part of the Racing Festival of the South, including the Arkansas Derby, Renegade, with Todd Pletcher becoming the all-time leading trainer in the Arkansas Derby with the 6th win, Arad Ortiz, and that performance stamping him as one of the prime contenders in the Kentucky Derby. In fact, the anticipated morning line favorite for Derby 152.
Yeah, I think it's going to be close. And I could see a Derby favorite this year being about 4-1 because of the depth of this field. But
I'm with you.
He came home the last furlong in less than 12 seconds. I thought this was a scintillating performance. And his breeze last week, his first breeze since the Arkansas Derby, was the best I've ever seen him work. I think he actually took a step forward from the Arkansas Derby till now. He's a major player, and Irad Ortiz is staying put there. And doesn't it feel like that at some point, there is a Kentucky Derby with Irad's name on it.
He's ridden in 9 derbies, right? It's like a Rod Ortiz struggles in the Derby. It's like, no, he doesn't. He just hasn't ridden that many real contenders in the Derby. Yes. And probably, yes, a lukewarm favorite who finished 4th back in 18 or 19. Average odds at post time for Ortiz's Derby mounts, 20-1. 20-1 average. I promise you, Renegade will not be 20-1 in the Derby. Apple Blossom, what a moment that was. And Claret Beret. While we were focused on a champion in Nitrogen, it was Claret Beret, Safi Joseph. Like I said, 2nd trainer ever to sweep the Apple Blossom in the Oaklawn Handicap. The performance of her career to the head of the class of the Filly Mare division, earning a spot in the Breeders' Cup Distaff this fall.
Yeah, it was just quite a performance, and she was always poised, and we saw Nitrogen start to make the run at her, and you go, oh, well, here comes the champ, and she said, well, wait a second, I got something to say about this. And Nitrogen ran well, maybe one of her better races of her career. She just ran into a better mare on the day, and again, there's no embarrassment, no shame in losing. To me, the shame is not showing up and giving your best, trying. And we've seen good horses try. Just run into maybe a horse that was a little better on that particular day.
Micah Husband's first Grade 1 win of his career. Pretty cool story.
Very cool story, and he comes from a race riding family. Obviously, Patrick Husband's so many leading rider titles in Canada, his uncle.
What a meet it's been, and a couple of weeks left here at Oaklawn Park and 1 left on this Sunday program. The nightcap, Arkansas bred maidens. Here we go. Post time in 9 minutes.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at belmontstakes.com.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
This is the Arkansas Derby that was won in '68. That's my mother right here, my father. My dad was Gene Goff. He was basically in the oil business. He was in Australia and had read up on the English bloodlines and all. So he bought 41 horses and brought them to Australia. The last horse he bought was No Home II. No Double was in the first crop. And he actually ran in a $7,500 claiming race at Detroit in September of '67. When you win by about 13 lengths, they take a notice. You go to the head of the class real quick. And then went to the Arkansas Derby. This is a no-double scrapbook my father, Gene Goff, put together of some of the clippings. He set a track record at Belmont, set a track record at Santa Anita. He equaled a track record at Hawthorne in Chicago. The biggest race, I think the most exciting, was probably in Detroit. Won the Michigan Mile. He beat Damascus, Horse of the Year, and was fifth or second off track record in that race. He became known as the 100 Grand Specialist or the Arkansas Traveler. This is very interesting here. This is a map that Pebb, the great artist, drew. This is called the Arkansas Traveler. It's no double scale. His average weight was 127 pounds. He won $846,749. The Goff of Arkansas, named after Goff. A lot of memories, a lot of memories. Oaklawn, they've named a barn after him, but the greatest memory is in the lobby of the Oaklawn Hotel, the trophies. It's really something to see. No Double is the biggest Arkansas bred. He was twice Older Horse of the Year. In 1981, he was the leading sire in the world with 16 stakes horses, the most that anybody had had, and the most progeny earnings, $2.6 million that any stallion had had. He bred some good horses and all, and he's not in the Hall of Fame. He's an Arkansas bred.
Stallion, as a competitor, what a horse. Arkansas's No Double.
And from coast to coast. I mean, obviously Arkansas Derby here, but Santa Anita Handicap, California, and San Pasquale. Then go to New York, and just win prestigious races like the Brooklyn Handicap and the Met Mile.
Amazing.
And
his earnings would be what today?
Oh,
$846,000 then would be what?
He would be up in White Barrio territory.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Right?
I'm telling you. In fact, you're talking about the first Arkansas bred ever to breach the $1 million earnings mark. Here she is, Hall and Ice. And what a race mare we've had the joy of watching compete.
You like speed. Here's speed. Hall and Ice. She gets it done. And just to think about that, the first Arkansas bred to earn over $1 million. It feels like the Arkansas breeding program is just continually improving, evolving. And with the longer meets at Oaklawn, it's just going to continue to grow and develop. It's a good thing for the state.
C2 Racing, you saw Mark Cornett there. Pretty good meet. Horses to be proud of. Hall and Ice, two-time Arkansas Bred of the Year. And oh yes, co-owner White Barrio, Oaklawn Handicap winner yesterday. Nearing post time, 2 minutes out. We check it with Maggie.
Well, we see number 1, Pardon Me Z, as well as number 5, Stevie Kicks, taking the bulk of the play. No problems with them. They can certainly win. Thought another second-time starter might be a little bit intriguing, and showing speed in her debut was number 4, Rebecca Joe, whom I just thought she could strengthen up a bit, and she has, physically speaking. And furthermore, there was a prohibitive favorite that day in Vacoma's Diva, shipping in for George Weaver, a rare Arkansas bred for that barn, and she just led from gate to wire as a well-backed firster should. Rebecca Joe did all the dirty work. She was breathing down her neck the entire way, and as I kind of suspected, she came up a bit short. She's actually more settled here second time around, which I love to see from these fillies. And I just think she's stronger. So at a big price, I think she's one to possibly use. As number 8 is Signed, Sealed, Delivered. Now, she did debut in a maiden 50 for Arkansas Breds, but she ran a figure comparable to some of the races that your favorites have done. She didn't show much speed that day, but I think she will show more here on this occasion, as she is sharp and she just looks fast. She has this big old engine behind the saddle, and I thought it was a good race. It showed that she has some class about her, and that once she got outside and kind of got shaken up by Louis Saez, she did run well that day. And there was a horse who came back out of that race, finishing third behind her. Boss of the Block came back to win with a 54. So look for her to have a little bit more speed and run well here. Moving on to number 10, Sneak Attack. This is her first try against Arkansas Breds, and getting back to sprinting on the dirt, I think makes sense, where first time out, she was dueling on the front end with a Steve Asmussen horse, More Coffee. That one would finish third that day. So the pace kind of coming apart a little bit. She was forward in the paddock. And she looks as though she could be part of the pace equation well, and is very fit coming in here to face these Arkansas Breds for the first time. Number 11, Airs at Juilliard. Daughter of Petrov, who was trained by Ron Moquette as well. And Ron trained the half-sibling to Tim Bavati. The Dam, however, Don't Boss Me, did win first time out. And while this filly was quite laid back at first in the paddock, once she got Keith Asmussen aboard, she did get quite more lively and kind of got on her toes. She looks as though a start will be beneficial. But look, she's 17-1 up there. So if you like her, have at her. And there is a little bit of precocity in the pedigree. And Meg, I just got your text. Yes, the breeder and owner of Rebecca Joe, Ronnie Sheets, is Toby, or my late best friend's father. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, when I saw Ronnie Sheets, knowing that Toby Sheets grew up in Arkansas, I wondered that immediately. And Toby Sheets, just a tremendous horseman, was assistant to Steve Asmussen in New York for years. We lost way too young, and just a tremendous human being, a really wonderful person.
So incredibly missed. It is rare in this industry, in this sport, where collectively, universally, everyone speaks glowingly of an individual who's been around this game for a long time. And the next negative thing I would have heard of Toby Sheets would have been the first.
Really, nothing negative, and just great conversations with Toby, not just about horses, about life. A really unique and special individual.
Incredible. These Arkansas Breds now starting to file in. Pardon me, Z, 5-2. Richie, final thought here?
Well, I'd really like to see Jinx Fires get a win. He announced that he is going to be retiring from training after a long and successful career, and just such a top world-class horseman. And I would like to see him get one final win before he does retire.
Good luck, Jinx. Was Arch he trained in Arkansas? Derby winner here several years back. What a career. What a weekend of racing it's been. And now we close it out with these Arkansas Bred maidens sprinting 6 furlongs one final time. Matt Duneman with a call.
Here's Airs at Juilliard. Go again. We're ready to go in the finale. And they're off. Sunday Bonnet a little bit slow to go and drops to the back of the field. Sky High Angel had to take up after the break. From the outside, Airs at Juilliard, the first-time starter, is quickest of the bunch and leads them in the early stages here. Telling Tales running in second. Rebecca Joe third to the inside on restraint. She wants to go. She's a little bit keen down in there, but she's third, not far off the lead, has some natural speed. A gap of a length and a half to Night Shadow, who's down on the inside of Sneak Attack. They're two better than Stevie Kicks. Pardon Me Z to the inside, Shown More Rain. Signed, sealed, and delivered. Third last, 7 behind, now pumped upon by Ramon Vasquez. There's a gap of 4 to Sunday Bonnet at the tail with Sky High Angel. Rounding the far turn, Airs at Juilliard, clearing, doing it well. Airs at Juilliard at 23-1. Airs at Juilliard off the turn, puts a length and a half on Telling Tales in the second position. Stevie Kicks finding a good stride. She's on the outside. Airs at Juilliard down the lane is asked to sprint in the final furlong. Still clear. Airs at Juilliard by 2. Stevie Kicks trying to reel her in second, and Sunday Bonnet coming up the inside is Pardon Me Z. Airs at Juilliard getting tired. Pardon Me Z coming up the inside. Pardon Me Z. Pardon Me Z for Jinx Fires. Gets it up the inside. Francisco Arrieta with another win today. That's 3. Stevie Kicks was second. Airs at Juilliard. Good effort. And a photo for third with Sunday Bonnet.
What a satisfying end to an incredible weekend of racing. What a popular win this will be for trainer Jinx Fires. Pardon Me Z up the rail in the nightcap at Oaklawn.
Broke from the rail, was able to negotiate way through traffic under Francisco Arrieta, getting his 3rd win of the day, another multi-race
7
day.
in 2 days, no big deal.
And she showed a lot of courage, a lot of bravery, had to take kickback, and really satisfying and happy to see Jinx Fires get this win for Stuart Georgie, owner breeder.
Incredible. What a great story. Fired up Francisco Arrieta, the 7 wins over the last 2 days. And Maggie told you why. Airs at Juilliard might be dangerous at a big price in her debut. In control at the top of the stretch and nearly led this field wire to wire.
Nearly pulled it off at a huge price, too. I think she was about 23 to 1.
23 to 1.
Turned for home. And, first time starter, it's so hard to take the pressure of the pace the way she did, 21 and change, but ran a winning effort.
Winding down this Racing Festival of the South, a couple of years ago, we watched Torpedo Anna win the Fantasy, Mystic Dan third in the Arkansas Derby, went on to win the Kentucky Derby. This path from Hot Springs to Louisville could prove most effective once again. Counting Stars fantasy winner among the leading contenders for the Kentucky Oaks, and of course, aforementioned Renegade.
Again, we talk about the comprehensive group of races leading to the Kentucky Derby that, and the Kentucky Oaks through Hot Springs, through Oaklawn Park, and it has been very successful over the last decade or so.
Pleasure as always.
Oh, this
my
is great.
friend.
Thank you.
Richie. He'll be here the rest of the meet. My last stop here. My thanks to everyone here at Oaklawn, so incredibly hospitable. Our thanks to the boss, Louis Sella, and the entire staff for everything this meet. Another great one in Hot Springs, and of course, our incredible crew on America's Day at the Races, of which we'll be right back at it next Thursday. And this guy, when will he be back at it? Brought his lunch pail and then some yesterday. White Abario, the 7-year-old, more than $8 million in earnings, facing the likes of Sovereignty, facing the likes of journalism. In the end, it was the big white horse in a second Oaklawn Handicap in 3 years for Safi Joseph. What an effort. White Abario in the Oaklawn Handicap. Have a great night, everyone. We'll see you next time.